Hello, hello. Sorry about that. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another live stream with me, 320 Sim Pilot. It's been a while again. Sorry for that, but here we are taking a Boeing 777-300ER from London Heathrow for our first long-haul flight in years. We're going to fly all the way down to Zanzibar. Flight time today is it's actually not as bad as I'd worried it could be, but it's looking at 9 hours because of the routing we're going to have to take, which is quite a common thing these days, so we'll talk about that once we're underway. But we're doing this because the channel has reached, let me just make sure that this is actually working and the audio is coming through. But we're doing this, yep, sounds like it is, so that's good. Yeah, we're doing this because the channel has reached 100,000 subscribers, so thank you all so much. It's because of your enthusiasm and effort to come and chat and view the videos that the channel's here today, and that's it's really great. I know it's just a number, but it's very nice feeling, and it's great to have so many people so enthusiastic about flight sim and the channel as well, which is really nice for me, obviously, because I put a lot of time into the channel over the years, and it's really great to see people sort of enjoy it. And it's amazing to me as well, the amount of people that I see arrive at the channel these days who now have commercial jobs flying Airbuses around the world and started out having watched my videos without any flying experience at all. So yeah, 5 years, we've been doing this for 5 years. It won't be long until it's 6 years actually, and we've also in that time uploaded over 500 videos. It's quite a big number, especially when you consider some of them they're quite regularly an hour long and the live stream's obviously longer than that. But there we go. So thank you all so much for joining us today. I see lots and lots and lots of familiar faces in the chat, so I'm going to miss people, I'm sure, at the start, but we've got, like I say, 9 hours of flight time to talk through everything, so we shall indeed. This is on VATSIM, it's live, it's real time, and you can, and real weather, so you can join in if you want, you can fly along if you want. The route is available if you put !route. You'll see it's quite a specific routing. I'll talk about why we've chosen that routing in particular, but there we go. So good to see you all through here. A380 Pilot, Average, Emirates Enjoy, Igloo Foo, great to see you. Igloo Foo, I hope you're doing very well. Thanks for coming on so many streams. Dave Geimer, good to see you as well. I'm going to miss people, I'm sure. Dr. Dilkington, great to have you with us. Pilot Mike 797. Ed, good to see you. Crash Ed, thank you very much indeed, and thanks for coming along today. Arthur Blue, great to have you join us. Neoko-chan, good to see you. And we have got Fredopia TTV. Hayden, great to see you, Hayden. Thanks for coming along. And Hayden's been very keen for another live stream. So yeah, sorry it's taken so long, but here we go. We finally got there. Rudy, good to see you. Sander, Megabeard UK says thoughts on G2E D 787 being scrapped. Yeah, I saw that it's already reached the end of life, or you know, not for use. But yeah, that's a shame. We'll talk about that. Lots of questions can come once you're in the cruise. We'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. Just ask me once you're in the cruise, as long as obviously it's fitting for the channel to some extent. But there we go. Fredopia, Thomas Ultimate, Andy H1302. Thanks for coming along and moderating, Andy. Great to see you, and thanks for being part of the channel for so long now, 5 years, unbelievable. So yeah. Really good to see you. Fitzy77, Cyclone Shorts, great to have you all here. I'm sure I will miss messages, but I will, like I say, I will try and get through them. I'm sure we'll have plenty of time in the cruise to chat through everything. So what I thought we'd do, just for a bit of fun, and I say fun in a loose sense of the word, a bit of work, is this airplane is set up almost exactly as you would find a long-haul aircraft. So we're sitting here on stand. It's got some electrical power. It's been brought over. It's had probably 2 hours on the ground from its previous flight. What's the temperature outside today? That's something I did want to check, actually. That's a key thing. 8 degrees, so it won't need de-icing. That's good, because long-haul aircraft can, if the temperature is not particularly high, they can end up needing de-icing quite easily. They just get very, very cold soaked. If you think about it, they can fly for 14 hours at minus 50, 60 degrees Celsius, and then they only have 2 hours on the ground. They actually don't get the chance, because there's some big metal structures in there. I know it's not heavy, but there are some big parts. But there we go. So first of all, you would arrive on the flight deck and you'd find it looking something like this. It is... I'm having this problem. Now that's annoying. That's really annoying. I'm having the flaps sort of running up and down on their own, and I don't know why they keep doing that. So I may have to swap controllers here, because that's going to be a bit of a nuisance if it keeps doing that. That's annoying, starting off with a technical problem straight away. Hold on. I think I know why. I'm having some problem with my controllers. There we go. Okay. Let's do that. And that. Right, we'll see if that works. It might try and run the flaps out on us in the cruise. If it does, we'll unplug the controllers for the cruise and then reset them for landing. But yeah, we'll manage. The 777 does have a way to restrict the flap movement in the cruise. We can talk about that later as well. So it shouldn't actually deploy them, which I think PMDG has modelled. Archer 11, thanks so much for 100 Hong Kong dollars. Really appreciate it. Archer says, congrats on 100k. You inspired me to join a cadet program and I've just been assigned to the 777. Any tips for the type rating? Unbelievable. See, this is what I mean. It's really crazy to hear. But yeah, fantastic. What great news. Thank you so much for coming along. Thank you for your very kind tip. Really, really appreciate it. For the 777 type rating, it's a pretty conventional airplane in lots of ways. But the trick with the type rating is just don't let the course get ahead of you. You know, just keep on top of the study as you go through, and it will be down to your instructors. They're going to know what bits you need to know as you go through that course. But if you can get any of the study done, if you know you're doing a particular topic like hydraulics, then if you can just get through that the night before, you know, or in advance when you can, so that the basics are in your mind, and then the instructor can really focus you in on what's important for that topic, like that failure or whatever it is. So yeah, but no, fantastic, enjoy it. And what an airplane to start out on. Excellent 777. So what we're going to do is do the electrical power up, which sounds a bit confusing because of course why would we do an electrical power up when the airplane is already powered up? But you do have to do it. This isn't a memory item at all, so battery would be off even though the airplane's powered. So battery switch needs to go on. C1 and C2 primary pumps, which are here, the electric primary pumps, they need to make sure they're off. Demand pump selectors, which are down here, are all off, and then the wiper selectors obviously off as well. And then we can check the landing gear lever is indeed down, which it is, and the alternate flap selector needs to be in the off position. That is over on this side. Alternate flaps, make sure it's not armed. It is off indeed. And then electrical power established. Well, we have already established that they plugged in the ground power. And then the bus tie switches to auto. They stay in auto anyway. They got rid of these switches in the 7.8. And then we make sure we put the primary external power and then the secondary external power. And the APU gen is on in case we need it later. Great. So the airplane's powered up. Now what I'm going to do is we are going to hop outside for a walk around, and the other pilot would set up the flight deck. Now because we need the ADIRU to align, I'm going to do that myself. Now a fun thing on the 777 is that it is a seriously simple aeroplane in lots of ways. You know all the IRS units you see, or the Airbus one even on the 320, well that's all gone obviously, and you just have one button, ADIRU, and it's a box of magic that navigates for us. So that goes on. That contains lots of sensors and several IRS units separately, all inside one button. So that goes on and that can align. So that's what we're going to do there. You'd also put the voice recorder switch on. In the auto position, it's not running right now. So just like on the Airbus, it's like ground control, flight recorder ground control. We're just turning it on so that it records the cockpit noise as we set up, things like that. Then we're going to check the status display, which means pressing that one, stats, and make sure there's nothing untoward in there. There'll probably be a few more messages until things are aligned, but there we go. And you'll check the crew oxygen, 1840, and you would do your oxygen mask tests as well, which they have simulated, although I don't recognise these masks. These are pretty old school masks, I think. I don't know, there might be a way to change those in the PMDG, wouldn't surprise me. You do also check actually that the pressure doesn't drop too much down here when you test it, something you don't do on the Airbus, but I think it's probably going to become a more normal thing in the airline industry, because if there's you could have the pressures in the line and the sensor thinks there's pressure, but then as soon as you try and use it, the line's actually restricted because it's not been opened properly. So that's a new sort of thing that goes on these days. And then we check around the flight deck in general. So that's all good, and let's go for our walk around. So outside, and we don't do this very often, but there we go. You walk down the steps. It's a long way down from a 777 fuselage, I can tell you that. It's a big machine, and it's just vast. I mean, it's quite ridiculous. Igloo thank you so much, Igloo, for your $77.70 tip. That's incredibly generous. Igloo says, 6 years ago, I thought I'd lost my passion for aviation. After finding your videos randomly, it is stronger than even when I was a kid. Thanks for all your content and congrats on 100k. Igloo, that's really kind. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being part of the channel for all these years, and thank you for supporting us. I don't really have any words to say for that. It's unbelievable. Thank you. Very kind indeed. And I'm so glad the channel's been able to do that for people. It's yeah, it sounds weird, but it keeps me inspired with aviation as well. Now we do have a bit of a glitch here, which is that engine looks like it's running when it isn't. So we're going to have to ignore that. I don't know why it's doing that. Very strange. In fact, both the engines look like they're running when they aren't. Oh dear. But yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, the channel keeps me invested in all different parts of aviation as well, which has been and talking to you all and your enthusiasm is sort of infectious, so I really enjoy it. So thank you all, and thank you Igor for your very, very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. Yeah, wow. So yeah, let's carry on. So I would typically come out. You're supposed to start sort of just behind this door. This is doors 2. You connect stairs on doors 2 on long haul aircraft. You don't want your passengers going through the very front cabins usually, and also there's more sensors at the front, so these are big, big doors and big jetties and things, so it's better to keep them away from all the angle of attack vanes and so on up there. But we are I'm going to do a slightly abbreviated walk around, but I would typically just have a quick look around here, make sure nothing crazy untoward is going on. This is the pack inlet here, so this is air that goes in to cool down the air from the engines. It is not air that goes into the cabin. And on the 787, next to it, there's the cabin air compressor inlet, which is the air that goes into the cabin. We also have a drain mast here for some of the sinks, this white mast. But yeah, as you come around, these sort of squares, and this is a bit annoying because I want to show you. Oh, I can show you, good. How do I do? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so these are the negative pressure relief vents. So these are in case there's pressure outside the airplane and the airplane is under pressure inside, these will open and allow the air in. Then you have all the static ports. There's lots of static ports. It's a good idea these don't get blocked, so there's loads of them. And then these are the overpressure relief valves, where if the airplane has pressure inside, it can vent outwards. So yeah, it looks almost identical on the 787. It's quite remarkable. This is the forward outflow valve, again, like on the 787. It's just much higher up. And up here we have the nose gear, absolutely massive. One of these should be the wheel well lights, which some people leave on. I always turn off. I don't know whether the wheel well lights turn off. There's actually some lights up in this area. I don't know whether they turn off automatically, but I don't like the idea of leaving them on for 14 hours while we fly around the world, so I always turn them off if I see that on. But yeah, noticeably on the 300, this nose gear is like this. It's much more extended. The 200 would be right, much lower, but the 300s do keep it extended very high up. I can also do that, like, super chat, there we go. Yeah, so it's a tool machine. I'm not short by any means, and I can walk straight under the fuselage on the 300. It's the first airplane I've flown where that's been true. My flight instructor, when I first started flying, I was doing a walk around on my little Tomahawk, and I remember my flight instructor saying to me, you've made it when you can walk underneath your aeroplane. And I've always thought about that, and it's only really rung true on the 300 because it's the only airplane I've been able to walk without ducking. But there we go, because the 787 is about as low as an Airbus. It sits very low to the ground. Then we have our air temperature probes, angle of attack up here, and obviously the pitos. Just 3 pitos on the 777-300, no more really than you'd expect anywhere else. Entrances for the avionics bay, radome. You can't see much up there, but yeah, there is you do your best. More sensors. It's quite hard to see into the pitos. You've got to look quite carefully, but it's an engineering function really to check that they are clear. You do need to look though in case you can see anything really obvious. Archer says, is that a CG thing? It may be a CG thing. It's possible. I think it's to do with ground clearance. I think they pump up all the suspension a bit higher on the 300s to keep it off the ground with those big engines, is my theory. But it could be the CG. It could be due to the extra weight. They just like to keep that with more spring in it, Full cargo and controls. Massive great cargo bays on the 777. Here's the camera. This is the camera that doesn't function on the PMDG at the moment, sadly. But that points to the nose gear. You get a view of something like this, and you can see where your nose gear is. Lots of pilots don't use it, but it is there and available. Then you have the radio altimeters, 3 radio altimeters, all sat. Look at that, they've even aligned them perfectly to be level and of course at the same height. ADF antennas and all sorts as you come under here. Then you have the same statics, pressure relief valves, in and outs, wing lights, pack inlet. Landing lights are nestled up in the wing roots, quite hard to see, but there they are. Arthur Blue, thank you so much, Arthur Blue. Although for the 200, I'm going to get the currency wrong, but thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Arthur Blue says, although not a pilot, I live the dream by working in the industry as an engineer, designing these things for a living. Thank you for inspiring people. Wow, well that's amazing, because I don't know how these airplanes ever get built or made. It blows my mind continuously how complicated they actually are, and the fact that they fly around at all is amazing to me. And it's a sign of the amazing engineering and then work that goes into keeping them flying. But yeah, thank you so much for your super chat. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the kind words and support. And thanks for coming along to the channel today. And yeah, fascinating. You'll have to tell us more about what you do as we go. So yeah, landing lights inboard there. This is under the fuel tank. Often see frosts under here, obviously, because this is... although this is actually not a wing tank. This is a part of the center fuel tank. The center fuel tank sort of runs here, and then you have the outer fuel tanks, I believe. I don't know if it starts directly on the pylon, but there's the wing tank here. It's labelled slightly funny in this aircraft. Oh, it's not labelled funny. It's just the way they do it. Now the landing gear takes ages to walk around. I would usually actually go to the engine first at this point and run around the engine. So you'd look in the back. You can't actually see. This is pretty accurate head height actually. You can't see into the main part of the engine, the core there. You can just see around the fans, looking for obviously damaged bird debris, things like that. Check that there's no doors, no leaks underneath. But these are the largest engines in the world, the GE90 115. So these have the most powerful, largest jet engine, only soon to be replaced by the 777X. I'll just jump into the chat briefly. Good to see you, Nick. Thanks for joining us. Our Indie Rupees there. Thank you very much. 200 Indie Rupees. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I did see, I think Lauren V has arrived. Lauren V, thanks so much for coming along. Lauren V has been a big part of the channel for a long, long time. Thank you for coming along and moderating. Really, really appreciate it. Let me just make sure my chat is going. Yes, there we go. Lauren V says, didn't expect to be up quite yet, but my cat started demanding her breakfast. Yes, my cat has demanded breakfast as well, so that's good. She's at least fed. She'll maybe come and join us at some point. Huge, great fan blades, very modern style fan blades on the 777-300 engines. They're these sort of swoopy ones that became the norm really with Neos and so on. Also got, weirdly, you have an inlet probe, even though this is done on N1. I don't know why. GE logo. Huge. I mean, they're just huge. I don't, this wide angle is sort of not doing it justice. They feel even bigger than this when you walk around them in real life. Absolutely massive. Good. Rest of the wing, pretty normal. You have these holes in the slats, which I believe is to do with the heating system, because it's air heated. They're electrical on the 787, but yeah, quite unusual. It's the first airliner I've seen with those holes, and the 200 has sort of round holes. The 300 has these ones. 300 is like a little mix between the 78 and the 777-200. We have these bits, which I've been told are just sort of bolted onto the wingtip. These sort of swoopy bits at the end, which differentiate it slightly from the 200. You can see the difference. So slightly different wingspan, but still just under 65 meters, about as big as they're allowed to make it without it going up a category and being a nuisance for getting into airports. I don't know why the engine's running, like I say, but it is. So we'll just you couldn't go anywhere near one of these engines running. If you were standing over, out on this taxiway, you'd feel these engines running. They are just vast. You've got to be very careful revving them. Very easy to control on the ground though. They're very nice. This is the inboard aileron, which is drooping down. It will obviously come up when we're pressurized. Quite an amazing piece of design, these. They move around so fast, big bits of metal. And then I'd look at the landing gear, checking for any missing or sheared bolts, checking for any lumps on the side of the tyres, worn out tread, cracks in the tyres. Takes ages because you've got so many wheels, and then you've got the brake wear pins, which I think PMDG does simulate. But they're quite hard to go and see. You sort of have to do this, like leaning in to look in. And this one, it should be, there it is, on the back. But yeah, so you can imagine doing that at night, shining your torch around trying to find all the gear pins. And then you're looking to make sure that there's no gear pins installed as well. So yeah, all looks good. This is the Ram air turbine. I don't stand underneath these for too long, because if someone accidentally pressed that button on the flight deck, that is a big piece of metal that's going to come out and smack you in the head. So I would not stand around that. And yeah, doors, rear cargo hold. Obviously you go under the tail, you want to check for any signs of a tail strike. It does have a tail strike sensor, but I wouldn't rely on it. Tail skid, not always fitted. Some aircraft have the tail skid, some don't. That's the camera for the main gear, pointing at the main gear. I look up at the tail. You've got static sensors on the fin as well, so you want to make sure that those are sort of not obviously damaged. It's very hard to see. It's very high up. Big fin, that. And then the APU, nice and quiet on this side of the APU, and then absolutely deafening on this side, because the way they designed it with this, which they gave up on for the 78. There we go. 2-part rudder, needs a big rudder. Massive, great, powerful engines. And then it's the same on the other side. So I'm going to now jump back into the cockpit, because we need to get going. I've managed 25 minutes when we haven't done anything we need to do, so that's good. But there we go. Dr. Dilkington, thank you so much for your super chat. Really appreciate it. Dr. Dilkington says, congrats on the milestone, Cap. So deserved. Hope the triple is treating you well. Got some funny looks watching your handling video while riding a 300 home from Boston. Excellent. Well, I hope it gave you reassurance about how the 777 works. And thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it, Dr. Dilkington. Thank you for coming along. And yeah, it's really appreciated. Fantastic to have you here. Thank you very much. Very kind indeed. It's called the 115B because they can produce 115,000 pounds of thrust. Yes, indeed it is. So there's the GE90. There's different variants of it. let me just make sure I'm getting that right. So there's the 115B and then there's the 85B. So there's just different thrust amounts. And obviously we use the 115s on the 300, the bigger one. Right, so the interiors are aligning, but now they can't align. They have done that while we've been out. So we would also do the FMS while the other person sets up the overhead. So I'm going to do the overhead first, as is tradition on this channel. So the Diru is on. I'm going to start the APU now because we'll forget it, and we are going fairly soon. You pretty much always on long haul turn it on before passengers unless you have very good ground conditioning air. So that will do the fault light, and then it will start running, so we can just leave it for a second. It's not entirely obvious from the overhead panel whether it's available or not. You just have to sort of, in fact you can't tell, it's down on the iCast that it will tell you. So we'll leave the external power on for now, which it is. Wipers off. Voice recorders on. Emergency lights can go to armed before any passengers get on. Window heats always stay on, and these pumps stay off. This is the correct configuration. We are fueled up, so that's going on. Although I might... how much contingency fuel? Oh, we'll talk about the fuel in a second. So that's on for now. We'll say we are fueled, and the lights are off. APU, basically you don't want to touch any of these. Make sure you're in normal mode. Auto starts on and they're in normal. This is pushed in and not armed. Fuel pumps are all off. Anti-ice is all in auto. Nav lights on. That's all we need up there, and these should all be off. It's a very straightforward flow, really. You don't tend to change much. This panel you almost never touch at all. The packs might have been left off, so you turn those on. Pressurization should be all left in auto, and that pushed in. Wipers off. Great. We are going to be flying the airplane. I'm going to have VOR left on. Actually I won't do that until we've aligned it. Auto throttle arm switch is on. Disengage bar pushed in, and we're taking off westerly today, so that's fun. We get to drag this. Let's do it this way. Drag this all the way around to the west. Good, something like that. And we'll put in our stop altitude when the time comes in thousands. But we often do Heathrow, don't we? And it's often 6,000 feet. And we'll put the other flight director. Oh no, we'll leave the flight director off, sorry. You could turn them on now. It's a bit of a funny one. You're supposed to wait till it's aligned in some people's mind, and some people don't seem to really mind, but there we go. Heaters off. These are all in the normal, and this is an MFD, which is absolutely fine. None of these buttons pressed. Gear down. Auto brake to RTO. Then I can go to... you would go into Manager and start setting up your airline stuff, but we don't have that today. But I will go into checklists, reset all, so it starts the checklist from the beginning, just in case they were halfway through a checklist on the previous one. So yeah, there we go. Moving down, we're going to do the FMSs, but speed brake is up, flat lever is up, and it doesn't seem to be misbehaving on us. I don't know what was going on earlier. Fuel cutoff switches are in the cutoff position. Alternate flaps are not armed, and they are off. You have to arm it and then run this, you see, but that's all off. Parking brake is on, and fire handles are pushed in. Stab trims are norm. And then you come down, set up your radios and so on as required. Rudder trim is at 0, although I wouldn't touch them at this point, to be honest. Good. So let's close up the flight door for now. Clunk. It makes a bigger clunk than that. And here we are. Okay, so we need to go into our FMS, so let's get that set up and load up the routes. So FMC 777-300, it wants the inertial position. So pause in it, we are at Heathrow. And as usual, the last position is actually a bit more accurate in Flight Simulator. You don't need to do this normally, it will just take the GPS position, but there we go. And route requests, Heathrow to Zanzibar. Set payload, set fuel, select routes, and it's requesting. Good. Sunny Moore says, I'd just like to let you know I've just got my flight training in Oxford. I finished my ground school. Thanks for inspiring to follow my dream. Fantastic. It's absolutely amazing to hear. Good luck. Enjoy it. Absolutely brilliant. It's such a privilege that this job is something that so many people have such a passion for as well. Okay, so those are the wins uploaded. Everything's uploaded. This is actually very easy. It's a bit easier than what I'm used to be honest. But yeah, very, very good. So what we're going to do now is activate this route. So, sorry, load it. We need to load the route and then we can activate it. So that's going to uplink it, load it. Lots and lots of bing bongs go on at this point. We'll get rid of the checklist page. Might just leave it on stat for now. You can leave this blank. I would often actually put the camera there now because you can then, which doesn't work sadly in PMDG, because then you can see what's going on downstairs. You can see if there's like a tug ready to push you back and all that sort of thing. Good. Routes in, activate, execute. Okay, we are on VATSIM, so I will now bring up VATSIM. Get the new ATIS. Heathrow has a controller. Fantastic news. So, departure, 27 right. Excellent. And I have the route. So let's actually, what I should have done. I'm sorry I haven't done this already. Let's bring up the charts for you all. This is a big old route. Dr. Simpson says, the illuminated brake source light always bugs me. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I know. But that's going to stay there. Yeah. It will pressurize when the hydraulics come on. It's a bit low, but there we go. Right, here is... Actually, let's unload. I think I changed this route. Imports. SimBrief. I've had a go at a few routes. So UK airlines don't typically fly over certain parts of the world. I'm not going to go too far into it, but essentially you are unlikely to be flying through some of these FIRs. So that's why we're going for this route, which is actually one of the SimBrief suggested routes, which is going to take us down through Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and then eventually through Ethiopia, and then down into Tanzania. So yeah, it's a little bit longer than it could be direct, but that's a common thing, especially going east these days. There's lots of different routes that get very congested. Another corridor is up here. But there we go. So this is the route we're going to take. Quite exciting. We haven't flown to Africa, I don't think, on the channel much at all. And yeah, we get to fly through Europe, which I don't do very often these days. Down the side of Rome, absolutely love that. Over Greece, and then we'll just carry on south past Egypt, and then into Africa. Don't be fooled. This is a Mercator projection, this chart. So this looks like quite a long way, and then this looks about the same again. Absolutely not. This section here is going to be massive. As you get near the equator, the distances are huge. So it's deceiving. The UK is not that big compared to, for example, Egypt. It's just the way the map looks. But there we go. That is the current route, and we have said we're departing from 27 right. So that means, let me just check the route fully. I think that means we're going to be doing a detling. So there we go. So that's route page 1. So I'm going to go to departure arrival, 27 right, detling. There it is, round the turn. Detling, yeah, excellent. Executes, because we're sort of heading east, yeah, that makes sense. Right, Speedbird 100 kilo, 27 right, Heathrow, Tanzania. 0 fuel weights, 206.7. 5.7 is the reserved. In fact, we can just accept it, can't we? Cost next 200 at flight level 330 initially. That's typical for a 300. We only have 77.5 tons of fuel. That is plenty of fuel, but it's not full by any means. We can go over 100 tons. Oh, that's rare, but yeah, that's a reasonable amount of fuel for this flight. It's not the longest flight in the world, even though it is long for us on the channel. Gross weight 284.2. Good. So yeah, 330, typical for the 300. It has restricted altitudes, and I can talk about that once we go. Step size will leave as RVSM. What I did want to check, let's bring up the flight plan. Where can I see it? There is a way to see it, isn't there? There we go. How much contingency fuel? We've got half an hour. Okay, I'm happy with that. I was thinking of taking extra fuel, but we have half an hour contingency fuel, so that's pretty good actually. So hopefully the plane will burn correctly. We will be checking the burn as we go. Cost next 200 doesn't actually mean much in this aircraft. It's going to just basically be 84 Mach number. Good. Thrust limit and performance to come. Right. So we would also check through the route itself. So detling, Mike 64 lid, DJL. Now this is a pretty tedious thing to show you on stream, so I'm going to skip through it. But you would check through all these waypoints to make sure they are correct, of course. You could just do the start and then carry on with the rest once you're underway, though. But I normally check the whole thing. Alternate page we don't need right now. VNAV page, just check we have the transition altitude of 6,000. Legs page is just the SID, make sure that it has the right restrictions in it. We're not going to touch a hold for now, and progress we don't even use at this point either. Navrad can be auto-tuned, or it's procedurally tuned at the moment. So that's all pretty good, and the only thing we do on the progress page is I'd go to POSREF and check the actual navigation performance is nice and low, 0.06, so it's below the required, so that's good. Great. So it's performance time really, so let's go to perf. So we put in the weights, and next will be thrust limit. So let's run our performance numbers over here. I haven't had anyone on frequency, I should probably tune the frequency. So we've said we're taking off 27 right, import the weights from the aircraft, import the weather, calculates. Thank you again to Igloo for the very, very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. Mr. RP777 says, hi, first time watching you live. Your videos are brilliant. Helped me so much with learning Microsoft Flight Simulator in the 777 Phoenix and Citation. Fantastic. Yes, the Citation video was very popular. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for coming along. Good, so there's some numbers. It wants us to do a takeoff 2, so we're going to be very derated. So we will go for 45 degrees, takeoff 2. So we're derating the engine with a fake temperature, and then we're going to derate it by another 20%. Oh, I want it this way around. There we go, 20, 45. Yep, takeoff 2. Goods, and then takeoff page. Flaps 5. Speeds 169, 172, 175. Those are all correct. And the CG today of 28.8. So that's going to be 29. Trim of 5. Good. So that's all in. Yeah. Great. So performance is done. We'll put the legs page up on this side. Great. I had the Boris sound pack on today, by the way. That's another thing. And then I'm going to set the V2 of 175 up here. 175. We've got DTO2, 45 degrees. LNAV, VNAV. 2. Let's just check the SIDS. Definitely SIDS from 27. So straight out. I don't know why my Navigraph won't let me drag around charts anymore. Does anyone know what button I need to press to allow that to happen? It's very frustrating. I must have pressed something yesterday. I can zoom out and in on points. Anyway, we're going initially west up to 6,000 feet. Great. So west, 6,000 feet. Flight directors definitely need to be on now. And there's Toga Toga. Oh yes, and there we go. Now I own a VNAV alarm. Yeah, those would normally get put on, like I say, once it's aligned. It's just a little bit out of sequence here. I don't know why TCAS is on already as well. I can see the TCAS on the ND. That would be off at this point. There we go. We'll get our squawk shortly. Good. So that's now a rather healthy looking navigation display. I'm going to have airports. I do want traffic displayed, which is TCAS off tells me we have, so that's good. And I probably have data as well. Actually, maybe not. That's a bit cluttered today, so I might leave that off for now. Right. So that's all in the right position. I think what we're going to do now is obviously you run your brief. We're going out to 27 right. So we're going to taxi out, up one of these taxiways and along 27 right, take off, then make our turn around to Detling. Pretty straightforward in terms of that. We're in a 300, so we will be careful with our taxiing, but we're going to talk about that as we go. And yeah, I don't want to spend too long briefing really, because we're planning to push back at 1:15, which we might actually make today. But yeah, what else do we need to talk about for today? What's going to be unusual for us? Heavily derated. It's going to be a long takeoff roll, rotating at 172 knots. You know, this is very derated. We do need to set the QNH as well. That would help. So yeah, and let's put it on to QNH. Great. I think it's time to get rid of the ground equipment. Check the APU is running. Now we've got a lot of messages there because of all the doors open. Let's go to that. APU is running, so that's there, so we can get rid of the ground power. And you can see it automatically took over from the secondary power. There we go. Let's get rid of that. And we'll go to ground operations. Let us close all the doors. Release all the vehicles. Now, am I right in thinking on PMDG we still can't do any sort of pushback inside? Mouse lock icon. Is that gonna, what is that? Where's the mouse lock icon? Because that just shows where we are on the map, sadly. Long old taxis to some right coming up. It is indeed. Astrid7727, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. You do not need to turn on the APU before landing, no, unless you have some issue. What's the fastest VR you can remember having, says Fredopia? I've had I've had a V2 above 180 on the 787. The 787 has faster speeds because it's so heavily derated and it doesn't have very big flaps. The 777 has bigger flaps, so yeah. Good morning, Rudy from Portugal. Good to see you. Right, that is us. Aircraft is looking pretty much ready to go. We have a colleague next to us or somebody next to us. Ground power's disconnected. Why has it gone to heading select? Don't do that. That's worrying. I'm getting a few bugs here, which I think is coming from my hardware, so it's a little concerning. And then we'll rearm LNAV, VNAV. You've got to keep a close eye on these FMAs. They can be, if they're in the wrong place at the wrong time, that can really mess up your day. So what I want to do now is go to VATSIM. We're going to tune Heathrow Tower 118,505. I haven't had to use this for a while. Oh no, this is going to be a pain. I wonder how many controllers are online. It is a Sunday. So thank you all for joining me on a Sunday. I know if you're in the UK, it's actually quite a nice day. I didn't expect it to be this nice. I thought it'd be a bit wintry, but there we go. 18505, and just check. So you press that to make sure you're transmitting and listening. Although when you transmit, you automatically listen. So we'd also do that for the right.
GTX-11 passing flight level.
Should be on 1215.
18,000. Departure Boeing.
215.
Delta Tango 311 Marty Unicom 122.8 by.
Lufthansa Cargo 8422, gate 615 with information Delta type 7 failure request push and start.
Right, let's get our clearance.
Delta Cargo 8422, QNH 1020,
Trying to space my testicles with notes and notepads and things.
Push and start approved.
So, speedbird 100 kilo. And we are on, I think it was 558.
Sierra Victor stands for 17.
It's a busy frequency today. There are a lot of aircraft on the ground here.
Center 5 Hotel QNH 1020, stand 237 left, push and start approved, facing north. Stand 5 Hotel QNH 1020.
Let me know how the audio is, obviously.
052, make request taxi.
253 Mike taxi, right Bravo, hold Titan.
Right Bravo, hold tight, and it's Beaver 53, Mike.
Beaver 93 taxi, link 21, link 23, hold out.
I always pick the busiest airports, don't I?
Sorry, say again,
In the meantime, we can run the checklist. So pre-flight checklist option, we have tested 100% flight instruments. We're currently facing east, but we won't be soon, and we have a QNH of 1020.
Link 21, link 23, hold
Parking brake, it's not recognising it, I don't know why. Is set.
Kilo 101 kilo, ready for push and start.
Sorry, 101 kilo. Once the Air France A319 passes right to left
So that
behind,
is pre-flight checks.
stand 406, push and start approved, facing north.
Push and start approved, facing north. Kilo 101 kilo.
Sorry, right kilo.
472, stand 506, ready for push and start.
Left behind.
It's going to be busy. It's going to be busy.
Sorry, 101 kilo, Heathrow Tower.
Copy your transmission regarding Airbus passing behind. Qatar 101 kilo.
Right.
9404 for taxi.
Air France 9404, taxi Tango Sierra, hold Sierra Bravo 3, hold short runway 27 left.
Taxi Tango.
Now this in the UK would be speedbird 100 kilo, but in America it's be 100, so I'm going to try 100.
Speedbird 169, we are ready for the taxi.
Station 1, but first speedbird 169, first right Bravo, hold Titan.
This controller
First
has a
right Bravo,
lot
hold
to deal with
Titan.
here. Heathrow, good morning, speedbird 100 kilo on stand 558 777 whiskey. We have QNH 1020, request clearance for Zanzibar.
Speedbird 100 kilo, Heathrow Tower, morning. Unfortunately, flight plans invalid. You're able to refile a route which leaves UK airspace either via Conan or Zamad, please.
Copied, we'll check that. Thanks, speed 100 kilo. Now,
Speedbird 93
that's
via
frustrating.
Alpha 1 line up runway 27 right.
Because
Stay off one line up to
I specifically wanted this route. So what's the problem with this route?
Speedbird 506, ready.
Oh, it leaves my lid.
Speedbird 506, taxi Alpha, hold Pluto.
Alpha holding Pluto, 506.
Yeah, they don't tend to. I should have spotted that. Okay, do a quick refile,
with
quick
information
reroutes.
Delta requesting Alpha to edit please.
Shuttle Hotel, text PDC sends.
Roger, Shuttle Hotel.
I don't know why Simbrief did that.
Speedbird 472 requesting push and start.
Speedbird 472, stand 506, push and start approved, facing north.
Copy that, push and start approved, facing north, the Speedbird 472.
So we can go out by Midhurst.
Speedbird 85, Master Unicorn 122.8, goodbye.
That routing isn't
Unicorn
something I would expect to
122.8,
fly
Speedbird
at all.
85, thank you.
That's annoying.
Speedbird 53, Mike taxi, link to 1, link to 3, hold Alpha 1.
Link to 1, link to 3, hold Alpha 1, Speedbird 528.
Speedbird 844, stand 526, push and start.
Speedbird 844, stand 526, push and start approved, facing east.
Getting
Push
Conan.
approved, face east, Speedbird 844.
Speedbird 93, runway 27 right, surface winds 200 degrees, 9 knots, clear for takeoff.
Just do Getting direct Conan, should we try that?
Speedbird 53, Mike
That
fly
is.
Alpha 1, line up runway 27 right.
Okay, that's good because we can actually modify that quite easily.
right by Alpha 1, Speedbird
Sorry about this everyone, so that's analysed.
Air France 9404 at
Generate.
Sierra Bravo 3, cross runway 27 left. Once vacated,
Actually, let's
taxi
not
right
generate
and
that.
Alpha hold.
That's fine, that's not going to change the fuel. That's just a slight sort of slight rerouting. So I just need to refile this one. So let's see if I can do that. This is not something I do typically, as you can tell. I'm going to have to generate it just to refile it. Okay, let's generate it.
Speedbird 908, taxi.
Sorry about this everyone. We will get going shortly, I promise. This is not something pilots tend to deal with, reroutings. It's something that's done by the flight planners, obviously, because there's so much to do. I think you've got 300 passengers on this airplane. You wouldn't have
Lufthansa 5
the
Hotel,
pilots sort of
taxi,
start
Kilo,
doing
hold
this
Kilo
now.
2.
So we're doing Detling direct to Conan, and then we'll carry on from there. He wants us to leave by that way from the UK, which is fair. That's what they do. It's not normal to depart by lid.
Speedbird 3 Lima
So
Kilo
let me now
2
submit that.
1020, stand 547,
And
push and start approved, facing north.
It won't affect the rest of the routes, because I've just changed one waypoint, so let's try that again. Speed 100 kilo. We've now refiled by Conan, hopefully.
0100 Kilo, thank you. Clear Zanzibar, Detlin 2 Foxtrot departure, squawk 7226, QNH 1020.
Thank you, clear Zanzibar, Detling 2 Foxtrot, QNH 1020, squawk 7226, speed by 100 kilo, and we're ready.
100 Kilo, read back correct. Sorry, say again the stand number.
Stand 558.
100 Kilo, unfortunately, there's an aircraft pushing behind you. I'll call you back shortly.
Copy, speed 100 kilo.
Speedbird 472 ready for taxi.
That's good, that buys us time, but we're in the queue. So, let's set up the squawk. This is so often how it goes, and this is something computers cannot do. I'm so sorry, I've missed the messages here. I will answer them shortly. So we want 72.
Taxi Alpha hold Pluto, Speedbird 472.
6. We're not clear to push yet, so I'll just put that in there. But we would ask our ground crew now. Oh, we'll do our rerouting as well. So we won't change our performance, but we're just going from Detling instead of lid.
Either Tower
Go to
Select
Conan.
Tower 8020, stand 521, requesting push start, please.
So this is a
Shuttle 8
practical
Hotel 1,
way
company
to
A320
take the closest
pass
one,
from left to right behind,
and then to
and
DJL.
521, push and start approved, facing
That's
east.
as per our new filed
Roger,
routes,
push start
which is now
facing
legal.
east behind the
Good.
company A320.
So we've solved that one.
Shuttle Hotel.
Next step, we've got QNH 1020. We would ask our ground crew, are they clear to pressurise? This is where the camera would be nice and useful. You could see that. So, are they clear to pressurise? They would hopefully say yes. Okay, great. So we start with the right electric, put it to auto, just wait for it to pressurise the system. You hear all the fans and things go off. Then we turn on the central electrics and the rest of the demand pumps go to auto. Then we come over to the fuel pumps, turn on the outers, and then if it says fuel in centre, which it does, it can take a second to show up. Turn those on. Put the beacon on. Then we should just have 2 messages there. We do. Engine shutdown, TCAS off. That's good. Then we're going to set the trim to 5, or whatever it says in here, which is indeed 5. So we run the trimmer.
506 by Alpha 3, line up
Nose up.
runway 27 right.
It's an art in its own to get that to stop at exactly 5 because you have to let go slightly in advance. There we go. And I would now put the transponder.
9404, taxi
And we put the
link
beacon on.
23, hold
Great.
Alpha 1.
So this would now be the forward start checklist. Flight deck door closed and locked. We've got V2 175, LNAV VNAV. We're heading 271, 6,000 feet. Takeoff speeds V1 169, VR 172, V2 175. CD pre-flight is completed. Trim 5 units and 0 units.
844, taxi left.
Taxi takeoff
Alpha,
briefing
hold
completed.
20.
Forward start checks complete.
Left Alpha.
Right, so the airplane is now ready to go. We're just waiting on the tower, on our colleague here. HC is too loud. Sorry for that. Okay, let me work that out. Give you the desktop audio, so let me know if that's any better.
Center 5, Hotel right, Bravo, hold Titan.
Since we have a lot of time in the cruise, I'd be very happy to see you do a full arrival briefing. Yeah, but I think we can do that.
Center 5, Hotel, hold
Take up some time. We have lots of time to take up. Absolutely. Right.
506 from Alpha 3, runway 27 right.
And I need to thank Tom Nichols. Tom Nichols, thank you so much for your £5 super chat. Really appreciate it, Tom. Tom says, congrats on 100k. I'm still slowly working on my way through the years of existing content. Have a great flight. We'll jump in that when I can. Thank you so much, Tom. Sorry if I missed you, but yeah, really, really appreciate it. Yeah, look, our spoilers are there. Oh, what's going on?
Taxi Tango Sierra, hold Sierra Bravo 34, Qatar 101 kilo.
And we don't have throttle control. That's disappointing. We do have speed brake control.
3 Lima Kilo, taxi right, Bravo, hold Titan.
Right Bravo, hold Titan, speed 3 Lima Kilo.
Okay, get back.
100 Kilo, once the company 777 passes right, left behind, down to 558, push start approved, facing north.
Once the company 777 passes behind, 558, push start approved, facing north, speed of 100 kilo. North, okay. Now I don't know why they're locking out.
Line up runway 27 right.
Oh, there we go. Okay, that's better than I was. But yeah, thank you so much, Tom Nichols. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for your support, and apologies again if I missed you there. I will talk and try and get through the messages once we are underway. Right. All our controls permitting. I can see we have some shocks actually, so let's get rid of those. I thought they'd been taken out of the way actually. Got some worn out brakes in this aeroplane.
Thank you. Hold position, I'll call you back.
Remove chocks. Goods. Colleague passing behind. We're going to face north, so we're going to face the same direction as them.
Shuttle 8 Foxtrot, stand
I think what we can do is shift P these days. Nice markings on the ground though, you can see where the tyres have dragged. That's typical on 777s cause this in particular I think, because the rear wheel steering and the jumbo jet would have done it as well. So as you do a tight turn, the rear gear sort of steers and I think it scrubs some of the tyres on these big 3 bogey wheels. There we go.
506 Marty Unicom 122.8, goodbye.
Remember says, oh, the throttle's stuck in reverse. I find the PMD spawns that way. I need to spam F2. Yeah, strange. Right, they're connected. We've done all our checklists. Brakes released. Off we go. We are underway. 9 minutes late. I mean, that's not bad. And certainly under an hour, including with the walkarounds. The real question is, what have we forgotten? Now, it's quite common to see these sunshades pulled across on the flight deck because people like to keep the sun out. You're potentially going to look at the sun for a very, very long time. Right, let's get ourselves into a passenger seat as well. Which seat do we want? Got to be an engine, right? Certainly for engine start. Again, why the engines are running, I've never seen that before. I wish I had this livery for the 777. Oh, where's it going? That's promising. So, GE engines, we're going to start one at a time. We can't start both like we can on the 78 Rolls Royce, so... Oh, it's not bad actually. This is going to be a usable pushback. So it's one at a time, so you'd still wait till you're roughly out at the centre line. I'd say we're close enough. So let's start the engine. So start the right, start, fuel control cut off to run, and we should have engines showing down here. There we go. I think that's as good as our pushback's going to get, so I'm going to set the parking brake here. That's something. I hope you can still hear Boris's sounds. There's definitely a bug in my
Unfortunately, it's just static only. Check your microphone settings, please.
aeroplane today. The new route, if you need the new route, I will share it now.
Pushback 3 Golf requesting IFR to Dallas Fort Worth as filed. We're at 777-300, stand 562. Information Delta.
So
is
exactly
aboard.
the same. The only difference on this new route is right at the starts.
We'll go PDC.
Oh, it's too big. I'm going to delete the end. The only bit you need is the start.
Number 5 Hotel, runway 27 right, surface wind 200 degrees, 9 knots, clear for takeoff.
Where we go, direct, deadening direct Conan, direct DJL. Now the sounds aren't working either, frustratingly there. It's disappointing. Let's try the left engine.
Just say Foxtrot Taxi Alpha, hold Pluto.
Start.
Taxi Alpha, hold Pluto, shuttle function.
I don't know how that's happened. I don't know why. It just seems to be the engine's running. We'll see if they work once revving up.
Viva 169 via Alpha 1, line up runway 27 right.
Promising.
Via Alpha 1, we're line up runway 27 right.
Yes.
Viva 1.
Okay, they're working here.
Go 3 Lima Kilo Taxi, link to 1, link to 3, hold Alpha 1.
Link 2
Brian
1,
says
link 2
watching
3.
from Zanzibar. Hello to you. Thanks for coming along. Fantastic.
Viva 844, hold Alpha 3.
Hold Alpha 3, speed at 844.
Air France 9404, Mark Unicorn 122, decimal 8, goodbye.
122, 8 out.
What a shame. There's a great startup sound Boris managed to capture on the G90s with a really sort of resonating hum at a certain level, but there we go. Ground crew's disconnected, we've had the wave from them, and the engines are
FedEx 1562, we're at stand 596.
up and running.
Delta, question clearance, 2
Good. So the little start line disappears.
1562 for target mine, report the aircraft.
They come back to start. Oh, sorry, to null. So that's all good. So we'll come over here. No amber lights. The engine generator online, so that can go off. We don't need the anti-ice. We'll go to flaps 5 for takeoff today.
200 degrees, 9 knots, clear for takeoff.
We can then bring up the TCAS. That's the only thing left to do.
We're clear for takeoff, speed by 159.
Run the
Lufthansa
anti-ice is auto, recall checked, just TCAS, flight controls, time for those. So we don't need to check those on the screen.
Taxi Sierra, hold Sierra
There's
Bravo
a Boeing
3,
thing,
hold
you
short
check them
runway
before you
27
taxi.
Look,
there's a lot of controls. You're meant to take, I think it's 6 seconds in between doing all the controls, so the flight control computers can check. So what you're doing is you're moving the yoke, which is telling a computer what you want to do, and then the computer's doing it. So it's direct relation on the ground like this, which is pretty straightforward, but in flight obviously it gets a bit more complicated. But by running like that, you've checked them all. And ground equipment is clear. That's a before taxi checklist complete. Alright, let's get taxi. Speedbird 100 kilo, request taxi.
100 kilo, taxi right Bravo, hold Titan.
Right Bravo, hold Titan. Speed 100 kilo.
25 Whiskey Foxtrot, once the company 777 is clear to your left.
So Bravo is that inner taxiway. Why is this working?
After the company 777 is passed, the person start approving for stand 557 facing north.
Bravo. This is going to be such a hard way to use charts, honestly. And where's Titan? We're going to need different charts. And there's a taxi chart. Titan, there you go. So all the way along Bravo, Titan down there. Great. So I put the camera on, but it doesn't work. We'll take the taxi light, can do the turn offs as well. Clear on the right, clear on the left, brakes release.
200 degrees, 9 knots.
Continuing approach on 227 left,
Let's go.
681.
033, taxi PDC then.
Aviation 101 is now in front of us on Bravo, excellent.
Viva 844, behind the departing company 777, via Alpha 3, line up runway 27 right
Now
behind.
the lighting in 2024 is its key advantage over 2020, and these shadows are just proving it to me. They look absolutely fantastic. Now I'm having to fix that terrible terrible pushback we had. Although at least it faces north. I've never seen it do a turn like that to roughly the right place. And the flaps have run out. Why is that happening? What piece of hardware is doing that? I have absolutely no idea. So we're going to have to we have to solve that one. So for taxiing, we're getting it right over, get that centre line in the bottom of that FO's window, sliding window there, and then do the turn, but don't take it too tight. You need to let the nose run forwards.
522 via Alpha Yankee.
Don't want the grass to totally disappear under the nose, but there we go. And that should drop us off somewhere where we want to be.
Stand 522.
Now this flaps is a problem.
Stand 522 via Alpha Yankee.
I can't think what's causing it.
Surface winds 200 degrees, 9 knots, runway 27 left clear to land.
And it won't even let me bring them up now.
Runway 27 left, speedbird 681.
Dallas, speedbird 908, stand 511.
I've lost total control of the flaps.
Speedbird 908, stand 511, push start through
I think
station
it's a loose connection in my thrustmaster actually. Look at that. I'm not touching anything.
Kilo behind us, parting company.
It's running
Neo,
up and
via
down.
Alpha 1, line up runway 27 right behind.
Like I said, if we can get in the air.
Line up 27 right behind the company.
That's 5, it'll be alright. Right, I'm just going to give the engines a rev and let's see if actually audio is working.
Charlie, ILS runway 27 left.
Speedbird 963 Charlie, Heathrow Tower, good morning. Continue approach runway 27 left, number 2. Surface wind 200 degrees, 9 knots.
Yeah, I think they are. I think they are.
963 Charlie.
Okay, so we're taxiing on to Titan. Doors are in manual, that's no good.
Just Lake Foxtrot, hold Alpha 3.
Door management. All
Well,
doors should
three
be armed
Charlie.
now as we're taxiing. Good, so let's just see. We're going out to Titan. We're taking
Hotel, taxi,
27 right.
22, hold Alpha 2.
We have performance.
Link 21, link 22,
No,
hold
the
up
performance
to
wasn't actually from
780.
intersection, it was full length, so we need to go full length today.
Speedbird 169 Monty, Unicom 122, decimal
And yeah, we have high speeds. We got a nice 180 turn. I'll keep the speed back for the turn. Might even leave the flaps out just until we're around the corner. No point accelerating, pointing in the wrong way. And then off we go towards Zanzibar, and it's lost L and Nav as well. This is very concerning. I wonder why it's doing that. There is something. There are gremlins. Yeah, I did swap all the control lines. I mean, I was testing this yesterday and I got it all working.
Right, surface wind 200 degrees, 9 knots,
Disappointing.
clear
We
to
shall
take
see.
off.
See how far we can get. We will manage, don't worry. Right, slow it down for the turn. Now this is a bit of an awkward turn. It's not a full 90 degrees, so you have to sort of just judge it. But you can see, if you take it too briskly, you're at risk of
681, taxi
this
Alpha,
left
stand
gear,
515.
you know, getting stuck somewhere.
First and 505.
These sort of weird 45 degree. And then look how easy it is.
Stand 515.
The 777 is a long plane, and that nose gear is a long way forwards. So you end up in this position where, yeah, you can put yourself over the grass just about, but I really wouldn't recommend it. And if you're doing a 180 turn on the runway, they don't want you. If the grass at the end of the runway goes under the nose and you can't see it, then it means it's too close. Too close.
Request for clearance to Muscat. Oscar Mike Sierra.
Right, we'll
Monday
keep it
102,
moving.
text PTC.
So we are pretty much ready to go. Let's see our pre-flight checklist. It just says flaps 5 for now. That's the pre-flight checklist complete. So that stays. And we're in a good position here. I think the PMG will give us a cabin ready call as well. Now long haul aircraft, short haul 30 knots in a straight line like this would be totally acceptable. On long haul, it's unlikely. It's unlikely. Right, look away, that car's not coming towards us. We're just driving on. 757, if you can get 757. Excellent.
With
Sold.
Airways aircraft at Sierra Bravo 3, cross runway 27 left
It's a
behind.
shame we're not seeing the other deliveries, but yeah, 20 knots is realistically what you'll see long haul aircraft taxi at. And there's a reason for that. It's big, it's heavy, slowing it down or changing direction isn't that straightforward. Now if we keep the centre line running just on the right side of this PFD, that should be a good place for us for the nose gear. And something you'll see these black lines? This is because, I should have shown you actually back then, when those flaps are fully out, these cameras in the tail, they can't see the gear. So those cameras are there to help you sort of position the aircraft on the taxiway, right? So you don't put the gear in the grass or anything. So this black line is only on 300s, and it shows you the outside of the landing gear, so you know where they run. Again, most pilots don't use it because it's actually quite hard. Let's say we're doing a 90-degree turn here. I need to judge it looking out the window. I would start the turn when the centre line is in this part of the window. So about now, obviously, it'd be much lower than you do. So
Viva 963
if you're trying to do all that, and then you're also trying to look at a camera down here, which is in completely the wrong place, it's actually not so easy. So like I say, it's not as useful as you might imagine. I think on the 380, 350, it's a little better. It shows a bit more. It's also not particularly high resolution. Quite fun though. Sometimes in the cruise you can see your contrails on it, things like that. But you're not allowed to use it for diagnostics or anything like that because you know there's all sorts of things outside. Something that has happened as well is our brake pressure. Accumulators now finally in the right place. Like to pressurise the airplane. Long old taxi here, but I reckon we'll be. Oh, it's over an hour now. Okay. It's gonna be a long old stream. You'll all be hearing a lot of my voice today. I've done 2 streams long haul. Last time we flew from Marley down to Melbourne, I think it was. But it was all oceanic, and I felt a little bit like that wasn't the best use of a long haul stream. Perhaps an Atlantic crossing would be good. But for this one, I felt like doing this.
FedEx 1562, thank you. QNH 1020, stand 5.
And this is sort of the art. You're driving, but you've got to think where those main gear actually are. So you run yourself slightly right to the centre line here, then back into the middle, things like that.
Speedbird 3 Echo Golf, listen, push and start, PDC on board, stand 562.
Really wish I had
QNH 1020, stand 562, push and start, cruise facing north.
Chase plane in 2024.
QNH 1020.
Also, we don't have my official house livery is only in 2020 at the moment, sadly. So I wanted to use it, but I couldn't. Yeah, a lot of reasons. Atlantic crossing isn't just coast to coast, might be good. A little more variety. There you go. That's what I thought. Yeah, I thought the Atlantic crossing might be a little bit.
Sure, you've all seen it.
Over to Unicom, thanks to ATC this morning. Yeah, you really worked hard and yeah, appreciate it.
Okay, is that better? I'm trying to.
Just 8 Foxtrot, runway 27 right.
Try to balance everything carefully. So let me turn down ATC a little bit.
Take off, runway 27 right, shell 8 Foxtrot.
Viva 100 kilo, taxi link 21, link 23, hold Alpha 1.
Link 21, link 23, Alpha 1, speed 100 kilo. Link 21.
100 kilo, via Alpha 1, line up runway 27 right.
Via Alpha 1, line up 27 right, speed 100 kilo. Right, now this is not going to be fun, is it? So link 21, link 23.
Virgin 3 November, stand 335.
22, where's 23? Let's get this right.
Start cruise.
I can't do some chart. Link 21, and then link 23. There we go, Alpha 1. Okay, let's go. Now, look at this. This is a hard maneuver in this airplane. Booty2, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Booty says, massive congrats, and thank you so much for making my simming experience brilliant. Been a few years now. Oh, and very Merry Christmas to you and yours. Thank you very much, Booty. Really appreciate the £20 super chat. Very, very kind. And I will, you've shown so much support over the years, so thank you so much for coming along to the stream today. Thank you for supporting the channel for years and years and being a part of the community.
Kilo from Alpha 1, runway 27 right,
oh,
swing 200 degrees, 8 knots, clear for takeoff.
From Alpha 1, 27 right, clear for takeoff, speed 100 kilo. Thank you very much. Sorry we're taking so long, everyone. You see, manoeuvring around here, that is quite a manoeuvre. It's a bit easier now, but you've got to get that right. And then we're going to go forwards and left. We are now holding everybody up. The controller probably likes it, make it look a little more like Heathrow with a bit of a queue.
Viva 1 Delta Lima, taxi Alpha Yankee, stand 520.
Flaps are still in the right position for now, that's a good sign. So we're clear to line up, lights on.
Just 8 Foxtrot, Marty Unicorn 122.
TCAS is on. We're ready to go. We're cutting behind these people. But thank you again, Booty. Really, really appreciate it. Merry Christmas to you as well. Very, very kind. Thank you so much. Right, just driving the nose forward. But again, don't get 14 knots is too fast. You can't taxi this thing at 14 knots realistically. Also, you wouldn't do that while the camera crew is standing up because the camera crew at the back, there's a camera crew in this galley standing up. So if you're doing 15 knots and then you swing the nose like this, they go flying sideways. Right, time to line up and go. Off to Zanzibar. So, clear on the approach, GCAS is on, we've got all the lights on, strobe lights on as well. And we are clear for takeoff.
233 left, have a check.
Going to 1 Charlie Lima here for tower, good morning, Breeder 25.
1
Excellent.
Charlie Lima, thank you, stand at 233 left.
Could also be useful for air traffic sequencing. Indeed, Thurman, indeed, yeah, exactly.
Delta.
Heathrow has lots of things going on in his mind when it's sort of lining up aircraft. It's easy to think you've been skipped over in the queue, but there's a lot of things going on. Now my sim is starting to start, so let's hope that stops. Oh dear. Awesome. More 777s around. Look at the size of this aeroplane. Just absolutely ridiculous, isn't it? Because I never see it. I just see the flight deck, so it just looks like this to me.
Yankee and stand again for 1 Delta Lima.
It's going to be stuttering. I'm
Lima, stand
dreading it.
520.
Right. Wind from the left.
Confirm 520.
Forward stick. 6:30 on the M1 gauges. Let's go to Zanzibar.
Stand 520 via Alpha.
So we want them to go to 55.
Do a 25 Whiskey Foxtrot taxi, link to 1, link to 3,
Then
hold out
that
for 1.
little screw represents the toga buttons.
Link to 3, hold out for 1. 225 Whiskey Foxtrot.
Heathrow Tower, shuttle
And we've
9
got
Bravo,
thrust set.
radio check.
Just 9 Bravo, Heathrow Tower 1.
80 knots. Stick to neutral.
Heathrow Tower, good
It's
morning.
going to be a long takeoff roll.
A321, stand 507.
A little bit of interwind. Aileron needed. Tiny bit for now. It's because it's double D rated. Not all 777s double D rate like this. This PMG sets it up.
Thank you.
Right rudder needed because it's trying to weathercock left. Keeping that interwind wing down. Rotate. So there we go. A little bit slow. Holding that rudder. Through 10 degrees, but we're already in the air. Now I can let the nose gear come across, the rudder come across, sorry, as we're off the ground. Positive rate, gear up. That was like a 787 takeoff. Use the whole thing. It's going to LNAV. And now it's going to want us to pitch up. It's a little bit active, those flight directors. It was a little bit nose down. Somewhere around 15 degrees. It's going to put us close. And now it's settled at V2 plus 15. And away we go.
283 taxi.
Around the turn. Beautiful weather this morning. Absolutely love that. I love this moment. The gear's up. The flight deck is very quiet. The engines are surprisingly quiet on these aircraft. Through acceleration. Nose is coming down.
100 kilo, mark Unicom 122.8, goodbye.
1228, speed 100 kilo. Thanks for your help, bye.
N 310, taxi Romeo, stand 311.
1228. Let's put the autopilot in while I try and do that. Awesome. Love it, love it, love it. What a machine. Right, through flat 5, so we go to 1. I think we will accelerate as we've already done the turn. Through 1, up. You can do that because it's going to remove that speed limit obviously as we round the turn. There we go, and then it can move the target up to 250. The Airbus doesn't do that. I like the Boeing for doing that. It automatically restricts the speed target. Beautiful weather.
5 Romeo Heathrow Tower, good morning. Continue approach from 27 left, number 2, 722.
Best part of the job, this. Once you're underway, it's super satisfying feeling. Right, we're in LNAV, 6,000 feet. Flaps are up. We're only on QNH, but that's fine. And we'll go to 1228. And off we go. Dr. Wilkins says, always feels like such an event climbing away in some heavy metal. It does indeed. Look at it, what a machine. And on the ground, when you see heavies take off in front of you, you can see them for miles. You know, you could look out from there and you'd see this big silhouette sort of cruising downwinds. It's really, really great. Now what I'd like is a shortcut, so we could actually try and cut ourselves straight over there if there's not going to be any air traffic control. So there's 1,000 feet to go, 6,000. It's not uncommon. London's very busy airspace to level off here. So I'll just let it do that for a moment. And I'll jump into the chat. And a little like to Vuti. Thank you again, Vuti, for a very, very kind super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Windows Seat, great to see you. Windows Seat, our resident engineer. Windows Seat says, happy 100k to you and your channel. Thank you so much, Windows Seat. Thank you for coming along. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for the support. And good to see you again. E-Boss, good to see you. E-Boss says, this takeoff brings back memories from the A320 long haul. It does indeed. That's why I thought I'd do it. I thought I'd do this route out of Heathrow. Yeah, 2024's growing on me. I hate to say it, because I couldn't have been more disappointed at launch. But if you look at these it's not always like this. Sometimes the clouds look terrible, but this is what I wanted it to look like in my head. This is leagues ahead of 2020's cloud and lighting. Look at that softness as it lends over behind it. Yeah, cotton wool, fantastic.
40 Delta Yankee to easy 25 Juliet Quebec.
And this is where these airplanes are at their best. They've got vast performance spare. Down, you know, once you're in the 10,000 feet range, they've got performance, they've got margin, they've got thrust. They're really nice to operate. Thick air, they're very responsive. I really like flying around here. Look at that. Oh, fantastic. Right, well, we don't want to burn all our fuel though, so we want to go, and this is something you would check, go to the VNav cruise page and see what it's asking for. So, it did say load in the winds. Let me just check that it did actually do that. No, I didn't load in the winds. There we go, we've missed something. So route data loads. It did tell us at the start. I thought that I'd dropped them in, but obviously not. I'm surprised we have enough fuel. Actually, it might be a slight headwind, so that might be why. So upload the winds, and now they are in there. Good. And I'll also put in the descent forecast as well. Good. Let's check it doesn't want us to execute that. No, it seems to have done that automatically. Good, right, okay. So now on the VNav page, we can go to cruise, and you can see max is 350, very low, even though we're not that heavy at the moment. And I'll talk about that why. But recommend 3.3, step to 3.5 in 500 miles. So it wants to go to 3.30 with a step later. So that's what we're going to do. I'm not going to argue with the airplane. Now here's the thing with the Boeing. I put in 3.30. How do we make it go there? It's already in VNav, so why isn't it going? Well, it's got these restrictions in. And if we go to the VNav page, you can see flight level 60 is the restriction. So I've got to push out intervene once, and it clears out that restriction. But all it's done is move to the next restriction at Detling, flight level 60. So push it again, and now it will finally, in magenta, show 3.3, and it will go thrust ref, VNav speed. It took me forever to remember about that on the Boeing. It's such a different system to the Airbus, but there you go. So if it's not going where you want, just push that out button. I do show that in my 777 guide. NC Global, thank you so much for the 499 super chat. Really, really kind of you. NC Global says, hopefully this at least pays for a coffee to keep you going. Congrats on the 100k. Thank you very, very much. That will absolutely be a lovely coffee. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. And thanks for coming along. Thanks for supporting the channel. Very, very kind of you indeed. Standard. Yeah, we're going to need some coffee on today's flight, so that is that is appreciated. Yeah, I have a new chair since my last long haul. I did a long haul stream. How's the sound, by the way? Is it sort of balanced out a bit better now for everyone? Oh, look at that. Fantastic. Let me get rid of this chart for now. We'll talk about that later. There we go. Just enjoy the aesthetics of the climb out in London. Someone up there already. They're going to overtake us. The 777 has really good climb in this area, up to like 3.3. It outclimbs almost anything. It's just got so much thrust. Although we are in climb 2, we could, if we wanted to, we could go performance and just select climb 1. Climb 2 is a derated climb to say wear on the engines. If I go to climb 1, it will add a bit of thrust, and you could even go to climb. And you'll hear those engines revving up. But there we go. Awesome. You'll be watching your film about now. There's 10,000 feet. You can always sense it. Nose comes down. And seatbelt signs can go off. No reason to keep everyone strapped in. Yeah, you can climb really well to 3.3, 3.5, and then that's it. It doesn't want to go higher. It doesn't like being that high. The wing isn't that modern. And it's also restricted to these slightly lower maxes that lets it actually come down slightly. Whereas like an A380, you'll outclimb it, and then you'll get up to 3.5 or 3.3, and it will just keep going up to like 3.80. Same for the 787. 787s do very derated climbs. Now we're Costnex 200, which is about as fast as this airplane will ever go. So yeah, acceleration to 3.20. And out of interest, if we look at progress, landing with 11.3, plenty of fuel because of that massive contingency fuel. It's not normal to have that much contingency fuel, but we'll talk about the flight planning and fuel and ETOPS and so on shortly. But yeah, 3.4 tons of contingency. If this was a known route to the airline, you wouldn't have that. They'd reduce that. And now we are rocketing along. But yeah, thank you again, NC Global. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Booty, as well, of course. Very, very kind indeed. Matthew Jones, good to see you. Matthew Jones says, congratulations on 100k, well deserved. I'm vaccinating myself, departed Heathrow 35 minutes ago. Excellent, yeah. Yeah, it seems like quite a nice thing to do on a Sunday, I thought. And our very first long haul stream was on, it was in X-Plane actually. Someone was I saw some comments earlier asking if I flew X-Plane. And yeah, my first videos were all in X-Plane. And then our first long haul live stream was the 350 on X-Plane. Yeah, it was the Flight Factor one. And here we are trying it out in Flight Simulator. In fact, both my long haul live streams were in X-Plane. But that was X-Plane 11, which is where the channel started. Right. I'm hoping the overlay will wake up with an ETA. Seems to have lost. It did this last time to us, and I don't know why. That's a real shame. I tested it specifically last night. Why are you doing this, overlay? Why? Let me try and restart it. Thank you so much, Warwick, for the $5 tip. Warwick says, great work. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Warwick, for the tip. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for supporting the channel. Okay, we've got some numbers. Let's try again. Yes. Okay, overlay's working. Fantastic. That's a relief. I didn't want to do a long haul flight without a progress bar. I thought that'd be very demotivating for everyone. What I should have done as well, I'm going to start it here, is run the elapsed time. You'd run that at takeoff normally, as well as checking your takeoff fuel. 73.3, we push back with 77.5. Wow, we burnt through a fair bit there. 11.2 on arrival. Totalizer calculated should match close enough. That's about right, yeah. Not always perfect, but pretty close. So check for a fuel leak, but we'll do all that once we're up in the cruise. We've got loads of things we can do today. Router says, be back shortly, going to try and reconfig 777-2024. Good luck. Lucas says, for 200k you should let first officer fly the plane. Yeah. Yeah, she doesn't help so much these days, the first officer. I think because I was doing this a lot at one point, and she got very used to it. The first officer here is in my my cat that I have, who comes and meows on stream quite often, and she'd regularly come and sit with me while I streamed or made videos, but I think because the streams are a little less regular, she's not quite settled with it, so she doesn't bother joining us so much at the moment. Beautiful day down here. Yeah, look at that, 2,200 feet per minute, 320 knots, very good, very good. 787 would be sort of, you know, 10,000 feet lower, but it would be sort of going past us at 330 slowly. Aviation 1001 says, do you still enjoy flying the A320 in sim? I haven't done it for a long time. I mostly only flight sim when I'm making videos now, because it's just the way the time works. If I have time to sit at home and go on flight sim, then I will make a video. But I do, yeah, I enjoy it. I mean, the Phoenix is fantastic, isn't it? I'd really like to try out the fly-by-wire A380. I saw that last year we did a Christmas stream in the A380, so that's something I'd like to revisit. But that's, of course, in Flight Simulator 2020, which I've been having trouble with, so hopefully I can get that working again. There we go, they're overtaking us now. I knew they would. They've just got such a higher true airspeed up there. Also got traffic just behind us, 1,000 feet. But I think we're out climbing them. Because I've gone to climb, that would help. There you go. Over there. Well, once we're on the way, we'll have a look at how many people have joined us. Andy H132 says, amazing that 5 years ago I was subscriber number 22 and we're now at 100k. Without this channel, Dano Virtual probably wouldn't exist. Thank you. No, thank you, Andy. Thanks for coming along. And it's because the channel wouldn't have grown or, you know, like it has without people coming to it and making it their sort of community. So really, really thank you, Andy, for being a part of that and being so enthusiastic. And it was all that initial enthusiasm right at the start that's what kept me kept me going. People would just come along and ask questions in the video comments, and then I'd make videos to respond to that. It was a lot easier to make videos back then. I used to make them in X-Plane, the TOLIS, which is just a fantastic aircraft. I can't wait for the TOLIS A340. But I used to make the videos, and then I could make a video and render it and get it online all in at one morning. You know, I could sit down at 9 and have it done for sort of 12 back then, and that's just not the case anymore. The sims are slower to load. You know, I run them at high resolution in graphics now, so the rendering takes longer. The replay stuff is not built in, which was what made it so easy. I could just rewind stuff in the TOLIS, whereas now I have to sort of reset everything. So yeah, it was great. I could just be really responsive. But then we moved on to the live streams, and everyone kept coming to those and chatting, and it just kept growing. Yeah, and it's been amazing. And I feel bad that there's been a bit of a lack of content this year. But I don't think it's not been a massive lack. I just think it's slightly less than I would like to have produced, but I think some months have been pretty good actually. We've managed quite a few videos. The live streams have taken a bit of a hit over the last couple of months certainly, but then the videos have been relatively free flowing. I don't know if that's fair. But there was a time, I mean, when this channel started, it was a video a day, but that was obviously during COVID. Like I say, to make a video now it's a day's work at least to make a video. By the time I've done the replays and the editing and so on, so it's just slightly limited the amount of videos I can get done. But hopefully you're happy with the quality of the videos. That's the key thing. So you tell me if you're not. Yeah, I hope that we have a balance on the channel between content and delivery and quality. To make sure that I can actually get the videos out, but also that they're enjoyable to watch. So there we go. Dougal McTavish, thanks for coming along and moderating. Great to see you, Dougal. I hope you're doing well. Dougal says, morning, good people lurking on phone while wife using PC. Excellent. Thank you, Dougal, for coming along, and thank you for being part of the channel so much. But great to have you here. Yes, Papa, good to see you as well. Yes, Papa 1351 says, hey, how are we all doing? Good to see you again. It's been a little while. I hope you're doing well. We're doing great. Well, certainly I am. I hope everyone else is. As we get closer to Christmas. It's starting to go a little grey outside, just like it was in Flight Simulator, so that's good. I don't want people to feel like they're missing out on a sunny day outside, but I don't expect anyone to sit here for the full stream with me. You might struggle with my voice by the end of the day if that's the case. So yeah, but no, thank you. Good to see you. Yes, Papa. I hope you're doing very well. Chris says, pretty sure the A380 works in 2024. No, you're right, it does. So yes, I need to... we're going to cross straight through this wake. That's cool. This happens in real life as well. Sometimes it's turbulent, sometimes it's totally fine. That is quite a turn, though. Ooh, look at that. Awesome. And we'll say goodbye. I wonder where they're off to. I always wonder this when I'm flying. So we're in a bit of a train of aircraft, so one is off to OTHH, one is off to Laui, there we are. Oh, so that plane in front of us is going to Frankfurt. They've just arrived. They come from America. Wow, long haul. Behind us, a few more Switzerland flights. We have a Speedbird 25 Whiskey Foxtrot coming behind us as well, going down to Zanzibar. Excellent, love it. Nice spacing at the moment. And I did hear, I think someone ahead of us. I think we have someone ahead of us doing the same route. Right, last 1,000 feet to go. hope I didn't lose connection there. All my apps just crashed. That's it. 700 feet to go. We'll go up in the cruise and then I'll start answering questions, of course. We'll do a few aeroplane things in the meantime. Look at that. See, we're still doing 400 feet per minute. This is what's unusual. We're going straight to the level that it wants to be at, and it's having no trouble just rocketing right up there. No time acceleration on this flight. Absolutely not. Speeding it past. No. When we do long haul, it's long haul. Yeah, we don't go to bed. We don't time accelerate. We don't edit it down on the streams. We do a punishing, 11-hour stream, and that's how it is. That's how it has been always on this channel. Right, we're in the cruise now, 33,000 feet. Let's set it up for cruising. So, TCAS can just go below, just to see who's running along beneath us. What we should have done at 10,000 feet as well is get rid of the landing lights. They don't stick out like on the Airbus, so that's fine. Seatbelts are off. Strobe light stays on, but the taxi and turn-offs go off. Beacon and nav stay on. Fuel pumps all stay on. No reconfiguring to do on the overhead panel. It's a very straightforward aeroplane like that. The flaps have stayed up, so that is good news. We'll see how that holds out for the arrival. And you wouldn't even check the systems. We don't have to do that. That's an Airbus thing. And these screens don't really tell you much. They're not good for diagnostics. They're actually easy to get confused with, especially when you're running with different MELs and so on. You can see here though, center tank. This is different to the 787. The 78 only carries about 16 tons in the wing tanks, and then a lot of fuel in the center, whereas the triple has most of its fuel in the wing tanks, quite often, 62 tons. So soon enough we'll be turning off those center pumps, but it will tell us when we do that. 24 degrees, yikes, that's way too hot. No one would be happy with that. I can tell you that now. I'd probably set 22 in the cabin, 23 in the flight deck. There we go. Good. Yeah, that would be something worth spotting. Doors should all be armed. Gear should all be not doing anything. Good. Yeah, you really don't need to look at that. So what we should do as a fuel check. We went past. If I go to data, I can actually see what time we passed that previous waypoint. To center. So at 10:59, so 4 minutes ago, we went over Conan. But Conan isn't in our flight plan at the moment, so we'll do a fuel check at the next waypoint. But it's all looking good otherwise. If I go to progress, 11.2 on landing, and calculated totalizer match. So, yeah, we'll talk about what those are in just a moment. Because fuel checking is a big part of this. We would also... Oh, what does that do? I want that. I want that. Thank you. Oh, that's better. Yeah, it's going to be a sunny flight. Look at the lighting and the soft shadows, though. Yeah, and the clouds. This is the best. This is probably the best I've seen 2024 look. Amazing. This engine effect is due to I use FrameGen. I think FrameGen's amazing for the performance and clarity it gives. It seems to work really well in Flight Simulator. It does suffer only on the engine intake, sadly. I like that I can see that. Look at that, you see the sunshade. Awesome. Right, I'm going to jump in the chat briefly, then we'll talk about fuel. Forget things. Right, let me get to live chat. It always does. Talk chat. There we go. So, Jamie Squire says, best streamer around. That's very kind. Thank you very much. Sander says, you have a 747 on top of you, cruising at 300. There we go. That was 74. Yeah, so they did a long haul. Lucas Brammer says, I was talking earlier about my upload schedule being slightly reduced. Lucas Brammer says, I think that's understandable given your move to long haul. The jet lag must be real. It is. So here's the big problem. When I was short haul, I could make a video after work. I could do it on the first day off. On long haul, when I get home from work, if it's a night flight home, which it often is, then it's straight to bed, try and get some hours at least 2 hours consecutive sleep, because that's what you sort of lack. It's that deep sleep goes missing. Then I'll be up for dinner, then back to bed. And then, of course, as a result, you have a huge night's sleep, and then the next day you still feel rough because you've lost the night in bed. So the next day sort of becomes recovery. And sometimes I can make a video there, sometimes I can't. So yeah, the jet lag does get to you. It's just about giving yourself as much sleep as you can just to try and recover, but I know it's of limited benefit sometimes. Nick says, what are your thoughts on doing YouTube now? Does it become all-consuming? No. I've had moments, and I'm going to be a little indulgent because A, we have the most time we've ever had, and B, this is a long stream, but B, we passed 100k, so I'll talk about the process, the artistic process of making YouTube videos a little bit. Does it become all-consuming is a great question. It can do, and it has done at certain points over the years. During COVID, it was all-consuming, but that was fine because I liked having it there. It was my job because I wasn't flying. And I love having it there still, but it's hard when you want to make a video and you don't have the time, or you've got other things getting in the way, and then you see the numbers. Obviously, the YouTube app always shows you the numbers and is always trying to push you into making more videos, because obviously YouTube wants you to put stuff online. It wants you to watch their videos on YouTube. It's a bit of a it's trying to feed itself, and it's at times been quite quite an overwhelming sensation of wanting to get the videos done and not being able to. But I think now I finally settled into, like I said earlier, a balance. I think this balance works for me on long haul. We're getting videos out, we're getting live streams done. A little more live streams would be nice, so I think I can make more of an effort there and get those in. But something to remember as well with long haul compared to short haul. On short haul, I could see friends and family throughout the week, right? Throughout the working week, you'd come home and see them. Whereas on long haul, you're away. You're away for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. So those days off also become quite important for seeing people, for keeping those sort of connections. And whereas videos I can make in chunks or in my own time or in the morning or whatever, seeing people tends to be a sort of a specific thing, and it's often in the afternoon, evening. So streaming can be a little harder. So that's one of the reasons streaming has been a little harder to get done. But there we go. But yeah, anyway, that's I won't talk about that too much. There we go. Matthew Jones says, do you prefer doing short or long haul? I tend to prefer short just to get more flights in, especially when time is precious on days off. Yeah, I like both. There's great things about both. I couldn't give you a definite preference. I really like the Airbus. I really enjoyed short haul. I think the long haul is amazing. Sometimes you arrive on long haul down route somewhere and you just can't believe your luck. You can't believe this is your job. You can't believe where you've travelled to. But sometimes, it's not somewhere you want to be. You're tired. You want to be at home, and you've got a few days till you will be, and then it's a bit different, isn't it? Eboss says, to be honest, there's so much helpful content. I found you because I was looking how to work the TOLIS, and your videos made me really enjoy flying the bird. Yeah, excellent. I'm glad to hear it. TOLIS is just great. Like I say, can't wait for the Aerosol TOLIS 340. Right, I might skip ahead because I'm a bit behind on the comments here. Arthur Blue says, what type of lighting do you use during cruise? Does the light need to be bright or dim or completely off? In the cruise like this, you could set this to off. It wouldn't matter. You wouldn't actually. I say that you can't on the triple because the screens are controlled by it, the screen brightness. So this one would probably be full brightness here. So let's just crank it up. Because remember, on the 777, this master bright switch controls. Oh, that looks terrible actually. Maybe we'll put it back where it was. It controls the slime lighting, as it were, the backlighting, the green and the triple, which I absolutely love. And everything that's got a little dot on it is controlled by that. So you can adjust them separately, or you can use the master. Or if you press that, it all goes into manual control. But everyone just leaves that on. So in the cruise, maximum brightness, even though you wouldn't be able to see the backlighting, it wouldn't make a difference. You'd leave the storm lights on or off. No one would see it. You can see now. This is pretty accurate, actually, that you can't tell the storm lights are on or off. They just make it really bright. So people often use the storm light on the grounds, just in the cockpit when you're setting up, and so the ground crew can see you out the window and so on. And then they turn it off when you go to taxi. But you can also do it with the dome light. But yeah, this is pretty typical, full brightness. But it just wouldn't look this green. You'd just have the sort of the text written in, wouldn't be backlit, wouldn't show up. You can be both long and short haul at the same time. 1 week long haul, 1 week short. No, you'd probably do like a short haul trip straight into a long haul trip, that sort of thing. It's rare, but there are airlines that do it. Quite a nice idea for a job. Some airlines have mixed fleets. You know, if you fly the 7675 family in America, you probably do a combination. Robert, if you ask a question again, I will try. I did miss a few, but yeah, I'll try and answer. I have been to Guernsey. I have indeed. I am on VATSIM Airline. I am indeed. Flying Walnut says, great to catch you live. Have been really enjoying the 320 tutorials. Have been exclusively a Boeing girl for 2 years. There we go. Excellent. I'm glad to see that Boeing has has made its way into people's flight sim hangars since the channel got there. It was something I was pretty nervous about because, of course, I knew my channel was heavily 320 focused. Oh, just missed someone there. Love the contrails in 2024 as well. Look at these clouds. This is okay. This is amazing. This stuff looks spot on. Yeah, I was worried that people wouldn't. I know. Obviously, Boeing has its own following on Flight Simulator because, of course, Flight Data Sim 737 pilot who's done many videos, in-depth videos on the 737, and Flight Data Sim's a trainer, I think, on the 737. But there wasn't any long-haul Boeing content particularly. It was just done occasionally for a live stream here and there by streamers like me. So I was a bit worried how the 787 and the Triple would be received. But actually, it's been great. It's been really received. So I'm pleased about that. Not obviously the Airbus holds the top position for what people fly. I would imagine most people are flying 320s in Flight Simulator these days. Dr. Dilkington says, the 777 videos have been really interesting. I find myself enjoying the Boeing philosophy more and more with each upload. That's great, yeah. Great, glad to hear it. So 11:31 is our next fuel check, 20 minutes to go. Access data. Just get rid of data for now. It's struggling because of all the airports. So, yeah. I mean, so many comments. Let's see what I can answer now for you all. Lauren V says, see, coming from the Airbus, I always leave the master bright uncoupled. I really like my panel integral lights, whatever Boeing calls them. Yes, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's just such an easy switch. You just one dial on that. 7.5 and 7.6 seats finally downsizing. It's not uncommon to be rostered a bunch of short trips 1 week, then a long haul the next. Especially junior crews who get less say in where they go, often end up going between short and long haul, and then third pilot on a 7.6 for long haul. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Gabe Aviation asks, do you get recognised by pilots or ATC in real life? No. I don't think... We do have... Obviously, there are pilots and controllers who watch the channel, and it's great. But I think as a number, it's quite low. I think it's very rare. There are... I've been... friends have recognised me, but yeah. NJ says, I almost exclusively fly the 7778 in the sim, so your channel is perfect for me. Excellent, that's great to hear. Because I understand people don't fly long-haul aircraft in the simulators because you of course want to do lots of sectors, but you can use these aircraft on short-haul flights as well. That's what I used to do. I would just, when I was flight simming when I was younger, just take the biggest airplane flight sim had. That was a 737 in Flight Simulator 98, then it was the 777 in 2004. Was the 777 in 2002 as well? Might have been. Quite a jump, wasn't it? Flight Simulator 98 to 2002. The graphics improvement was vast. Lauren Reed says, seems like it's more common for pilots to recognise a particular controller over the radio than a controller to recognise a pilot, or pilots recognise it. Yeah, exactly. In fact, I can tell you, over the radio, if you're talking over the radio, then pilots just don't recognise each other. You wouldn't recognise your best friend over the radio, and I can say that very confidently. It's amazing. I've known friends that are on the flight. I know that they're on the radio, and if I really listen to it, I go, oh, I think I can hear them in that voice, but it's surprising. People put on a different intonation on the radio, and then also the microphone distorts it, the airwaves distort it, and so on, and then your headset distorts it, and the noise around you distorts it until it's just unrecognizable. It becomes a very generic sort of voice. So you've got the only thing you can tell is people's different accents. Ezra says, what hardware do you use at the moment regarding joystick throttle? I recently switched from the Thrustmaster 16000M with throttle to Honeycomb Foxtrot stick and Bravo throttle, really up to the motion. Well, that's a very fancy setup indeed. Honeycomb Foxtrot stick and the Bravo throttle, yeah, very nice indeed. I remember Honeycomb was the thing, and then suddenly they sort of disappeared for a while, but now it sounds like they're back. So right now, I can tell you, I am sadly using the Thrustmaster TCA throttle quadrant and joystick, and there is a good reason for that. It's quite long-winded, but I'm really fussy with my hardware. I need it to be small. I would fly with a yoke, but I'm going to sit here now for 10 hours with you all, and I need to be able to adjust the simulator, get some keyboards, get to my notes. So I find the yoke quite in the way for long streams. I might try using it on shorter streams though. I should do that really, because the yoke is very nice, the Thrustmaster yoke. I found that to be very enjoyable. I also then need to set it up with FS2024, which is another sort of bit of work, but there we go. What I like about the Thrustmaster TCA is it has buttons that I can assign for trimming, and that's really handy. So I use it for the 777. I think it's nearing end of life though. I've used it a lot. It's well used now, and whilst it still looks great, nothing on it's actually broken except for the twist on the joystick. The throttle quadrant is seeming to throw up issues with these flap levers, and it's losing connection between the different parts. So I'm in two minds about that. What I have also been using, and my most recent videos were all filmed using the Winwing Ursa Minor side stick, which I think is great. It's a really nice dampened quality stick. It feels really good to use, and I do like it a lot. Only problem I have with it is it doesn't have any buttons that I can use for trimming. It's very much an Airbus stick. It's also left hand only, the one I have, but yeah, it's frustrating. I'd have to remove the hat switch to make it, use the hat switch for a trimmer, which I don't want to do. So yeah, so that's where I am at the moment, but I've got a whole load of Winwing hardware to show you all. I've got Airbus panels, ECAM panels, and I've got Boeing MCP to use, and I've also got a FMS 777 FMS to show you as well. So yeah, lots of hardware videos to come. I think I'll probably combine those in, but yeah. Dara Dermody, thanks so much for the €5 super chat, really appreciate it. Dara says, congrats on the 100k. Question, I heard oceanic clearances aren't really done anymore, is this true? Great question. So we have time here, our fuel check's still not for a while. Yeah, so we're not doing oceanic today. Let's have a look at our routes, and we'll talk about that. NJ says, don't worry, I run a full Thrustmaster TCA Airbus set with mini FCU2, but to fly Boeing's 80% of the time. Yeah, and that's absolutely fine. I mean, joystick's a joystick. And it's just, like I say, it's having those trim switches on the stick that is really useful. It's the one thing I'm missing on the Winwing. Otherwise, I would swap to the Winwing in a heartbeat. It's fantastic. And the Winwing throttle quadrant is also amazing. I'd like to get that set up permanently. I think that's probably going to replace my Thrustmaster TCA, because, like I say, the TCA is reaching, I think, its end of life. So I think I did a video on the Winwing sort of metal throttle, and that was so great. So great. So I think I'll probably swap to that, and that works quite well. You can set it up, you can easily put the detents on and off and set it up to work on the Boeing. I just need to find a space for it on the desk because they're all quite big. Anyway, Dara, thank you again. So question about oceanic clearances. So let's get technical. Can I extend that way? No. Right, so here we are, here's our route, and obviously we are not going oceanic at all. We're slightly off route here because I didn't go via Lid. It's going to head back to DJL. This is all in range of ground stations. There's Egypt, Saudi Arabia. There's Somalia and Ethiopia. And then down into Tanzania. Down here. Oceanic airspaces are airspaces like this. This is oceanic. This is oceanic. This is oceanic. And you can see it This is New York Oceanic. This is Santa Maria. This is Shanwick. This is Gander. Now, this is constantly being tweaked, this airspace, because it's incredibly lucrative airspace. The routes between Europe and East Coast of America, vast number of aircraft, lots and lots of passengers, also cargo, but lots of passengers all trying to go at the same time. They'll leave Europe in the about lunchtime, arrive into America about lunchtime, slightly after, and then they'll leave America early evening to late evening, arrive into Europe in the morning, so it's a night flight going east. As a result, they all try and squeeze into the same bit of airspace. I don't know if there's a way to show you the nav tracks in here, but every day the North Atlantic people who run all this, is between Shanwick and Gander. They will put these routes on that take advantage of the winds in each direction. It's all monitored now by satellite. You can also use controller, pilot, data link communication, so CPDLC, to talk to the controllers. So when you're over the ocean over here, it used to be HF radio. So we're using VHF radio here. 1228 is a VHF, very high frequency. It's relatively short range, but quite clear and easy to use. And it's got all the nice features like squelch and whatnot. HF radio, high frequency, is a bit more distorted, a bit less clear, but it can travel a long way. I have been over North Atlantic with a Mumbai frequency tuned, and I've heard it, because of the way it can just depend on the atmosphere and the temperatures and all sorts, but these waves can bounce around the planet. So yeah, it's long range. So you can be out in the middle of the ocean here, and you can talk back to Shanwick, or you can talk to Gander over here, Canada. But they do monitor you as you go. And the reason there's no clearance now, I've got to explain why there was a clearance. So because there's so much traffic, before we had satellites tracking the aircraft, and before we had CPDLC, where you can just talk to them, and you can literally, you go to COM, and you can just send a message to ATC, and you can say, yeah, it's all modelled, here we go, look. And you would say, level request, and I want to go to level 350, because that's what's coming up for us, 209 miles, 350, and some people put in reasons, some people don't, due to aircraft performance. And then you just click send, and it would go off to air traffic, and then they would answer, and it would just appear here, go bing bong, and you do what they say. But in the old days, of course, you couldn't do that. Once you set off over the ocean, you were on your own, except for the HF radio. So you'd be sat out there, and as a result, spacing and things was very crucial, because the controllers couldn't quickly get hold of aircraft and check that they're all doing the right thing and in the right place at the right time. So what they would do is they can cell call you, but yeah, they would give you a time, an entry point. There's waypoints all up and down these boundaries, and you'd have a time to be at that entry point, and you must meet that time, and then a fixed speed and a fixed routing. That routing is very important, because if you get it wrong, if I went to the wrong waypoint here, air traffic would say, well, why are you going there? Go to this waypoint or whatever, you got it wrong. But over the ocean, they can't do that. And the problem is you're all at similar flight levels, because you're all in the same sort of aeroplanes, and you're all going the same way. So if you accidentally got a waypoint wrong, and some of these waypoints are sort of coordinates, so it's easy to get them wrong, then you'd head over to the wrong point. And you wouldn't be doing it in an FMS, you might be typing it into an INS, like we've seen in the Concorde or the more classic aircraft streams on the channel. So it was very important that this stuff was very clear between you all. So the clearances would be issued, and you would have to read it back very carefully, and airlines would all have their own very strict checking procedures, and those will still be in place now, because it's still just as important. But the idea was you didn't want planes just suddenly veering to the next waypoint, because let's say you were here and there's an aircraft 60 miles away up here. What would happen is at the next waypoint you might converge on top of each other, so they didn't want that. So very important that these clearances are done carefully. But that's all changed now. The routes are uploaded into the FMS by the airlines. It can also, the route is also uploaded to air traffic control. What they'll do is, as you set off Oceanic, they'll send you a request, and they'll say, send us what you've got loaded. So the aircraft will then send off, I don't know if I can show you, it will send off a route in here. It's a report request. Yeah, it won't show up here. ATC requested reports, and it would say send us your route, and then you can send it what the FMS has loaded. So they can then check that you have actually got the right route loaded, and therefore it's very likely you'll fly the correct waypoints. So you've done all the old school checking, but now this system's checking it as well. And that way, it's just more reliable than it used to be. As a result, instead of having to have everyone on frequency reading out long clearances, that moved to CPLC, so typing out long clearances, and now, not in all airspace, so going west, you still have to do it the old school way, but going east, you literally just log on and say, yeah, we're coming, and then it's done. They just say, yeah, that's fine, carry on. They don't make you write it all out with the speed and everything. You request the speed and the flight level, but you have to fly that speed that you've requested, unless they tell you otherwise. But the flight level's sorted out by domestic, and it's just much simpler. So that's a very, very long answer to a simple question. But there is still oceanic clearance, but it's just much simpler. All you do now when you go east is you say, I want to fly east, I want to do my route at 350. They look at your, and Mach 83 say, they look at your flight plan, the flight plan your company filed for you, and they go, yeah, that's fine, and they just say, yeah, received, carry on. They don't send it all back and make you go back and forth and things like that. Right, that was far too long an answer, but there we go. Sorry about that. Dave Guyman says, I got the fighter version of the SMI because I wanted lots more buttons. Yeah, that's the thing. That is a good idea. Do you have plans to go back to the 787? Which would you prefer, 777 or 787? Good question. I like both. The 787, I like the air conditioning. I think it is good. I really like the air on it. It rides turbulence very nicely, and it's fast. It's also nice that it goes so high, gets you out of the way, and it has lots of little comforts on it with the way it interacts with air traffic control, like how we were talking there, all about how we would deal with CPLC and talking to air traffic. On the 78, that system is so well integrated. It can do lots of things on its own. It will talk to air traffic on its own, basically. It will send them reports. It will tell you frequencies when you need to know them, things like that. It's very good. So I would like to go. I would like to fly the 787 again. Yeah, definitely. But I really like the 777. 777 on the ground is lovely. It's nicer to drive on the ground. It's also nicer to land by quite some margin. It's also nicer to take off because it's got so much extra power. Oh, there you go. Someone's gone below us as well. Busy airspace this morning. I might be in trouble because I have a horrible feeling. Yeah, I'm in trouble. I'm surprised we haven't been kicked off VATSIM. We had a message and we got totally distracted and they've sent it 10 times. Oh my goodness. I think we're out of their range now. Oh dear. Talking about air traffic control trying to get hold of aeroplanes. I am surprised we aren't in more trouble.
Thank you, Wilco.
Let's have a look at that map.
Control with 1378 passing 20,000 to 24,000.
Swiss 1378 ground control, bonjour identified, climb level 300.
Oh, we're still in airspace, just.
300, 1378.
Oh, this is going to be bad. Control, apologies. Speedbird 100 kilo, flight level 330, apologies.
Swiss 10, Question 100, ground control, bonjour, you are now outside my airspace at my advisory 1
Sorry, can you say again for Speedbird 100 kilo?
100 kilo, you are now outside my airspace, my advisory 128.
1228, apologies again, Speedbird 100 kilo.
Sorry.
What a nice controller.
I'm controller from 26
That was bad.
36 Foxtrot.
Oh dear. Right, 3-4, thank you very much for the SGD1. Really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. Very kind of you indeed. Thanks for coming along. Wise Hats. I'm so sorry, Wise Hat. I was busy chatting. Let me go back to 1228. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Wise Hat says, I went onto your channel and filtered your vids to oldest first. There was a song you posted to which that was a decent song to listen to. What made you return back to posting onto YouTube, boredom from COVID? Yeah, that song was... There's a long story behind that song. Is that still on there? Long story. But yeah, it was COVID that gave me the chance and the time to get the YouTube channel up and running. I was at home and I thought, well, I like flight sim, I like videos. I was trying out the new flight sim. I saw the new X-Plane 11 with the new TOLIS, which was new at the time. The 321 just came out, and I thought, yeah, it would be nice to make a video. So I just put up a video of the walkarounds. Yeah, I can't believe it. That video was a long time ago. It'd be nice if there's a way to show it on stream. Really, we've got to do some in-flight entertainment on this. But yeah, so COVID was definitely the instigator for getting back onto YouTube. No doubt about it. I say back. I was never on YouTube. I did have that upload. So yeah, we have 350 odd videos, and then the rest are live streams, I suppose. But thank you very much, Wise Hat, for the 999 super chat. Really appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. Very, very kind indeed. Lots of messages. It would be useful to have ETE in the banner too, I think. Yes, that's a good point. I can't see a way of adding that right now. Once I've got my overlay sort of running, I didn't actually know there was a way to do that. I'm not very good at the software side of streaming, I must say. I can tell you now, because the times are all live, so this is all done on UTC. There we go, DJI, let's do a fuel check. We have
67.5 tons.
So most airlines now have fancy apps and so on. You wouldn't actually have it's very unlikely to have this old I'll start briefing point pack, but you could go to your waypoint and it should show you how much fuel you're expecting to have. Actual fuel on board, estimated fuel on board, there you go. So DJL, Dijon, we should have had 67.3, I've got 67.5. So we're spot on. This is, I use the P&G profile. So yeah, that's pretty good actually. So it's burning what we're expecting. Put the landing bug back round. You can as well look at the engines, just make sure the fuel flows the same. 8 tons an hour, pretty good. That will reduce down, get closer towards 6 tons an hour by the time we land. Should be about a ton every 10 minutes. At the end of a flight anyway, but at this point we're just heavy and low. It also wants to climb. This should take into account winds. You'll see you have optimum and recommended. So the recommended is based on your steps, whereas the optimum would be the best level you could actually be at right now. Maximum 352. So that puts us, like I say, landing at 1934 Z into Zanzibar. So that is 8 hours from now. There you go, 8 hours en route. Oh yeah, ETA shows up on the top as well, so that's good. So hopefully that will help out you guys. Audi 917, I am well, I hope you are well as well. CR says, apologies for the weird user handle. YouTube does this to me sometimes. My name is Claude, been a subscriber for a long time, love your channel. Thank you very much, Claude, for coming along. Really appreciate the kind words. Thanks for joining us today. Doesn't the wind wing have buttons you could use for trimming on the wind wing stick like they might?
I don't think my one does. It has a hat switch you could perhaps use. I have assigned trimming to 2 other buttons, but it's not particularly convenient. No. Maybe if you got the different version of it. It's very nice though in every other one.
Four says, thanks for carrying my flight sim hobby this year. Sorry, I couldn't donate more. Not at all. Thank you for donating anything. It's very, very kind. But thank you so much for coming along, and I'm glad this has been helping your hobby. Lauren B says, Gander Domestic has relatively little else to do compared to Shannon, I guess, hence the simplicity eastbound. Yes. So talking about those oceanic clearances, It is actually going to become normal in either direction, that you don't have to have the full clearance printed out. You just say to them, we're coming as per our flight plan, and they'll say, yeah, that's fine. Or they might not. They could come back and say, no, you need to do a different speed, or here's a reroute for you. And that does happen. 1 in 6, 7, 8, something like that. I'd say they change the routing on you. Laura B says, we're allowed to use guard to raise aircraft now. Meanwhile, in real life, controllers have told me they've used CPOC to send contact me. Yeah, CPOC is great. It's a great way of just, the messages can just appear, just like we had it in that's in there. Even though I didn't answer that control button. I feel terrible. I feel really terrible. Birdman asks, why isn't METAR automated setting into the arrival perf page on A320, given it is fed into the EFB and available anyway? So, you've got to remember the A320, the FMS looks very similar to this, doesn't it? It was designed in the 80s. This stuff wasn't a thing.
Swiss Air 411, 9 miles south, runway 04.
The 777 had this button. I'm actually amazed the 777 has these 3 buttons here: accept, cancel, reject. When did the 777 first get made? 90s, wasn't it? 92? First flight 777. 1994. There you go. So even in the 90s, this was just starting to become a thing, CPDLC, and connecting all these boxes together like this. So the Airbus just wasn't designed with that in mind. That's why it has its CPOC installed up here. The triple's amazing because it was 94, which is actually a bit later than I thought, but they have these buttons integrated and the CPDLC does come up on this screen. However, it's showing its age now because, like I say, the 7.8 is much more integrated. It can transfer things around. So that's why the Airbus doesn't have it. The EFB and adding in extra things is all extra. The Airbus doesn't decode the 80s the same way, and the way you download the 80s onto the Airbus, either through the box here or through the little window there if you have it, it doesn't really talk to it. Now, Airbus are very good at updating things, so I wouldn't be surprised if they find a way to do it, but yeah. Also, it's quite important that pilots know, especially when you're talking about performance-related things, exactly what they're putting in. So let's say the 80s comes through and it says the wind is variable 4 knots. What would it type into the box? Whereas the pilots know what they're typing in and why they're doing it. So you wouldn't want it to be automated. And also, there can be an error. The 80s could just have a bug in it or an error, and then that would go straight into the box and really confuse the airplane. So I think it's quite a good idea that pilots are still involved in that part of it, just because of the sheer weight of what performance-related numbers are. Remember, you only need to get one number wrong. How many numbers have we entered on this flight and looked at? And we only need to get one wrong to have a really bad day out. So they go recommend 35. It wants to step to 350 at 88 nautical miles. Pretty straightforward. Now the 7.8 would show you on the little vertical display. It would show you the steps, so it's quite hard to miss. It's easy to miss it on the triple. But there we go, 35. We can go up now. Now this is what's interesting. It's saying step 350. The 777-200, it's saying step 350 while the max is 352. The 777-200 wouldn't do this. The max would actually be 36.5, something like that by now. But this 777-300 apparently is to do with the wingtips being the way they're connected. They're just sort of extra bits. So the wings bend more when you're at the wrong flight level. Again, this is what someone's told me. I don't have evidence for this. Apparently the wings bend a bit more if you're at the wrong flight level, so it put more strain on the wingtips. So Boeing limits it slightly. So it might look like going to 350 is a bit too close to the maximum, but actually it would be fine. Whereas in a 200, it would not be fine. So let's go out, let's prove that point now. Thruster airfield nav speed, and you'll see, look at that big margin we've got. By the way, another thing I like about the 787, it has a bigger margin on the speed. The wing is fantastic. The 787 wing is just the best thing ever. So well designed, so fast, so much room. I think it's a bit more swept than the triple wing as well. The triple wing is a little bit more like how was it? Why is the airplane centered down here? Why is it like this? It really bugs me. It's been bugging me forever, since 5 years now. Why do they think this is a good idea? I don't get it. I did the Stranger Things missions thinking, because someone once said, well, the reason they do this is because they want the aeroplane to sit in the window so that you can still see the objectives and markers and HUD and stuff. But it didn't work for the Stranger Things either. You just got blank screen all the time. Alright, I won't rant about that too much. 1,000 feet to go, and you'll see still decent margin. Airbus and the 321s these days have horrendous... no, it's not horrendous, I shouldn't say that. They have a smaller margin, and Airbus is quite happy with that, the way they designed the flight controls and performance. And also, don't forget, you could fly at 240 knots. There's a yellow bar, but it's not actually... You're not going to stall at 240 knots. It's the red bar you're worried about, and that's not even on the screen. It's just that when you turn like this, you might see it start to creep up. Igloo Cruises, I use the hat on mine. Yeah, so the hat, but then I'd lose my camera control. 2 minds. I'm in 2 minds about that. But absolutely, if you're speed being a path 350, and look, fine, plenty of room. I'm not going to change the heading because we're about to do a sharp right turn. We might actually get the red bar to come up through. Now if I was flying, I would probably, I'm not going to do it because I think it's nice to have the view, but I would put the sunshades across as well. The amount of UV on the flight day. And a lot of pilots wear sun cream these days as everyone's becoming a bit more aware of it, and I do too. The windows are slightly, they do block out a bit of the UV, but the problem is there's just so much sun and reflection and clouds, and you're high up, that it's just not enough. And you sit there for hours and hours in sunshine. Even in winter, you might spend a 10-hour flight all in the sunshine, you know. Alps looking fantastic today, though. Chase plane in 5 days, apparently. Oh, fantastic. Well, I will be getting chase plane. I cannot wait. That will be a real game changer for me. I love chase plane, and it really makes life so much easier for making videos. Ed, thank you so much for the £20 super chat. Very, very kind. Crash Ed's been with the channel for a long time. Absolute pleasure to have you here, Ed. Ed says, absolutely loving the live stream. Takes me back to the Boxing Day Maldives stream on the A350. Indeed, 5 years ago, that's what we did. Thank you so much for all the tutorials, live streams, enthusiasm, entertainment, and content over the last 5 years. Fans love 100k. Thank you, Ed, for being a part of it. As I said earlier, you know, it's people coming to the channel and taking part that makes it what it is, and that's why I come back to it. You know, I wouldn't make these videos otherwise without if it wasn't for everyone else's enthusiasm. So thank you so much for being a part of the channel, and thank you so much for that very kind super chat support. Really appreciate it. Yeah, really very kind. And thank you for coming along and flying along on so many different flights. I've got the Navigraph chart in my battery. Yeah, really appreciate it. Thanks, Ed. Very kind. Fantastic. Lots of snow on the Alps this year. But yeah, chase plane's going to be game changing as well for me, because it made such a difference in 2020. Yeah, really appreciate it, Ed. Thank you. Dr. Dilkington says, can we get your take on this year's F1 season? The stream is making up for those on there. Yes, it did occur to me when I put this stream up. I thought Sunday stream, I thought, oh no, I can't do that because of the Formula 1. But luckily that finished, didn't it? What do I think of the season? I didn't watch it all. A lot of you know maybe, I don't know, is it too controversial to talk about who you like in Formula 1 these days? It's become such a big thing. What do I think of the season? Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of it, I must say. There were so many races. I did watch the final race because, you know, hard to resist. And yeah, nice, good, happy for Lando Norris. I don't see why you wouldn't be, really. Nice to see a new champion, and nice to see McLaren returning to that spot. And, you know, just
such a fast car. It'd be interesting. We've got new cars and 2 new teams, or 1 new team. So yeah, I'm excited to see the new stuff next year, definitely. And there is another reason I'm excited for next year. I'm hoping that the new regulations will help out some of the teams who have been struggling this year. And that's what I'll say. Lauren V says, referring here to, I assume, Chase plane. Still a bit silly. We need so many external applications for what used to be integral features. Totally agree. I do mention this in the Stranger Things video. I was flying the helicopter around and that, and it said like press this combination of buttons to apply the rotor brake and stuff. And it's like they've managed to put in shortcuts into controllers for a rotor brake on a helicopter, but I can't have a tower view. It's frustrated me a little bit to see how much they had achieved with what they were doing there, and then how many features we still have missing. The replay feature they have, I don't use it. I use a flight recorder still, so I'm still using a third-party application for my replays, which is a very common question, is how do I get replays? I use flight recorder from flightsim.to. I absolutely love it, but it hurts a little bit because 5 years ago in X-Plane on the TOLIS, if I was flying an approach, I could land the aircraft, then I could do a full replay from any of the camera angles with all the motions and all the controls acting correctly, which doesn't happen in FlightSim in any of the clients I've used for replay. And then I could put the airplane back on approach and it would remember every single position, system, button, switch, every single one, and it would allow me to then press play from there and change it as I wanted to and have a whole new approach. So that's how I could make videos so quickly. I could film 5 approaches in half an hour. Whereas in Flight Simulator 2020 or 2024, I have to keep going back around in circles, do a full circuit, reset up the aeroplane. It takes ages. And for replays, it's the same story. So I tend to just film the replays all in one go at the end, but I have to reconfigure the aeroplane, I have to put the flaps out, I have to let it travel, I have to put it back. I mean, it's harder than doing it in a full size. The level D sims that you use for training airliners is easier to use than the replay stuff we have in Flight Sim, and I just don't know why. It's a video game. You'd think it would be just there. It's crazy to me. They must have real trouble with it, because the fact it's not there all this time later. Flying High, thanks so much for the congrats. Really appreciate it. 2 new teams, Audi and Cadillac. Is a team leaving, or is one of those teams replacing a team? Booty says, beautiful day for the flight. Alps are awesome. They do indeed. Yeah, this is lovely. I don't get to go over the Alps very often these days, so I'm enjoying this. So Hollow Blodo says, so the UV is like being at sea level in Australia. Yeah. I don't know the numbers. I don't think it's a particularly well monitored thing what the UV is on the flight deck. You're okay in the cabin because the windows are at the side, but if you just look, all the sun, the reflections, there's loads of light in here. So typically, now you might take them down for this section. This one could probably stay closed the whole flight because you can't actually see out that window. You look at this one, but this is what the flight deck would look like, and people often have their own sunshades of some variety as well. You actually have 2 of these, so I'd fit both of them and then put up another sunshade. Yeah, but it doesn't make for a nice view, so we'll enjoy the view a bit longer. And remember, the 7.8 doesn't even have those. Right, let's do another fuel check. That was Kukev, 65.2. So we're just making sure that everything's burning as expected. Now, this flight, we have a lot of airports for this section of the flight, certainly. But later on, we might not. Kukev, 65.0. We're 200 kilos up. We're making fuel. That's good. 11.3. Yeah, so it's all tying up. These numbers all make sense. And I'm going to go here and check these numbers are sensible. So what are these 2 numbers, and why do I keep looking at this, and why am I so excited? This is a great feature that the A320 does not have. I assume the 350 or 380 certainly would. So, calculated totalizer. The totalizer number over here, this is how much fuel the aircraft has sensed in its tanks, 65.1 tons. If we go to the fuel page, we'll see that these numbers add up. 6345.1 tons of fuel. Calculated is the fuel it sensed on stand before engines are running,
minus the fuel it has sensed being used, 12.4. So we had 70. We have 77.5 minus the fuel used, 12.4, brings us down to 65.1. Great. So the left engine's burnt 6.2, the right engine's burnt 6.2. So why is this so important? Well, this is calculated based on what we've burnt, which is going through the fuel flow sensors into the engine. If there was a fuel leak, let's say the tank had a hole in it and there's just a leak, or there's a leak in the line somewhere before the engine, then what would happen is the totalizer would start to drop. Let's say we had 60 tons on board, but the airplane knows we've only burnt 12.5 tons, so we should have 65. And it would give us a warning and tell us, you've got a fuel leak here, work this out. It can't work it out. It's too complicated of an issue, but it will certainly let you know that there's a discrepancy. And that is very serious indeed. Because you think about all your ETOPS planning and so on, well, none of that matters if you have a fuel leak. If you run out of fuel, you run out of fuel. There's no ETOPS for it, so you need to know as soon as there's a risk of it happening. And it could lead you to shutting down an engine and all sorts. So, yeah, very, very important feature, and it's very crucial to keep those in check. Like I say, the airplane would tell you if they went too far out, but not for a little while, so you can spot it a bit sooner if it's starting to go awry. 455, another controller. I did get a message from someone through VATSIM. Apologies, I didn't get a chance to answer. We were taxiing out, but there we go. Oh, oh no! What's this? Oh, that's gonna be annoying. How do I turn that off? Sure. What is this?
First, the United 24, the lost, climb flight level 280.
Climbing to 280, United 24.
Speedbird 100 kilo, hello, squawk 5671.
Squawk 5671, speed 100 kilo, hello. Why have we never had this problem before? I'm hoping it will stop once it finishes.
Climb to 210 and direct Iberia 106.
You can tell I don't use these boxes. This is confusing me. There we go, 5671. Right. I need to send off the data. Does anyone know? So Cadillac will be a whole new 11th team in Formula 1 with Bottas and Perez driving. Sauber getting rebranded as Audi. And what was Sauber in the last year?
200 and confirm our new altitude.
Thanks for everyone looking out for the V-Pilot message after I got in trouble. Appreciate it.
Alpha Lima Sierra Alpha, turn left heading 125, descend to 4,500 feet.
Left heading 125 and descend 4,500 feet.
Lost 7 Foxtrot Echo, contact approach 126.7.
Dr. Dillon says, based on that F1 summary, you missed the calling as a diplomat. New reg should be really interesting. Yes, indeed, yeah.
Volker 5469.
You don't have settings under assistance. Oh.
Volker 5469, distance flight level 210.
I'm really keen not to go into the settings menu.
Volker 5469.
I might have to.
Go ahead, sorry, welcome.
I could just say text only.
United 24, monitor advisory 12.8 flight.
Advisory 12.8 over 2.0.
Oh, there's a winter Atlantic crossing today. Ah, Missouri. I missed that. There we go. Right.
Hello, 6 Zulu approach and descent 110
Area Alpha Victor, climb flight level 280.
280, Iberia 106.
Walker 5469, contact approach 126.750 right.
Is it an assistance setting?
Walker 5469, contact
Yeah, those are on the land, so what's it doing?
126.750 right.
It just decided I tuned in 80s, clearly. But
Delta Alpha, Lima Sierra Alpha, turn left heading 040 for base.
see if I can hear the controller. That's the... No, I can't. Oh, this is unbelievable. I didn't know VATSIM was this well integrated into the PMDG. Never seen this.
Ligurian 8000, climbing level 190 to Robert.
Ligurian 8000, robust input, template level 250.
250, Robert 5, Ligurian 8000.
Ah! Okay. It's only doing it when we transmit on box 1. I can still receive box 1. And if I need to transmit, I need to just pop it back. Okay. I think we've got a solution. Thanks very much. Good idea. Yes. Excellent. Because I think our next call from this controller is going to be goodbye. Right, let's clear that box out. Oh no.
Transa for 1 Alpha, hello identified, scope 1000.
Right. Fuel load center. So this is normal. We'll open the fuel page. You want to check? Nothing untoward, nothing leaking. We've not got any unusual figures in here. Down to 1.2 tons. It wants us to turn off the sensor pumps. Off. Some people sit and wait. I don't really know why, but yeah, you can see it. Again, those fuel pages aren't, it's not particularly useful diagnostics. Off. You would probably, both of you, often pilots will look up and go, right, I'm going to turn these off, and they would point at it. Because remember, you could be doing this at 4 AM, you could be wait for 14 hours, who knows, so it's very important you don't turn off another 2 switches like these 2 or something, and they're all the same sort of button. So yeah, you check that. Anyway, those are off, and that's it. The airplane will now, it waits 15 minutes or so, and then it will scavenge that fuel into the main tanks. And if you had an imbalance, let's say one engine burnt more than the other, it would balance it out for now, but then obviously that balance will reoccur depending on the reason. Engines will burn more fuel, so you can have a discrepancy. These are both PNG, you know, they're going to be the same, 3.8 tons. Sometimes you'll see a slight difference.
Maintenance level 200.
664, hello identified, climb flight level 240.
Level 340.
Okay, we have a plan to turn it off. Stand by, give me 1 second, let's see if we can make this happen. Well, sadly, that's already off. The AIS radio is already off. I just don't know where it's come from.
Iberia 1 Alpha Victor, monitor advisory, 12.8, show.
12.8, thanks for service, Iberia 1 Alpha Victor.
Sound online. I think you're going to have to come with me into settings, everyone.
12.8, show.
Single
122.8.
No.
Okay. Winter Unicorn 122.8.
Nope, everything's as normal. Everything's off. I've never had it before. Strange. It just decided we're close enough. Very weird. Sorry about this.
Silver 100 kilo due traffic, turn left heading 080.
Left heading 080. Oh. Left heading 080, speed of 100 kilo. Heading 080. Heading south. 080. And in auto. Should be in auto up here. That is quite a turn. That's probably not helped by me stopping and starting there and then. Right, how's the stream? Is the stream still working? Thanks for the subscriptions. Com2 in the ATC window. Let's try that. Ah, gotcha. And that hasn't changed this, has it? Excellent. Well done. There was the fix. Thank you very much. Goodness me. Thanks B101 UK9. Really appreciate it. Yeah, everything. I couldn't see any sound menus. I can't leave it paused for too long. We've already upset air traffic control. And also the risk of just crashing the whole simulator while we fiddle around with settings I don't like. Look at this. Over the coast. LIMJ. How close are we going to get to Rome? Pisa's coming up south. There's Rome. Should go right over it. That's quite a turn. I've never done a turn this extreme. At least got the job done to average Emirates enjoy. Indeed we did. Indeed we did. Thank you for your help, everyone. Sorry for that. Getting absolutely ridiculous the way that happens. Ah, there's the crossover. We were close to someone. Storming along now, though. What am I doing here? There we go. Right, confuse myself. Drone, camera. There we go. Let's have a nice view. We'll have the sea for now, and then we'll swap over for Rome. Awesome. And back inside. Sorry about that, jumping around. Right. So who are we dodging over here? This is quite a deviation. Oh, there's 00, yeah. So hopefully we get a right turn shortly. At least we can hear air traffic now. Good news indeed. Sound pack is amazing, says Chris Watson. Yeah, it is pretty good. It is pretty good indeed. Are they calling me? Am I missing a call from air traffic? I am. I am indeed. So it isn't working. Oh. Oh no. So although it looks right in the sim, it's not working. Control, apologies. Speedboat 100 kilo having some radio issues here. We're back with you.
Speedboat 100 kilo, resume on navigation, direct to Echo Lima Bravo.
Thank you, direct Echo Lima Bravo. Speed 100 kilo.
06 Lima, climb disregard.
Echo Lima Bravo. And then always do a beams, because otherwise your fuel checks won't work. And executes. And then press LNAV. Don't forget to press LNAV. Morning, Jackson. Woke up early. You did wake up early. Thank you very much for coming along. Really, really appreciate it. Great to have you here. That is very early. A beam means that, so we're going direct to Elba, but there were other waypoints in our flight plan. So a beam means that they stay on the route as waypoints. So when you're using them for fuel checks, that's really useful. So the other pilot, let's say you're flying and the other pilot's doing the fuel checks, they won't appreciate if you don't give them that. Now that's not a great turn. With 3 miles left of the line. So what I'm going to do is redo it.
527, hello, descent flight level 290, clear the triple airport.
So I'm going to take Elba back to the top, select the beams again, and execute. The airplane's usually better than that. I'm not sure why that happened there. It was quite an extreme turn though. The Airbus draws it all out properly in front of you.
Milano, hello, Visa 3513, level 330.
Visa 3513, Milano show identified, proceed to Jackpot.
Jackpot, thank you, Visa 350.
Milano, ciao, Liberty Mike, E-Probe, all 1132.
Right, give me 1 more second, I'll try again.
Descent flight level 310, cleared every
This is not going away. What a shame.
Oxygen 257, descent flight level 250.
Proceed with flight level 250, upstand 257.
Character voices. I'm so sorry, everyone. This must be so frustrating to watch. We are still making progress. I promise that we're still flying. Oh, we're going to be out of this airspace soon. Won't be an issue. Yeah. We're going into Rome control soon enough. But it'd be nice if we can get rid of this for the rest of the stream. Oh. What happened there? I don't like hearing the engines change power in the cruise. It shouldn't happen. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. We finally got it. The answer was indeed turning off sound, character voices in sounds. Character voices is 0. AI radio comms was already off, so I don't know why it was popping up. But there we go. Thank you very much for your help, and I can only apologise. Indeed, Ed, yeah, if you didn't find that too frustrating to watch, do please leave a like. It makes a big difference to the channel. Look at this. Aggravating to the extreme. Good. Solved. Great stuff. So what were we saying? I don't remember now. I've been trying to solve that for so long. We'll change frequency soon. That problem will be gone, hopefully. Unless there's another race. Where is this airport anyway? I don't know where it's talking about and how it's picking up an ACES that far away. Because of course in real life frequencies are shared. So they put a lot of effort into making sure that you don't sit on a frequency that's got another airport nearby. You know, if you were to open up an airport in London, you wouldn't have the same frequency as Heathrow Tower, would you? But this seems to have. We're saying QNH1013, runway 27. Can anyone find that airport? Benson Airport with QNH. So it suggests it's in Europe somewhere. Now we've got to turn off subtitles as well. Lauren says, what even is talk down? Well, talk down would be, a full, control, but yeah, you don't hear that phrase very often, if ever. But if you are enjoying, do please leave a like. That makes a huge difference to the channel. Massive difference. I really appreciate it. In fact, we're doing really well. 186 likes, 220 viewers. Very, very kind of you. Thank you so much. I thought someone was outside my house there, but it was the voices in the cabin. Here we go, this is what we love. Cruising down the coastline. Love it. So next is to turn off subtitles. Ah, Benson. Oh, it's Benson, alright. Yeah, of course it is. It's the Benson base. Well, that's back in London. Or not in Oxfordshire, yeah. Or Benson Municipal in Minnesota. Thanks, Ruti. Yeah, so this is back in the UK. We're too far. There's no way it would pick up a Benson 80s out here. Usually you've got to be like 150 miles, that sort of distance. But it's determined. It is determined. We drag up the charts, check the frequency.
100 kilo, contact from radar, 124.2 shot.
124.2, speed 100 kilo. Grazie, ciao.
Edelweiss 58, contact Milano.
124.2. We need to go through our route as well.
750, ciao.
I need to talk to you about our routing today.
750, Edelweiss 58, bye-bye.
124 decimal. And yes, just like the decision height little EFIS dials, that's just as tedious.
340 due to traffic 129.
Ligurian 8000, Rigosita. Ligurian 8000, Roma descent to flight level 310. Staff level 310, Ligurian 8000. Air 97, Sierra Tango, Roma radar contact, climb to flight level 90.
Still there.
Air Sicilia 0115, Roma, climb to flight level 280 initially.
It stopped. It stopped. It's not showing us the Benson 80s.
Uniform descent to flight level 170.
Couldn't do that for 11 hours. Rome Buongiorno, Speedbird 100 kilo, flight level 350.
Speedbird 100 kilo, Roma, buongiorno, radar contact.
There we go. We successfully checked in with the controller. That's unusual for us on this flight so far. Right, Pisa. Can anyone see the tower? Pisa's a really nice place to fly into. You come around over the bay and then in. It does have terrain around on the north side. Goodness me, it's 12:12. How long have we been going? I'm not finding the new YouTube interface very user-friendly. It's not telling me much information that I want. Oh yes it does. 2:47. Oh, barely started. Barely started. Fantastic. Right. So, H is solved. I was going to look up Benson. Out of sheer curiosity. No. H is a completely different frequency.
Ligurian 8000, continue descent to flight level 270.
No idea why it's doing that.
Anyway,
thank goodness it's over.
Caro 879 heavy, Milano is closing, monitor advisory 122.8. Ciao, buone feste.
Tricky says, afternoons in pilot, guess you're not flying the event to CYYZ as it looks busy on the VetSet map. Yes, sorry, I didn't realise that was on today, as ever. So we are not in that big event. Is everyone going to CYYZ?
Speedbird 25 Whiskey Foxtrot Roma, buongiorno, radar contact. Aegean 852, monitor advisory 122.8.
No, we are making our own waves as we head down the Italian coast.
Aegean 852, monitor advisory 122.8. Merry Christmas.
Who have we got? So we've got two of us. I'm pretty sure I heard someone ahead of us as well going on the same route. Who's flying along? If you're in chat, say hello. I can see Speedbird 25 Whiskey Foxtrot. We've obviously got Speedbird 100 kilo.
Alpine 62 Whiskey Uniform, descent to flight level 110.
And I heard, was it Qatar?
Level 110,
Someone called up for clearance to Zanzibar, but they may have gone a different route.
a very kind message. I do have time to answer this one.
Keep best rate of climb until level 180.
Best rate of climb, Sicilia 015.
Alpine 62 Whiskey Uniform, best rate of descent until level 150.
Best my steady descent until 150 Alpine.
There we go, just answering. I do occasionally get messages on VATSIM. People recognise my voice. So I do try and answer if I get the chance. Right, so we're in a good place. We're just passing Pisa. And also, by the way, I know this is a little late, probably 1 hour 30 into the flight, but think in a 320, it takes us a little bit longer to get down here. We're only an hour and a half into our flight, and we are about to pass Rome. It's a great thing on these long-haul aircraft, how the speed difference is quite remarkable. It's quite noticeable.
Sicilia 0115, thank you for cooperation. Normal rate of
Victor says, wasn't following updates on FS for quite long. Is the weather radar still not implemented? Good question.
Alpine 62 Whiskey Uniform, thank you for cooperation.
I really don't know. I've heard so many weather radars variations over the years in Flight Simulator. I personally, I know some developers have they say they've achieved it. Some say they have achieved it, but then some people think they haven't, and I've lost track of who has a working weather radar and who doesn't. So I don't know, I'm afraid.
Continue descent to flight level 250.
Stop 250, 9000.
Sicilia 0115, Roma climb unrestricted, flight level 320.
Climb flight level 320, Sicilia 0115.
I've opened the door so the first officer can join us if they feel like it. Again, referring to my cat. We might want to walk in. There's Daniel says, hello, I'm Speedbird 25 Whiskey Foxtrot. Excellent. Thank you for flying along. I wonder if you're going to make it. Are you going to plan to do the whole way? It's a long flight. Tricky says, I shall try to fly along next stream. Yes, well, our next stream will be a much more normal length, I'm sure. That's the idea anyway. Lauren says it is, but not really realistic. Yeah, this is the thing with the weather radars. They're so.
Station, Roma is closing. Monitor advisory 1 to 2 days. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Grazie.
Merry Christmas. Ciao, buona domenica. Ciao, buone feste.
Buon Natale.
Ciao, buona domenica e buon Natale.
They're saying one Sunday. I said one Christmas. Right, 1228, back we go. 1228, right. So, pretty straightforward. Now you'll notice I'm aware of where the airports are as we head south, because we're flying straight through Europe. It's all pretty obvious. You'll notice on long-haul flights, previously I've done things like put fixed rings around, although I don't know if I've done it much on this channel. But it's typical to have rings around. Now, on the 787, you can draw the rings as big as you like, so you can have a very clear view of your nearest alternates and airports. It's not so easy on the 777. The way it's coded, if we go to fix, let's say we wanted a ring around Rome. So you put in Rome, and then you do this. This is good for ETOPS to see how far you can go. But let's say I want a 600-mile ring. You'll see, oh, it does do it on the PNG. Not all 777s can do this. $640. Yeah. Does it do it? Has it actually done it? I'm curious. Yeah, it does. It is drawing the ring. So on the older 777 software, you can actually only do up to 511, 512. Think of like 512 gigabytes, 512 megabytes, just the way the coding's done. So that's all you can draw. But it seems like PMG have got the fancy 777s. I've not seen that before. I didn't know it would do that. Interesting. Interesting indeed.
Do you miss auto trim? Asked Star Derby. No. I don't think I do. Weirdly, I don't think I do. What the reason I don't miss it is because both the 777 and the 787 are very fly-by-wire modern aircraft. By the way, can you guys hear me if I'm on the external view? Let me know if you can't and I'll stop talking on the external view. Let me just listen. If I'm on the external view, let me know if you can't and I'll stop talking on the external view. I think you can. Answering my own question that I've asked you guys, but there you go. Yeah, so the 777 and the 78 are both fly-by-wire, and they compensate for some of the nasty features of flying airplanes around. So they do two things. So with an autopilot engaged, you don't notice whether you have auto trim or not. Auto trim, by the way, referring to the fact that the Airbus trims itself as it accelerates and decelerates. With the autopilot in, both the 787 and the 777 do the same, obviously, as all airplanes with autopilot in would do. The difference is when the autopilot's out and you change speed in the 777 or the 78, you need to retrim for the new speed. However, why don't I miss it? Well, here's the reality, and it's a bit of a shame to say this, but you don't change. By the time you take up the autopilot on long-haul aircraft, the chances are your speed isn't changing. You will trim forward during the takeoff at acceleration altitude only. So you'll do one blip trim to get it in trim for V2 plus whatever it's settled on. So you trim it for that, leave it for that to 1500 feet or whatever the noise abatement is, and then you're in the cruise and you don't touch it, the autopilot's in, and then you fly the whole approach with the autopilot in, and then for landing you'll take out the autopilot with it probably mostly in trim. You may need to do a tiny bit of trim, but I almost never have. You're probably just going to make it worse, but you might feel it's out of trim, or you might want to just drag it one way or the other. So you just don't notice it. Yeah, if you're doing a visual flight and you're doing a visual maneuver, like a visual circuit, which again is rare in long haul, you've got to think of how long you've been on the plane and how tired you are. So it's all about just defending everyone's capacity, right? We want to keep the aeroplane. Excellent, you guys can hear me. That's good to hear. Thank you. On the external view, we want to keep the aeroplane and everything as sort of, I hate to say it, but easy as possible for good reason, which is that if anything else happens, we need to have as much spare room to deal with that. Now, that's not to say you shouldn't do it. You should hand fly the aircraft from time to time. You really should. But you've got to pick your moments. So if you were hand flying, slowing the aeroplane down and putting the flaps out, then you'd need to retrim it. And that's the times you notice it. And the times I've done that, yeah, you feel it. Do I miss the auto trim? Not really. It's sort of second nature to flying an aeroplane trimming, so it's fine. And it's in an easy position. You know, it's electronic switch on the yoke, so it's right where your hand is anyway. The other reason I don't miss auto trim too much is because both the 777 and the 78, when you bank the aircraft, they won't drop the nose. Now, if they did, then I would want auto trim back, because that's a really key feature. I think that's a really important feature. Aeroplanes have a nasty habit of, when you turn, obviously the lift vector, so the lift vector is pointing up right now into the sky. If we turn the aircraft, then it points off sideways, so the airplane will just naturally lose some of that lift that's keeping it up, so it will start to descend. And if you're doing a visual maneuver and you go into a 30-degree bank turn whilst maneuvering, whilst adjusting speed, you could easily pick up a huge rate of descent, and it's caught a few people out over the years. It's triggered GPWSs and all sorts. So yeah, that's a great feature, I think. And it's easy to say, well, you should be able to fly the airplane without doing that. But the point is, what you'd have to do is you'd go into a bank turn and then you pull the nose up, and you wouldn't trim for a turn, although you might trim a little bit, because these yokes can be very heavy. It's lighter on the 777, it's heavier on the 787, the yoke. It's really, really heavy. And as a result, it's not very pleasant to fly it like that. So it's much nicer to have the airplane automatically counteract that nose drop, which is what it does, which is great. And I think Boeing was right to put that in, even though some people might see it as taking away from the legitimacy of really flying the aircraft. In a 737, in a Dash 8-Q500 that I used to fly, you know, it's fine. They're smaller, they're lighter, and even those aircraft can pick up big rates of descent. You've got to think, this airplane is 330 tons at times. It's just a different ball game, and it's not really sensible to have it flying around like that. Now, it is sensible, I suppose. I shouldn't say it's not sensible, but it's very nice not to have that feature, or have that quirk of flying airplanes softened for you. Now, there'll be people watching this who disagree, and also you've got to remember
there were big heavy airplanes before fly-by-wire, so the 747 Classic and 200 much heavier than this thing, and they would have not had that feature. So, you know, it has been done. Airplanes have flown around like that for a long time with basic autopilots and no auto trimming, but here we are. They also had 3 people on the flight deck, which would have helped with the capacity typically. That's one excuse I can give. Lauren says, I'd like you to fly the flight back to 777 and evaluate how it behaves compared to the real thing. Yeah, it'd be curious to compare. I mean, I think PMG is excellent, I can tell you that. What's the fuel burn on the 777 compared to A350? Asked Tony Simpson. I don't know. 6 tons an hour. That's an average figure on the 777-200. It's a little higher on the 300, as we'll see. It's 8 tons an hour, or 7 and a bit tons an hour. But at the start of the flight, on a 200, it'll be like 7, dropping to sort of just below 6 by landing. So, because of course these planes burn a lot more fuel early on in the flight. We're low down. We're actually going quite fast today as well. So those two things are combining against us here to mean we're burning quite a bit of fuel. But 350, I really don't know. Let's have a look. Let's compare it to the 1000. Let's just get a random, let's see, we'll just get an AI answer here, won't we? 6.9 tons an hour. There you go. And what's the max takeoff rate? 319 tons. So, yeah, the 777, the A350-1000 is sort of a direct competitor to the 777-300s, and it burns less fuel, that's for sure. If that's true. I mean, any of you flying it around in the sim might have a better idea. You could run it in SimBrief, I suppose, and just see if it takes the see how much fuel it asks for this trip. Tricky asks, from my understanding, you fly the 777 in real life. I do indeed. Does this mean you are rated on all 777 types? So 200, 300ER, etc.? Yes, it does. Yeah, and the 787. So the 787 777 share the same license. All variants of the 777 and 787 are in that license. So it covers the 787-8, -9, -10, the 777-200 and the 777-300ER. And it would cover the 777-200ER, 777-200LR, 777-200F, and the 777-300, but you don't see many of those airplanes around these days. I've totally lost my Streamlabs now. Oh, well, I hope some software is working by the time we get to Zanzibar. But thank you for your subscription, Adam. Did that alert go through? I think so. Just check. Just keep an eye on things. Making sure some of the software is working. Yes, it is. Good. Okay, good. Speaking of a 7.8, I would love a decent 7.8 in sim. So, I need to try out, is it the Bravo Airspace 787? I like the Horizon Sim one a lot. My biggest frustration with 2024 has been, by the way, we're quite a way out from Rome, sadly. My biggest frustration with 2024 has been how poorly the Boeings have been not working. I haven't tried it for a while now. I gave up trying months and months after the sim release. We still don't have the 7.8. Still didn't have the 7.8 working. I hope it is now, but I'll have a look. It's only because PMG 777 is in 2024 that I've been able to move over to the sim for now. Billy asked a good question. If you could fly any airliner ever made, what would you love the opportunity to fly once? Wow, that's a hard one. Obvious answer would be Concorde. But other modern answers would be A340-600 or the A380. But tricky because also included would be the 747-400. And if we're going more classic, it would have to be the 757. I mean, yeah, all of those. And then I'd love to fly a TriStar L1011 just once. But I think I'd love to do a full power takeoff in a 757-200, and I'd like to land an A340-600. I think those would be two really different things. I think the 757's takeoff is so powerful, and the 340-600's absolutely bizarre shape and landing make it feel very different. Although I think the 777-300, how long is an A340-600? Yeah, they're basically the same length. It's the 340-600 is only a tiny bit longer than the 777. Is that true? 75 metres long? It's only 1.1 metres longer. Oh, right. Oh, well, maybe it wouldn't feel so different. Busy Sim Pilot says, 757, my absolute favourite in Britannia livery. Yeah, same for me. Exactly. Yeah. Oh, well, I've landed the plane pretty much as long as the 340 then. How long is an A380? $72 metres. It's tiny. Oh, and the 350-1000s. I didn't realise the 300 was this long. It's a deceptive aeroplane. It's down to the fuselage. It's such a chunky fuselage on the 777 that it just makes it look more in proportion than it actually should do. I didn't realise it's so massive. I mean, it is long when you're doing your walk around. Like I showed you earlier, you're walking, and you just fuselage, walking, and then you get to the wing, and you've got all this behind you. But yeah, goodness me, I didn't know it's that extreme. I for some reason thought the 340 was bigger. There were supposed to be two longer A380s. Yes, I do remember that. Yeah, that'd be nice. I had lots of fun streams, Tricky, in the 757 on X-Plane, and it was really great. But now I don't have X-Plane 12 in regular use, and with all these simulators, it doesn't take long if you don't use them for a little bit for it to all go wrong and not be much use anymore. Let's get a view of Rome out the back here. So I need to update so much. The simulator's probably completely out of date, and I need to. In fact, I don't even know if I've installed it on this computer. So yeah, I need to do a lot of work to get it all up and running, get all the controls, configurations working. So yeah, but I would like to. I keep saying it. I really would like to go back to X-Plane 12 and do a video and a stream in it. But it's a 2-day job really, because the video's a day and I need a day to set it up, and it's just finding the time. And Nicola says, a friend of mine is rated on the 340 and flew for European before moving to Virgin, but he said the 340 fuselage used to bend like a banana when it took off. Goodness me, oh dear. Bit concerning, isn't it? Bluebird simulation making a 757. Indeed. Is that coming out in 2024 or just 2020 initially? Do we know for the Bluebird? I know it's been a long time in development. I think we've been talking about that for 4 years of the time. Lauren B says, took me hours to get Microsoft Flight Simulator up to snuff, and after a few months of barely touching the thing, I gave up on trying to fly. Yeah. Yeah. It's not easy. It's not easy, these sims. They need so much work. Mike says, I think the Bravo Airspace 787 here we're talking about, it's basically the same thing as the Horizon 78 using the working title systems. Yeah, and the working title systems on the 78 are fantastic. For normal operations, it's great. It's really, really great. The working title did an amazing job on what is quite a different aeroplane in lots of ways. Lauren B says, now here's a good question. Will the 777X require an extra familiarization course like the 737 MAX? That is a good question. I don't know if we know yet. As it's still not been certified, I suppose they probably haven't decided what's going to be required. So yeah, I guess we don't know. It seems likely that there needs to be something other than just a notice. You know, I don't think you could expect people to go from this cockpit to a 7.8 cockpit without anyone explaining anything. The overheads, fine, no trouble. But the screens and the way to use them and the way it's integrated is all different. Plus it's got a touchscreen down here, I believe I've heard. So yeah, I think that would be the difference. So I think there'll be something that leads us in. But then I don't know if there's going to be any 777X sims available. So maybe just a course, maybe an online course. Lawrence says, that must be so cool to fly all those different types at once. And this is referring to the fact I said that the rating I have covers me for the 7.8 all variants, 777 all variants. It is very cool. The reason all the variants are covered is because the flight decks are basically the same. So this, I'm trying to think, aside from if you know your airline's registrations, you'd know, but other than that, is there anything in here that gives away this is on a 300? The cameras, but they're not working. The cameras would give it away. Yeah, it's almost impossible to tell from the flight deck. So the speed limits will be slightly different as well for the flaps. So you really can't tell. Like they're just the same. And the same on the 7.8. It's just the same. Yeah. I hope they bring that ANC headset setting. They've added it to the 737, haven't they, in 2024? They should definitely bring that to the 777. Have they said if they're going to do that? Because I quite like that. It'd be quite nice right now. This rushing air noise, which is this loud. I don't know if you can hear it, but it's really draining. Oh, I love that. Yeah, that's great. That's a good texture. That's exactly how it is. All just screwed up and shoved into there. You got spare light bulbs, hat hooks. It's an ELT. Not all airlines have that there. But yeah, I'd love to be able to click on that just to soften out the noise. By the way, this is the best seat on the airplane, if anyone's wondering. It's actually better than the one on the 7.8 as well. It's better than the front seats because it's used less. These are often compressed down, don't work. They're not very comfortable to sit in. It also doesn't have this horrible cutout, so you can sit in it and have proper support under your legs, which is much nicer. Big armrest here. And it has a tray table, full-size tray table folded in here. Yeah, they haven't modelled these things, but there's another tray table here that folds out for this seat. So you can actually, if you're on this seat, the person sitting here gets to put the tray over their lap and then have their breakfast, lunch, dinner, or whatever in full comfort. Really, really nice. Cup holder, yeah. That is the seat to be in. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. Spongy, comfy. No yoke in the way. Tray table. What more do you want? Downside is it doesn't have a great view. Weirdly, I don't think these windows go much further back than they did on the 320. So if you look at them from this seat, you can't actually see like that view. You can't tell from here. That's actually pretty forwards. That view's looking forwards. You can't see sideways. The pilots here can just about, but yeah. This back window is essentially pointless on the 777. On the 7.8 you have one big window and it's great, you've got really clear view. But on the 777, what happens is you actually just end up with this sort of view. Whenever you look in that window, you go like that and you just can't see out because this huge pillar here. Yeah. Yeah. So honestly, if this window wasn't here, you'd be fine. It's not used so much at all. Right, we're going oceanic, it feels like. So 2020 initially for the 757, 2024 will follow. This is the Bluebird 75. Thanks, Ed. Looking forward to that. I mean, who knows when, but still looking forward to it. And just a 737 asks, if you don't mind, would you please be able to quickly explain how step times work in the 777, 787? Absolutely. So, in your... Have I done a video on it? I don't think I've done a video. This would be quite a good video, actually. In your FMS, FMC, CDU, if you go to VNAV, you'll see here, it says step, RVSM. So that just means it's using the default RVSM altitude. So it will adjust the step accordingly, which will be 2,000 feet. So what it means is, it knows that if we're at level 350, it knows that our next step will be 370. If we go above, it knows also that RVSM, well no, it's working on RVSM, which means 1,000 foot separation. You could type in 1,000. And then it will plan a step up to 360. The crucial thing to remember is you will have to step on a long haul flight. It's every flight does it. You can't do the whole way at 330. Now you don't step much on these 777-300s. They just don't go very high. They're rarely, I mean, I don't think you're ever going to get one up to 400. It just doesn't want to be there. It's a big heavy airplane. It has the same wing as a 200. 787s though, they'll step all the way up to 430, 43,000 feet quite happily. So you type in the step you want. Leaving it at RVSM is fine. Also 2,000. The reason you don't usually put 1,000 is in most airspace you go odd flight levels in one direction, even in another. Going east you go odd, and even when you go west. So we are going obviously southeast, so we're at an odd flight level, 350. Now, so I'm going to leave it at 2,000 feet or RBSM, either or. So the next level I can cruise at will be 370. If I say to air traffic I want to climb now to 360, they say no, you can't do that. So 370 is our next step, which is in 1,000. So it says at 1,680 nautical miles. And if we do that step and we leave it at 2,000, then we may have another step after that. It's not as clear on the 777 as it is in the 78, which would show you. But yeah, anyway, we don't have the next step in here. If I put in 0, the airplane will go, oh, you're not going to do any stepping at all. Sorry, I should make it bigger for you. So you put in 0, and then look at that. See the fuel? So what I'm saying now is 0 step. I'm going to stay at flight level 350 for the rest of the cruise. This would happen if you have a restriction. Let's say you have an MEL restriction. That means you can't go above 350, like a pack or bleed issue. Or maybe you've got a restriction from air traffic control and they've said, no, it's not happening. So you can do that, and that's worst case, right? So 10 tons of fuel on landing. But if we do allow it to keep stepping, it reckons we can arrive with a lot more fuel, 11.1. So that's 1.1 tons of fuel. Now that's only 10 minutes of flight time in a 777, but that's 1 ton of fuel. You could drive your car around for a few years on 1 ton of fuel. Like it's a lot, so it's well worth doing. So here we go, step to 370 at 1670 nautical miles. So we'll wait to get there and then we'll do it. Down here you have the maximum 357. Like I say, we've got loads of room. 357's it's just a bit artificial on the 300s. Optimum 345. So right this second, if we could choose, the airplane would like to be at flight level 345. This accounts for the weight, the wind, the temperature, everything. Recommended is the compromise. It's the level based on what you've told it that it wants to be at. So it's saying, okay, stay at 350, please. That's where you should be. That's as good as you're going to get, because it's only 500 feet difference. If you fly somewhere really remote, like if you're overnight in Australia, in the middle of Australia, where there's nobody else around, you can actually ask air traffic for block airspace. And there are other parts of the world where you can do this. It's a very rare procedure. But you can say, I want to block. And you could say, I want flight level 340 to 360. And then what you could do is you could descend or put yourself at 345, and every time the optimum changes by 100 feet, you've got to keep watching it, but then you could just put 100 feet different in the window and put the airplane to it. Now, it's a little bit extreme as an idea, but it certainly keeps you engaged, keeps you awake, and in theory might save you 100 kilos of fuel. But crucially, the step climb is what you need. So yeah, that's what you need to make it really work. If you go oceanic, what you can do, so let's say we have our oceanic clearance and it actually says we have to stay 350 until CONET. You could type it in and force it to stay at 350 for the planning. So I could say let's put, you can force a flight level in where you think you're going to have to go to it, for example. So 350. You just type it in on the right hand side. It's just going to mess up all the calculations, but yeah, you could force it in, say stay at 350 until this waypoint, or stay at this speed until this waypoint. But yeah, it's all a complex sort of dance of calculations that goes on in the airplane's head, and we're trying to optimize ourselves to be in that position. You'll notice as well the econ speed right now decimal 837, but if I go to legs, it wants us to be 83. It's slowing down to 834, and it slows down to 831, and then it suddenly drops to 82, 825, 823, and it just gets slower and slower, and then it suddenly accelerates again. This is all to do with the winds and all sorts. And it's trying to push through bad winds and get us into good winds and ride those, and it's a whole world of calculations. So it's typical for the airplane to slow down throughout the flight by the time it arrives, but as it gets lighter, it just sits there nice and efficient. There we go. So right now we are storming along at 837, about as fast as you'll typically sit in the 777-300. Yes. So if you've deleted the step, if you put in the number, you just press delete, and then step will go to RVSM, just as Lauren said. Good question. These boxes aren't very clear. The great thing is in the 787 it would show you, a little text box would appear to tell you exactly what you need to type in. So there we go. We are at the correct level, as efficient as we're going to get it, 11.1 tonnes. So we lost a little bit of fuel, possibly because of that turn we did. That probably burnt 200 kilos, that detour for air traffic control. So do you need to put the step climb in? No. This aircraft, by default, will set up. I didn't tell it I want to step. What happens is when you do the perf page, step size is there. It said RVSM. You can't delete it on this page, but yeah, it said RVSM at the start of the flight, and I left it alone. Or did I type in 2000? I can't remember what I did. But anyway, whatever I did, that's in there, and that's how it would always be. So then, automatically, as you fly, it will come up with this option. It will tell you that it wants to step, and you can always just go to VNav and choose what you want there. But it's an automatic thing. It's expecting to need to step climb, and you can see here I haven't had to type in. So see the VNav page says step to 370 at this point. The whole plan it's working on assumes we will do that, and it's automatically put it in. You can see if I put in, oh, that's how you talk to air traffic. They like that. I don't know why, but yeah, we won't. Trust me, it's exactly like this all the time. Put it in. Oh, come on. Why are they not accepting that? This is not something you normally have to do. Oh. I know why. You have to tell it it's a step. Don't get me started on why that's a thing. Why can't I just type in a playable? I suppose what it's saying is if you just typed in the level at one waypoint, it would just do it. So I could change it. I could force it. I could say, actually, I know at Alkev, we're going to have to go to flight level 380. So that's why it's like that. So you put 380S, Alkev 380, and then I know at Conet that they're going to want us back down at 370. So I could put in 370. Ah, come on. This is so... Oh no, it's got to do an R. Fair enough. 370S. And that way, let's say you know you've got an oceanic bit of airspace at a certain level, you can do that, execute, and the airplane will know what's going on. Oh, well, I would have expected it to have 380 in there as well, frankly. There we go. But anyway, we're not going to do all that. Why don't we do that? Yeah. So you can spend hours sitting there getting that all perfectly accurate. You could do that, I mean literally you could do that for a good couple of hours for a flight, get every number perfect, fine tuning it. You can make sure the winds are all exactly the right levels. So if we go to legs, route data, wind at Amano, you can see here it has these flight levels, but we're actually at flight level 350. It doesn't have any winds. Why has it got winds from 270? So you can, and it's working on temperature of 330. Now I don't know if this works. Let's have a go. So if we delete, we don't need the winds at 270. So if I tell it I want the winds at 355, that should force it into thinking that that's where we're going to sit. But we need to also re-request the winds. So let's see if that works. I'm getting really, really technical here. I mean, this is stuff that you do all of this, like I say, for hours, and it might save 100 kilos. It might not. Igloo says in before 320 sim pilot causes a WASM crash with the box play. Yeah, exactly. Let's not get too clever. Wind data uplink ready, and we'll load it in because we're starting to do things here that yeah, and it's, well, no, that should say 350, but it has. Now we have more useful winds, right? We are actually at 350, so in theory the estimate's more accurate, and now the step climbs are more accurate and everything else. But like I say, this is marginal. The key thing is the steps. And you've got to have the winds loaded at all. Notice that angle of attack has increased. Talk about bendy wing. See, we're now at 3 degrees angle of attack. We were at 2 something. Descent always goes in separately. Again, don't know why. We're always going to have to do a descent, so it should just be there. But there we go. That's Boeing for you. Yeah, so now we're at 3 degrees angle of attack, so those wings are slightly more flexed as we got closer to that maximum. Interesting. Not many aircraft bother with an angle of attack indicator, so it's something I haven't seen before. Very short clip asks 777 of A350. That's the question. What's your opinion that comes close to real flying? I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you asking do I prefer the 777 or the A350? I haven't flown a 350 in real life. I have no doubt as a pilot to operate, it's fantastic. 350's flight deck is big, spacious. It looks incredibly comfortable. I have seen it once and it looks amazing. Tray table, big comfy seats. I'm sure it's very automated like the 787, if not more automated, so it's doing lots of things for you, calculations for you. I'm sure it's absolutely lovely. One thing I'm less keen on about 350 would be that Airbus is keen to try and get it so it can be single pilot in the cruise in certain situations, I believe. I've seen reports of such. Okay. Yeah, question about step climbs. Sorry, I've been talking about them a long time here. So we're talking about step climbs, right? And I've been talking about the box. Now, the question someone asked, quite rightly, is, well, what about this? The flight plan here has altitudes in it, right? Where are they shown in this format? There's flight levels there. So, flight level 330, 330. So this should have step climbs planned on it as well. The planning software will do it. There you go, 350 was at Elba. And then it should have another one to 37. I wouldn't be surprised, by the way, if we didn't go to 370. Oh, yeah, it wants to go to 36 because we're actually going to head west eventually. So we're actually going to step to 360 because we're turning the corner due to our routing, which I haven't managed to talk about yet, but I will. So yeah, these flight levels are fine. If you're looking a long way, let's say you're going oceanic over the Atlantic, right? So we're just leaving Europe here, but let's say you were somewhere out here. If anyone can figure out what I need to press to get the pedal so I can drag around. Oh, it's working again. I don't know if the charts will. Anyway, let's say you're coming from the west coast of America, and then you're somewhere here, and you're setting up the box for planning and everything, and you want to choose. At some point around here, you're going to request your oceanic clearance, or maybe you're up here. You'll request your oceanic clearance from Gander before you go oceanic along this line here. And you want to know what level you want to be at there. Sometimes it's useful to look at the flight plan one, because this will tell you, oh, well, look, they planned us at this level and this speed. But remember, two things about this. This is based on forecasts. We've just downloaded more accurate winds. These are sort of the winds loaded in here are much better, much more recent. This was generated hours and hours ago now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours ago. Depending how long your flight is. So our box is more accurate with the winds. It's also more accurate with the weight. It knows exactly what the weight of the aircraft is right now. It's not just guessing on what was planned. And you may have gone up a ton or two in weight, over what this flight plan was done on. If you were a massive change, you'd get a new flight plan because you'd obviously need more fuel as well, the heavier you are. So yeah, it's a good guess, and you might request your oceanic clearance based on it, or you could see the speed that they planned your oceanic at. Because again, we talked earlier about how the different speeds changes throughout the flight. So we're currently at the econ speed. You could type in a speed and force it to do a certain speed, and that's what you do when you go oceanic. You might type in 83 and force it to fly that. But actually, I'm going to leave it at econ, which is going to fluctuate depending on the winds and what else. But ultimately, rigidly sticking to the flight plan, no. You're better off going with the box unless there's some reason you need the flight plan. Reasons to use a flight plan would be, like I say, oceanic, planned routings, and also times. Once you request oceanic, you need to arrive at the oceanic point at a certain time. We talked earlier about how all the aircraft would go off together, so you needed to all set off at a set time, so you knew you were 5 minutes behind the airplane in front or whatever. That might be a reason as well to follow this more closely, or to what actually you do is you could put in a required time of arrival into the FMS. Now, why did I say that? Because now I've got to I've got to show it. There we go, RTA. Found it. Yeah. For some reason it's in the VNAV page, I suppose, because it's controlling the speed. So RTA. So you could type in a waypoint, Routom. And what time are we currently arriving there? 1321. So let's say I want to be there at 1322 Zulu, and then it calculates the speed to fly. Now that's quite hard for it to do, right? Because because Routom's not that far away, 160 miles, and we're already going to arrive at 1322. So now it's going to fly a VNAV speed to obtain that time of arrival. So you could do that. Most pilots don't like this. You're better off actually just telling air traffic control your new time and only changing it if you need to, because it gets very fussy. The airplane's trying its best to calculate to a ludicrous level of accuracy. Look, it wants 1322, so that's the minutes, and then the decimal points. So it's ridiculous. And as a result, we'll start to do some silly things as it tries desperately to force its way to be right on it. 798. But there you go. So that's how that works. And the legs page, that should show up. There you go, 798, and then it'll go back to 83 as we pass Routom. There's endless things you can do. Like, people often say, don't you get bored flying long haul? But you'd be amazed. We're now, how long are we into this? 2.5 hours into the flight, and here we are, you know, still fiddling around with the airplane, still working on bits. There's an error, 1254. That was a fuel checkpoint, really. So 56.9. That's should be pretty good. Let's just make sure there's no change on here. There are 56.9. I mean, look at that. We're probably a couple 100 kilos up, but yeah, because that was 2 minutes ago. Maybe 100 kilos up. Yeah, loads and loads of things you can do. Yes, Papa. I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing well as well. Thanks for coming along today. I've missed loads of things in the chat while I've lectured everyone about step climbs and efficiencies. But this is what long haul flying is, right? You're not sitting here talking about approaches all day. You're sitting here planning alternates, planning fuel, planning efficiencies, planning levels, and there's good reason to plan this early. In the climb, when we climbed out of London there, obviously we were on our own, it was very quiet. But what actually would happen is they would ask you pretty quickly, what do you want to cruise at? Because they know our flight plan, they know what we plan to cruise at, but they also know things are different, pilots are different, weather's different. We might not actually want that level that they've planned us at. Clouds looking good, clouds looking really good. So they'll ask you, and if you haven't optimized everything, put in the correct weights and everything, you might not know, and then you could miss out on your level. So it's worth knowing what you really want. Early on, because what if you sat here and the plane's 2,000 meters above you? So there is another thing to this. Another thing. This is turning into my podcast, a very long podcast about step climbs. There's another thing, which is that it's very important to get your level. I wouldn't wait until the last minute. I would try and climb a little bit before my level, before the step climb. The reason is, what you don't want is someone, if you know the level above you is clear, you don't want to miss the chance, so I'd get the request in at a sensible time. That's because I don't want to miss the chance to get it. If you don't, let's say you wait till exactly it, and then someone might just appear above you 2,000 feet, and then you can't have it. It's not your level. Now, that sounds fine, but they could be, you know, as we said, we keep referencing the North Atlantic, but if they're on this North Atlantic with you, like all those people on VATSIM today, then that's it. You've lost the level, and you're going to have to wait until they want to step climb before you can step climb, which means you'll always be 2,000 feet below where you want it to be. Now, that's expensive, right? That's expensive for fuel, because as we saw, if we don't get to climb, if we got stuck here now at 350, then and there was a plane above us going all the way to Zanzibar, unlikely, but there you go, we've cost ourselves a ton of fuel. So even if it was just for a couple of hours, you're looking at hundreds of kilos of fuel going missing, and that's fuel you might want at the other end, and it costs money, and it's bad for the planet. So I like to try and make sure I get my level by stepping, and a lot of pilots will do this, stepping quite promptly. You won't delay it. Exceptions to that would be wind. If there's a really strong tailwinds, then this VNAV page might encourage you to stay down. I have seen it ask me to descend before for tailwinds, where this flight plan and the VNAV page both actually wanted the aircraft to descend into the jet stream because it was such an advantage to do it, which is quite unusual, but I have seen that can happen. And the other thing that you can get is the so it would ask you to descend. And another thing is, this airplane sits quite low, as we've discussed. The 787 sits quite high. So this sits at lower flight levels, the 787 sits at higher flight levels. So as a result, it's less of an issue on the 300. The chances are we're going to be below everyone even as they start over the ocean. We start over the ocean at 330 in this thing. A 200 would be at 35, 36, and a 787 would be at 38, 39. That's the advantage. But you never know, right? 380 and the 787, they sort of share the same piece of sky. The 777-300 and maybe a 330 would share the same piece of sky, although I think we're a bit faster than the 330s. And certainly we share the sky with the A321 Neos going over the Atlantic, but we're much faster than them, obviously. So we tend to get our level first. Right, enough of that. So much to talk about. I've missed a load of chat. Apologies for that, but thank you for coming along. If you are watching and have enjoyed my rant about VNAV, do please leave a like. Lorenzo says, wouldn't you use RT8 for the entry point time? No. Your entry point time for the oceanic airspace has buffer in it, a couple of minutes, and for the reasons I've shown, it'd actually be worse for you. Like, let's say they told us the time, we got a couple of minutes either side of that we can actually arrive at. Unless it's starting to go really wrong, and if that does happen, I would just tell air traffic control and let them sort it out, because they might say, yeah, that's fine. Because every time you request oceanic, your arrival point at that waypoint is expected to be within a certain time frame. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to go outside of that. You just need to tell air traffic control, and they might tell you, well, that's no good, change level or change speed or make it happen. But usually, if it really is an issue these days, they will force you to arrive at the right time. The other thing is, they can contact you at any point in the flight. So even once you're over the ocean, let's say you arrive a little bit closer to someone else, they could actually, once you're over the ocean, just restrict the person behind you to a different speed for just a little bit and then get the space built in. They're monitoring it all, they can see it all, they've got the room to do this, and they have the easy communication with us to get it done. And they've also got a computer calculating all this stuff as well, I'm pretty sure. I don't know that for sure, but I feel like there is something backing it all up. I know they have satellite monitoring of all the airplanes, so they can see all this stuff. Whereas this system of like arrival times and stuff, it was all based on when everyone just set off over the ocean, no one could see where they were, and you used to provide position reports as you went. So you would actually, and you do occasionally have to do this if you don't have the satellite stuff working on your aircraft that day. Look at these shadows, by the way. Look at this. It's fantastic. I didn't think the lighting and shadows could make such a difference, but it has. Yeah, so you would then get to a waypoint and you'd report it. You'd say what time you're there, what time you're expecting to get to the next waypoint, or what that waypoint is, and then the air traffic would tie it all up in their heads and make sure that everyone's in the right place and not getting too close to each other. But the reason you wouldn't use RTA to do this is because you could just tell air traffic control, they'd probably be fine with it. The chances of it changing much is very limited because you would have told them your estimate at that waypoint. You do tell them when you think you're arriving there, so the chances of that changing in the meantime is very slim, so it's much better just to leave it. Because what they wouldn't like to see is, let's say you told them a certain time and then you suddenly slow down from 8.4 to 7.8 like we have now, you know. That would just be confusing for everyone. Right, let's get rid of this, because it's just slowing us down. Econ, that's what I need to do. Staring at there we go, Econ, back to the 836. Good, and we're on the way again. Archer says, this is great for a second officer that only flies during the cruise. Yeah, this is the sort of stuff you're doing. This is just the job, yeah. This is what long haul is about. Just to ask, could you just input the steps in the legs page, set MCP out to the highest, and then leave it be, or would you need to change the out every time for every step? On the 787. Okay, so it's the same on the 78 and the 777. Same automatic system essentially for our use of it anyway. So no, it's a good question. So what they're asking is, could I like just write in here 360 and then later on write in 370 just as per this flight plan, and then all I'd need to do is put the new altitude in the window, so 37. So I've got 37 as the next step. if I leave 37, will it just do the climb at that waypoint? Or in VNAV path? I don't think it will, no, because it doesn't know we're going to climb to 370 as a cruise out. I'm curious now. I've never done it. You would never do that, and there's one really simple reason. Once you're flying along, and we're not cleared for any other level other than what we're at. We're cleared to be at 350. Yes, I'm expecting to step climb, and the reason that even Oceanic, you wouldn't force it into your current level for the whole Oceanic, because you can expect to step climb, because the plane will around you and the plane above you will if it's in the way. So that's I would leave it planning what it's planning, and then you know when to ask for your climb. But this window stays at what you're cleared for. It's too risky otherwise. You don't want the airplane to have any excuse to leave that level. So no, you wouldn't leave this at the highest. It's just not done, because now I'm sat here at 3.5, the window doesn't look right, and the airplane might suddenly try and climb to 3.7 at some point, and I haven't asked air traffic control. What if we were doing something else at the time? What if we were dealing with an issue in the cabin or a fuel check or something, and the airplane just starts climbing and we forgot to ask? No, you wouldn't do that. Unless you were given block clearance to fly up to 370. So yeah, it's not like descents, yeah. Interesting question though, very good question. Something I've never thought of. And I am very curious if it would even do the climb. I suspect it wouldn't. I think because it's got 350 in magenta, it would stay there. But I'm curious if once we pass that waypoint, it would then climb on its own to 3.7. Because obviously we know it would descend on its own. If I put it in a lower level and then we pass the top of descent, it would do the descent. So I don't know. I don't think it will, because it doesn't come up with the same message either. If you get close to your top of descent and you haven't put in a lower altitude in the window, it would say reset MCP altitude. It's asking you to lower that window so it can do its own thing. But it doesn't say that for climb. It doesn't say reset MCP altitude. So I don't think it would. Lauren B says, I'm certain my cat comprehends the flight deck better than my partner. Very good, yeah. Yeah, there's too many variables. Yeah, I don't leave long haul flights running on my computer, but I can imagine if I did, my cat would come and sit on the computer, it would be nice and warm, and then walk over the keyboard, and I can guarantee the simulation would not reach, be there when I came back down in the morning. No, we do our streams full on. Very cloudy now. Very nice though. Right. Ed says Sundays don't get much better than this. Excellent. Glad you're enjoying it, Ed. Thanks for coming along with us. Dr. Dilkington says, my other half just walked past the living room and said, is that Simi? You're officially a household name. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Lorenzo says, sorry, I asked the question before your explanation about RTA. No, never need to say sorry, but it's a good point, and it brought up other points. Piano Learner, good to see you. Piano Learner, how are you? Great to have you back again. Piano Learner says, hi Captain, I'm late to the party. Congratulations on the 100k. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. I don't, like I say, I don't want to be too indulgent with the 100k thing. I just couldn't resist. And I promised to stream, I think it was for 90,000 I was meant to do a stream. And it's taken us a while to get from 90 to 100. I say what, it hasn't taken, it's taken a year, but it's, I always thought I would get a 90k stream done in that time, because there was enough time, and I'm sorry I didn't. But yeah, I thought 100k, long haul, 777, I now fly the 777, which wasn't true at 90k either. So yeah, good bit of fun. And this is our first long haul live stream since I actually became a long haul pilot. So that's quite fun. It's given me lots to talk about, clearly. 3 hours 44 in, still going. Oh dear. Igloo Food says, keep in mind the PMG does have an option in auto flight for auto step climbs, but that's a simulator. Ah yes, you are right, so perhaps it would. I see, yes. So the fact that they have that option suggests to me it wouldn't do it. I don't think it would do it. I mean, they have so many options. I'm going to disable that. I don't actually like those takeoff to takeoffs. When I fly the 777, like in the 78 fine, we do the super D rates, but in the 777, I want to go. I want to get going. You see that on takeoff, at NBC, I rotated up to a normal sort of 777 pitch. I was going for like 15, and it was too much. The airplane didn't want to go up that high. That was just a function of what I'm used to with the thrust on this thing. It's a great airplane for climbing out on takeoff when you don't double derate it. But the rest is fine. Do all that. Yeah, probably have bank angle coolnouts on. Again, I'm asking for trouble here by fiddling around with settings. Anyway, somewhere in there is an option. I have seen it for the sim rate. But yeah, let's not break it now. Lauren Reed says, my cat has realised the place to be is behind the computer where the vents blow warm air on her. Yes, they always figure this stuff out. My computer is very much I've set it up like my old one. This computer I built at the start of this year. So this is my new station, battle station for running the channel. It is lovely. It has a lot of fans and it vents upwards. Yeah, so I've got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fans going in and then 4 out at the top and 1 out the back. So all the hot air does seem to just come straight out the top, right over the CPU radiator, but it doesn't seem to matter, the CPU. I've got the R9 9950 X3D in there, so it's a powerful processor that barely stretches its legs. In fact, this is a really good test. I've got lots of things going here. We're running it for a full day, running Flight Simulator 2024 at high settings, 1440p plus the stream. So I was curious to see how it would handle it. I have lowered the frame rate to 30 frames a second, which works better for my streaming software than Unlimited, where I think it gets to 60 quite easily. But yeah, currently sitting at 61 degrees Celsius for the CPU package, which seems alright. I don't know what the graphics card's at. Probably barely working. So I've got an RTX 5080. Graphics card is 46 degrees, running at 34%. CPU running at 14%. Oh my goodness, ridiculous. And my RAM, 24 gigabytes of RAM. I mean, I know this is the PMDG and their performance is always, I would say, stellar in Flight Simulator. Since their aircraft have been coming out, Flight Simulator 2020, 2024, their performance, touch wood, hopefully it carries on, has been really great. And this is no exception. This is running lovely. And yeah, I mean, my computer's barely, the 24 gigabytes is less than I was using in most of my 2020 sims. Dara Dermody says, do you think you'll go back to short haul in future? Yes, I certainly do. Sorry, I'm jumping around questions here. I was in the EFB for the auto step climb. I'm so sorry, everyone. I know it must get tiring. Oh, there we go. Just gone over the foot of Italy. Next is Greece. And then we're off into Egypt. Awesome. Yeah, you can do it in here, can't you? Yeah, but we're not going to do it. Good. So look at that. We'll be at Athens in no time. Coming on Thessaloniki. Oh, Gav, good old Athens. We've filmed many videos there. 54 tons of fuel. We're getting through it. It's a nice looking airplane, 300 though. It is a nice looking machine. I'll click the top. There you go. So there's auto cruise there. So we could click that. Oh, I see. Auto cruise, and then it would do the step climbs. Gotcha, gotcha. Well, we're not cheating today. No, 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 no. Full flight. Thank you very much. There is someone on TCAS. They are looking to be reasonably 20 miles behind. Close, but acceptable. I think that's our colleague. I just need to check how fast they're going. Dougal's just departed Elgav to join us on Speedbird 320. Fantastic, Dougal. Let me have a look. Let me have a look. Elgav. Yep, Elgav. In a 777 Whiskey. Excellent. Dougal's going to come up and join us. Awesome. The convoy. Love it. Love to see it.
Right. Let's see any other quick questions. Lauren B says PMG has always been solid. The Phoenix is, alas, near unusable for me nowadays. It's only 16 gigs of RAM. It's almost always maxed out on low graphics with stutters and freezes that cause destabilized approaches. Ah, that's a shame. Yeah. Yeah, the PMG stuff has always had nice performance and, touch wood again, stability, particularly important for today. Phoenix changes a lot. That's how they keep themselves cutting edge, but it does change a lot. Performance goes up and down, things change. Yeah. So it's sort of, developers have the choice, don't they, one way or the other, and they've each taken their different paths, but I'm not complaining. Both are great aircraft. Dougal says, had to take 200, my 300 seems to have an issue. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, you're showing up on VATSIM as a whiskey, Dougal. So, not that it matters, I'm sure air traffic won't get upset. And you'll be at the same speed as us, because the 200 can easily keep pace, obviously, as it's quite a bit lighter. Justice says, shame I can't leave it auto-stepping while AFK on the 7.8. Thank you for the explanation. Ah, you're very welcome. No, the 7.8 won't do it then. No, I don't think Boeing by default will just do it. I'm pretty sure. So yeah, 16 gigs of RAM. Is that VRAM, Lauren, or your? That's VRAM, is it? No, normal RAM. Yeah, that's going to be a bit of a struggle for the Phoenix, I think. Yeah, sadly, because like I say, I am running at 1440p. I am at high end. I'm not at ultra settings because I find it just crippled my computer. Whatever I did, I don't think this sim's optimized very well at those settings for now. But I'm at 24 gigabytes right now, and that's up in the cruise, right? If we were down in an airport like we were at Heathrow, I bet that was running over 30 gigs of RAM. I don't know about my VRAM as well. My VRAM is quite light, actually. Again, we're in the cruise, it's cheating really, but also the PMG is very, very light. 9 gigabytes of VRAM being used at the moment. Yeah, not bad. But I know that I've seen the RAM prices. The RAM kit I've got in my computer is made by Corsair Vengeance, which is quite common sort of RAM. And I saw that I think it was 200 odd pounds when I bought it. 64 gigabytes of VRAM. It was pretty good spec. Like it was. You know, you don't want to build a new computer, especially for a channel, and then compromise on one part of it. I think it was 6,000 MTS. Although it's showing up here in Task Manager as 4,800. Have I not enabled the... But it's not XMP because I'm on AMD. I need to figure that one out. Anyway, it's pretty good spec, even though it says it's 4,800 MTS, which sounds really bad. So I probably messed up something there. But it was, the other day, £850. So I don't even know. That's just ridiculous, isn't it? And it doesn't seem like that's about to get better anytime soon. There you go, Dougal says, the RAM I bought 3 months ago for 180 is now 950. Yeah, crazy. It's just not available to us now, is it really? The graphics cards we're using today, GeForce RTX 5080. Yes, but plus there's still a BIOS setting you need to set. Same as XMP, just called something different. It's Expo. Right, I will look that up after this stream. That's embarrassing. Thank you, everyone. But would it show up in Task Manager? Almost a Taskmaster there. I've been watching so much of that. Would. Oh dear. How embarrassing. Well, I don't think it's compromising our experience too much today, but yeah, I will adjust that. I might squeeze a few extra frames out. Okay. Thank you all. That's so embarrassing. Arch says, next you'll find your monitor set to 60 Hz or mouth smoothing on. No, I've definitely not got mouth smoothing. And my monitor, well, my monitor is, I think it's always on 240, but my sim is always on, I'm running at 30 frames a second, because the streaming software hates it. It can't
deal with that. It doesn't like higher frame rates. Google says, I'd dearly love to upgrade my aging 3080 Ti, but I'm not going for a mortgage. No. Although graphics cards are down in price at the moment, I understand. Or they're certainly at normal prices. RAM speed is less important on X3D chips. Ah, yes, there we go. I thought that might be the case. That's my excuse. Thank you, Robert Pilcher, for saving me from embarrassment. Yeah, I've got the 9950 X3D. I on my last computer I built, it was an i7. I went for an i7, and I always regretted it. It was great, and it was perfect for running the simulator. I would never think you need anything more. But what it struggled with was once I got into streaming, the whole system, it was running out of RAM, and it was running out of processing power to run streams. Because I've got 2 monitors and the simulator and everything. You know, I can't believe the CPU is running at 14%. That's outrageous. Well, thanks for all your IT help, everyone. But yeah, I mean, my monitor goes to, I don't remember, 144, 240. It's a VA panel. It's not particularly fancy, but it's 1440. But I don't actually. I never play fast-paced competitive games on it, so it doesn't really matter to me what the frame rate is, as long as it's at least 30. Although I reckon I could get Flight Simulator to run at 100-ish. Dougal says, I'm also on the X3D chip, they're great for me. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've been having a great time with it in 2024, I've got to say. There's three things I like about 2024, and they're becoming big likes, things I really like. Let's just do another fuel check, because it's easy to not realise you haven't done one for ages. Routom, and that was with, because you can imagine, right, we're sat here chatting like this. If you were getting on with the person next to you, if you're having a good day at work and you're both having a chat, you're obviously monitoring things the whole time, but you'll be amazed where time can go. We're now 2 hours and a half into the airborne time. And it is important to start this clock. People like having this running, even though it doesn't actually matter. But people love it because it's a real sense of making progress. Of course, if you're having a flight where you're not getting on with the other person that much and you're being quite quiet, or you're particularly tired, then it's the opposite sensation. And seeing that can be quite demotivating, and it's better to turn it off. Anyway, as I was saying, if you're chatty like me today, then you'd be amazed where the time can go. If this was a 3-crew flight, and it could be at 9 hours. I mean, American airlines would certainly have 3 pilots on a flight like this, as in the US-based carriers. So you're looking at 9 hours. So you're looking at about 8 hours shared rest. So, yeah, you'd already have swapped over. You'd be on your break by now. You know, that's how quick it can happen. And we've just been talking the whole time and setting up things, setting up weathers, talking about VNAV and all this stuff. There's loads to do, and it's just amazing where it goes. And then suddenly the fuel checks start to slip, so you've got to keep an eye on them, because like I say, incredibly important. Route on 53.6, we had 53.7. We are bang on the flight plan right now, spot on it, which is good. I like to make a bit of fuel on the flight plan ideally, but I'll take matching it. I think we were 300 kilos up, and then we probably burnt all of that 300 kilos of that detour in airspace. Dara says, I find pixel refresh rate more important when looking around the cockpit. Yeah, maybe that would help. Yeah, I see what you mean. Lauren B says, to be fair to Phoenix, I guess my RAM use is always high. I really need to ditch Chrome. Even if I close down Windows, it still eats RAM. Yes. I've given up. I used to use Opera as my browser, and it's based on Chrome, and it just ate way too much RAM. I've got 8 tabs open, and I'm using Edge today just to try it out on this new computer. 8 tabs open, including live streaming and my Streamlabs dashboard and SimBrief and whatnot. And that's all just tabs in Chrome, and Chrome itself is only using, or Edge, I'm using Edge, sorry, 1.4 gigabytes, yeah. It's much better, and it's saved me a lot of space.
Hayden, good to see you again. Hayden says, I'm back from church, chilling with 2 cats. Excellent. Great to see you, Hayden. Thanks for coming back. And yeah, I hope you get to enjoy the rest of the stream. We're just saying we're 2.5 hours, or just over 2.5 hours into the flight. So plenty more flying to go. You can see that progress bar crawling along the top of the screen. FO Jordan UK says, congrats on 100k subscribers. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Very, very kind. Ignifuse's edge is also chrome. Ah. I know Opera used to be its own thing and then it became chrome and I was disappointed. Yeah. Oh well. Well, it seems lighter anyway than chrome itself, or Opera was. Opera seemed heavy compared to this. I liked Opera a lot. Edge is the extensions that eat RAM, says Jets Papa. Okay, good to know. So Firefox, is Firefox the only other option then? Maybe I need to go to Firefox. That's what I use on my laptop. I found that to be really good. I'll be curious then. But I didn't think 1.7 was bad. Like I say, I've now got 60. I put 64 into this computer because I knew RAM was going to be the RAM and processor was going to be the issue for what I wanted it to achieve. And it's yeah, it's been great. Oh look, some gridding. Not seen that before. Wonder what's going on down there. Weird. Must just be a way the camera's done. Oh no, I can see it. It's in the water. Someone asked what's AA settings. I'm on TAA, I think. I don't use DLSS. I do not like DLSS in Microsoft Flight Simulator. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. For me, DLSS absolutely ruins the displays. They go all fuzzy and blurry, and when I say displays, I'm referring to the PFD, which is, you know, it's just too important. Like I say, quite happy with FrameGen. I think FrameGen's a great addition because FrameGen adds pacing issues, but you don't notice that in Flight Simulator versus a first-person shooter game, competitive game. Justice says, I find Firefox use more RAM than Chrome. Just me? Oh, there you go. Lauren B says, DLSS looks terrible for me as well, especially at nights. Downright illegible. Yeah, no, unusable. Unusable. It's the way it blurs between the numbers, because of course DLSS is trying to up the resolution, but it doesn't know what it's trying to draw because the numbers are changing. It's great for images and stuff, but it can't guess at numbers, so it's just, yeah, I'm getting the sense from the chat of your feelings towards AI, and mine are very similar. And I know DLSS isn't language model AI, but it is a form of it, isn't it? That's my understanding. But I suppose FrameGen is as well, and I like that, so I can't argue too much. Yeah, that Robert Pilcher says if they could exclude certain areas from the AIification. Yeah, I suppose that's probably impossible because the whole image has to be processed. But yeah, no, terrible for glass. Maybe you're right. Maybe in dialed cockpits it would be okay, but no, absolutely useless for this. Dr. Wilkinson says the TV is being commandeered to watch Stranger Things. See you all in an hour or so. Enjoy. Stranger Things is fantastic. I have watched the new episode, so yeah, enjoy that. Love Stranger Things. Hence, we did the Stranger Things video. Yeah, an unusual video for me, but there is a video up on the channel of me flying a helicopter around, which I never do, and in the Stranger Things missions, which are really great. They put a lot of effort into those. Arthur Blue says, what topics do you chat in real life on the flight deck? It really can't be anything. There's common themes, right, of topics you'll chat. So one thing you're going to do on long haul is talk about where you're going, what you've got plans there, what you're going to do, and you'll probably have that conversation with everyone on the crew as well. Remember, there could be, 10 to 15 crew on these airplanes, so you have lots of colleagues with you. So you'll be chatting about plans, what are people doing, thinking about what you're going to do, which one of those plans works for you, or people might be thinking the same and trying to come on your plan. And then you've got, I can get rid of that now, the sun's coming in a different way over there, yeah. And then you've got sort of more general topics, so talking about
your company and conditions and stuff that affect you directly. So something that might be coming up. So, just usual sort of work chat, really. And then if you're really lucky, you'll find someone and you'll get on and be able to talk about something outside of all that. So it would be something unusual. So one of your own interests or hobbies or sports you play, or Formula One or whatever, and then you can have a chat about that. And it's those days where they go 3.2 angle of attack in the turn, and that should drop down slightly. So it's those days where you really get a bit of fun to chat through things. And like I say, you swap over as well. So we're now sat here, effectively, if this had 3 pilots, we'd be sitting with a different pilot by now. So it's a whole new world, right? New topics, new conversations, new thoughts and interests. And you can find out some people have amazing lives and do really fascinating things. 3.4, 3.2. This is fascinating. I'd love to have this on my aircraft. 3. Right. Oh, we got another super chat. Thank you very much, Jonathan, Christopher. Hasn't got a full name. Why? Jonathan Christopher Cabral, thank you so much for the €10 super chat. Really, really appreciate it. I can't see a message. If you type a message in, I will try to read it out if I see it. But thank you very much, Jonathan, for the very, very kind super chat. Thanks for supporting the channel. Really, really appreciate it. Very, very kind of you indeed. Justice says, what is the most bizarre topic you talked about recently? That's a really hard question. What have I talked about recently? It can be anything. If you find someone who's into their computers and flight sim, then that can obviously be talked about. If you find someone, I quite like, because of my job, obviously with travel, I quite like portable gaming. So I like the Steam Deck a lot, and I have chatted about that. I flew with someone who was really into that and was trying out like Legion Go and stuff. And you just talk about these topics, and I know those are 2. I've talked about just computers there. Formula One would obviously be a classic topic. Strangest topic? I don't know. The topic to avoid is politics. It's just, no, not this, not these days. It's not fun at all. And there's politics is not worth it. But yeah, food, places you live, places you have lived, things you've done, random experiences you've been on, things you might have done down route. Talk about it, and then someone might have a little reference they used to do it or something, that sort of thing. Lauren B says, sports might actually be tough to speak on. I'd like to look up stats and players when I talk about sports. There you go. Yeah, in America, statistics are everything, aren't they? So many statistics when you go and watch basketball in America. It's great. It's just numbers all over the screen. It's huge, great screen showing you a million numbers. I have no idea what any of them mean. Do pilots talk about planes in the same way as all of us, or would that be a bit too much plane stuff? No, pilots do. Some pilots won't, and some pilots will. I will talk about planes all day, so I can sit on the flight deck and talk aeroplanes, and talk about planes I've flown, talk about planes of the past, talk about planes that they've flown, because obviously you'll sit in the flight deck and they'll have flown different things to you over their career. So if they've flown one that is interesting, then I will be on top of that, finding out about it, little tips. I also, I'm quite keen to find out, because if I find out about an airplane that I've flown in the simulator, right? Like if I meet someone who's flown an F-14, I'd have a lot to talk about or ask them about it and annoy them. Or hopefully not, but yeah. Because some people don't talk about stuff because they think you're not interested. So it's a fine balance between hassling someone for information and being able to just show an interest so that they feel free to talk about it. And you occasionally meet people, who've flown some, 757s, things like that. And more interesting things. I've flown with people who've flown Tupolev, You could use sports, politics, and religion. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, topics worth avoiding. I mean, you could probably do sports, but I don't follow much sport. How much flight time is left? Says Arthur Blue. Well, landing at the moment 7:40, and it might be a bit later than that because we've got to do an arrival. So it's currently 1:40, so 6 hours to go. Excellent. Yeah, about right. Done 3, 2 and a bit. Imagine Wagon says, have a good night. Thank you for teaching me how to start up and use the 787 in Flight Sim. You're very welcome. Thanks for coming along. Good night. FMA is off to work. Watch us later. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, FMA. Thanks for coming along. Really appreciate it. Archer 11 says, short sleeve or long sleeve work shirts. Long sleeves are frowned upon at mine. Yes. That's the whole thing. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. The thing is, with all the UV, I would imagine long sleeves are probably quite a good idea on the flight deck these days. But yeah, not very common. What are some of the best or weird hobbies your colleagues had? There'll be people you'll fly with, and you'll think, that they're just a normal sort of person, and then they'll come out and they say, oh no, I spend all my weekends camping, and then I have a surfboard on the top and I'll go surfing. Like they'll just disappear off into the woods with camping and stuff like that. Like people do lots of different interesting things, people running sort of other businesses and so on. But you've got to remember, most people who do flying, it was their dream, their passion, so they're fulfilling that sort of dream they always had. So it's quite different when you meet someone who has a totally new set of, a really fascinating hobby that's like a lifelong dream of theirs outside of work, right? Because usually flying was that dream. But you do meet people, I'm trying to think what the things people do. There are lots of common themes amongst pilots, obviously, about sort of interests. Like anything, there's just overlap in a certain way. Arch 11, he hasn't denied it. Okay, I haven't denied it because I don't want to make out like it is a problem to wear long sleeves at work. I don't, but that is for no reason at all. I just don't. People diving in caves, yeah, sure. Like scuba diving, that's quite a popular one. Yeah. R&B says mountain climbers. Yes, there are a few. Yeah, I've found people who've climbed Everest. Yeah. I don't know why. Why do you think there's an overlap? Just from the altitude? Archie says fair, but we have your eye on you. Yeah, I know. Yeah, long sleeves, just not a thing, not a convention. So, I've been totally distracted here. I do need to have a drink. I haven't drunk since we started. Question there. Do you need to wear sun cream on the flight deck? Do pilots need to wear sunscreen? Now that is a topic for the ages. I don't know is the answer. I do. I don't wear it on my arms, even though I think I probably should, especially as I don't wear long sleeves, I promise. Not that it matters. But I wear it on my face, certainly. Didn't really think about it, especially on short haul. But if you think, this flight we're going south, so the sun is just setting now. It's already on the way down. And it'll be dark when we land. And that's classic sort of going south. But this is a day flight. If we were flying west, we could have easily set off. Our departure could have been around the time there would have been flights departing to America at that time. That sun would have started here, and it might be here in winter. In summer, it will be up here or above you. And it will stay there for the full, if you went to the west coast, the full 10, 11 hours. Plus you've been on the flight deck for longer than that, so 11 to 12 hours. Then you're going to land and be in sunshine when you get there. So you're just being exposed. And then, of course, you're above all the thick atmosphere. You're above the pollution. So there's so much more UV, even though the sun's low in the sky. Because remember, the sun gets low when you're on the ground. When the sun's lower, the UV reduces because it has to come through the thick atmosphere. But we're above all that, so even if it's low in the sky, it's still shining straight in at us until it's really low. as a result, I do now wear sun cream on long haul flights because you're sat there for too much time getting sun damage. Yeah, I think the windows do block UV, but you're so close to them and there's so much of it. I'm not entirely convinced. And my two clues for this are, the biggest clue. You know, if you have a watch with sort of lume on it where it glows, you know, when you go into a dark area, your watch is sort of glowing, the hands glow. When you come out the flight deck to go to the bathroom, your watch will be glowing bright as anything, and that's done by UV, right? That doesn't work on normal lights very easily. It works on, if you put it under a UV lamp, it will glow really bright. So it's yeah, that's my big clue. There must be UV in the flight deck. Lauren B says, talking about why pilots might cross over with mountain climbers, says, more of the interest in somewhat extreme places. I don't personally have a desire to climb Everest particularly, but I do have something of fascination with the Himalayas and the Alps. Yeah. I don't find pilots to be particularly into extreme sports, though. It's not often I'll find a pilot skiing. Lots of pilots I meet ski. But I wouldn't expect to find pilots who do lots of motorbiking. They do, but off-road biking and stuff that sometimes you meet a skydiver, things like that. I think a part of it is, if you're a pilot and you have a family at home, there will come a point where you have to decide if your hobbies that put you at risk of breaking a leg or an arm or anything are worth it because of the sheer loss of work. You can't work from home with a you can't do anything with a broken leg. You've lost your medical, and that's your career. That's how you pay for your family, right? So I think what happens is pilots tend to retreat from extreme sports once they have a family, and therefore become quite normal in their lives outside of work, because it's all about you just don't want to lose your medical. It's sort of a shame, but you can lose your medical for a bump on the head, you know, if you fall over. So I think that pressure is there in people's minds. Dougal's in a holding pattern, says Jerry. Oh yes, let's have a look. Let's see who Dougal is. Dougal's coming to join us. Yeah, we're quite a way behind Dougal, sorry. How fast is Dougal going? 451 at 37. We are doing 537, so we are faster. Oh yeah, but Dougal's on hold, of course. We're catching. I hope you got enough fuel for that, Dougal. Small piece says, have you ever flown with ex-RAF pilots? How do they rate if ex-5 pilots moving on to motor flying? So I have flown with ex-RAF pilots. I'm not going to... I don't want to suggest anyone is the same, or a certain group like that, you know, would be better or worse than other pilots. So what I'm saying is I've flown with lots of excellent pilots, including pilots from the RAF. I mean, and they have fascinating stories. So I always like to talk to them about, because, you know, people who watch this channel over the last 5 years, I have regularly indulged in flying fighter jets on the channel, reliving that pilot life I wish I could have lived. So and I love my job and my career, but yeah, if I had the option to go and fly a fighter jet for a day, I would just be overwhelmed. That would be just amazing. So yeah, I love talking to them about that. HCoreF says, afternoon sir, student doctor here, so very different career to yours, but similar in many ways. Currently studying with your stream in the background. Excellent. Well, I hope my stream's not too distracting, or putting you to sleep while you're trying to study either, which I know it can do. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on. Glad you're enjoying it. And yeah, I have huge respect for doctors and paramedics. We did have a paramedic regular on this channel who comes to chat quite often. But yeah, it's... I'm sure you're going to have to do a lot more studying than it takes to become a pilot. So good luck. I hope it goes well. And thanks for coming along. Glad you're enjoying the channel. Fantastic. So much respect for medics. Yeah. Dara says, have you used Beyond ATC since your first video on it? It's gotten a lot more stable and even has CPOC now. I have not. And now CPOC is quite interesting. Maybe I'll revisit it. Yeah. Thanks, Dara Domini. The problem I have is, right, that was years ago I tried it, so I've got to try and remember how to use it all again before I make a video. Because the last thing I want to do is misrepresent a product, you know, is to show something on the channel and then have not done it properly, you know. Archer 11 says, I need to get loss of license insurance. Yes, as a pilot you certainly do. And he says, same here, I don't work, I don't earn. Good thing my main hobby is a 54-year-old Volkswagen. I go too slowly to be in any danger. Excellent. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it's a pressure. It just plays on people's heads. Thanks for those subscriptions. Wafflejack says, just to say, you've helped me learn a lot about these aircraft. Thank you for your time in creating these videos and reigniting my passion for aviation. You're very welcome, Wafflejack. Really, really, really appreciate it. It's just great. I'm always amazed to hear how many people sort of got back into aviation through this channel as well. That's really quite cool. Yeah, it's great. And I think it comes from accessibility, right? Like, this channel is a way to talk about aviation and see things in aviation, and then I hope I provide, like I always say in the start of my videos, I hope to provide some extra context on your home simulations. I always use that word because we all know flight simulators aren't perfect, and home flight simulators are not perfect representations of the real aircraft, plus there's too many variables, but we're just trying to enjoy that sort of world, and that's what I did when I was growing up. But I had the advantage that my passion for aviation was probably inspired by visiting the flight deck. I got to do that early on. When I was very small, I got to sit on the flight deck of a 747, and I never forgot it. Never forgot the feeling of the seats in particular. That was a Virgin Atlantic 747 going over to America, and then every time we went on holiday, my parents, because they saw I enjoyed that, would try and get me to the flight deck, right? So later on in the flight, you'd be offered the chance. They might make a PA, or you just ask the cabin crew. And then at some point in the flight, the pilots would open up the door, and there'd be a queue of people in the front galley waiting to go in. That's how it was. It's hard to believe now, but that's how it was. It's all before 9/11, of course. And yeah, I got that, and then that grew, and then once I got old enough to use computers, then I got into Flight Simulator and so on, and airplanes just became my passion, my obsession. Whereas now, of course, you wouldn't get that. You'd need to. That happened by accident on holiday, right? I found myself immersed in aviation and seeing the flight deck, and it's just like, wow. Whereas that now wouldn't happen. You're just a passenger. You just see you just get the sort of, you know, the normal passenger sensation of flying, but you never get to see that front view. I remember going into the front of a 757, and in front of me was this. I remember the flight door open, and airplanes are quite confined in the cabin, right? I walk around. I forgot my keys. Here we go. Look at this. You're just surrounded by plastic and metal and windows and curtains, and of this view, how much of this view is outside? Like, not even 1%. Well, 1% you can see out. And yeah, if you're sat right by a window, you might have a decent view out for a little bit, but you're mostly just looking at a plastic wall, and you're surrounded by all those noises. And then suddenly, you walk up to the front of the airplane. Oh, that's cool. The delivery is correct here as well. You walk up to the front of the airplane. I love the curtains being automatic. Oh, what's going on here? Why is it moving on its own? That's concerning. Oh no. What have I done? Okay, we fixed it. Oh, wow. I think that key, it became convinced was latched on. But anyway, right, back to my poetic point I was trying to make. Which is, yeah, you're all confined and you're walking. And then suddenly you walk into the flight deck. And you've got this just panoramic view, unbelievable view, stretching out all around you. You've got the sun, you've got the clouds, you've got town slipping by beneath you. And I remember doing that. I walked into the flight deck and there was a view of looking down at the clouds as we were descending, just starting to descend towards London. And that just stuck with me. And you can't have that now. You'd just be a passenger. So, yeah, anyway, having the fun of aviation and flying, because that was the fun bit, right? It's not fun queuing in a terminal for hours or waiting at a gate or where there's no seats, standing up for ages. These things are part of modern travel, going through security. No one enjoys those. And yes, there's ways, some places are nicer to travel through than others, but this is all quite stressful, tiring stuff. And the joy of flying comes from this, doesn't it? And if you don't get to see this, you might never get that spark, So that's why, hopefully, and that's what it sounds like people resonate with on the channel, is getting to see this side of it. Yeah. Sometimes if I go back, you go back for using the bathroom or whatever, and you're out here, and it's so dark and enclosed, and in the front, obviously, there's no windows at all. This is quite a strange galley layout, by the way. I'm not sure what's in here. Cupboards? Yeah, I'm not sure I like this. Oh yeah, I see this as the rest. It's like rest there. This is quite a strange format. But what's in here? Nothing. Yeah, you're out here and you're sorting out some food or whatever, stretching legs, going to the toilet, because you do need to stand up, obviously, on long haul flights. And then it's all enclosed, and then suddenly you come back in here and it's just a different world. Crew often come into the flight deck and go, wow, look at that, the view or the sun or whatever. And we're obviously sick of the sun by now because it's been blinding us for so many hours. We've got sunshades up and everything. But there we go. Sometimes they come in and go, oh, what a nice view, being sarcastic because it's just a horrible grey sky all around us, which does happen as well. Less so on long haul, because we tend to, or on jet aircraft we go up higher. But yeah, anyway, lots of rambling there. Cat sitting on the left, arrow key, but yeah, no, that arrow key, I think what happened was it did that thing where I did two at once and it just got latched in, thinking I was still commanding it. Yes, Papa says, I've always wanted to go in flight deck during boarding, just always thought it looked too busy to ask. So the best time to visit, you can, lots of pilots will let you come in during boarding, but it would be very brief and they would be busy. And if they're in the wrong moment, you are correct in thinking that they're busy. Look at our setup today. Look how many things we had to do. That took 45 minutes through to Pushback with the walk around and so on. And that was in an entirely controlled flight simulator with no unexpected events. That was just me in total control. Didn't have to run a full brief because it's just me, So that's different. In the real world, of course, there's more challenges and there's more things, and then they're trying to brief each other. So there's just not time before flight. The better time, if you want to see the flight deck, obviously you have to ask the cabin crew, but ask later on in the flight. Just ask, can I come into the flight deck after landing once we're parked? And then they will say yes or no, and they'll ask the cabin crew. They'll ask the pilots will say yes or no. So that's the better time, because after landing, honestly, on the 777, there's not a whole lot to do. You're not going to shut it down. You're not going to be setting it up for another flight. Short haul is different. They might be setting up for the next flight straight away, but even then, there's a couple of minutes. There's easily, after landing is the better time. Igloo Food says, I like the apologising for rambling when there's a ton of time to kill. I know. I know, there's a lot of time to kill. That blue bar has just stopped moving, hasn't it? How are we doing? So 370, coming up to PLH. Doing 82. Layman says, what if the landing was bad? They might not open up the doors to flight deck. Yes, that's true. that is possible. Arthur Blue says, in long haul after landing, the pilots always disappear. Well, what the bigger problem is, not to cause a problem with the arrow keys, the big problem is
you're not getting off at door 1. It's rare. So on short haul, the passengers will walk right past the cockpit. So that's a good time to say, oh, is it possible to say hi to the pilots or have a look in the flight deck? And they will the camera crew can just stick their head in and say, are you happy to see someone? And they'll probably say yes. I hope. Anyway, I would. Unless something has happened. You know, obviously there are days, if the pilots say no, don't be upset or don't think it's a problem. It's just because some days things have happened. You might have to call air traffic control and you might have a report to file. There might be a thing with an engineer you need to discuss. But the main thing is you're normally getting off this door, so the camera crew don't usually encourage you to walk up through the rest of the airplane. You know, they want to get you off the airplane fairly swiftly. The plane needs to be turned around. So that is probably why it feels like the pilots disappear. I certainly don't disappear before all the crew. Thanks, Balmal. Good to see you, and thanks for the congratulations. Appreciate it. Right. PLH with 49.5. Bum, 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 ba, ba. 49.3. Yes, there we are. Slowly making fuel. This is about right. I would expect the fuel to be about like this. Now here's something that happens that does not happen on this aircraft. The fuel checks go a bit funny on the Boeings. Both the 777 and the 787 do this. It's something to do with the way the fuel is laid out. The airplane has bendy wings and the sensors struggle to keep up. Now this should have drained. This should have scavenged into these tanks. This 1.1 tons. Don't know why it hasn't. We should see. If that doesn't scavenge, we could have an issue where that has actually blocked itself off in the center tank and we're a ton shorter than we should be. Anyway, once you swap over from center to the main tanks, then the system can get a little bit confused. Fuel goes missing in the pipes, I suppose. I don't really know. So these numbers can go out 3, 4, 500 kilos. So this might say total in tanks 49 tons, but it should be 49.5. And it can go even more. I've been on 787s where that's gone to 800-900 kilos out. And then over the rest of the flight, it sort of comes back in line. The Boeing has a criteria for it. I wonder if it's in here. Let's not break it, but not normal. Fuel. Leak. So, an in-flight fuel leak is suspected or confirmed. Verify that there's a fuel leak and shut down the affected engine if needed. Identify the fuel leak by verifying left or right main tank quantity, blah, blah, blah. So let's have a look. Here's the criteria. An increase in a fuel imbalance of 500 kilograms or more in 30 minutes should be considered a fuel leak. So that's saying that if we have fuel, so 24.1, 24.2, there's a slight imbalance, right? But that doesn't shock me. The APU on stand was burning from the left tank, so this would be slightly lower. It would then balance out when this center tank fuel scavenges into it, which it hasn't done. So we've kept this 100 kilos in balance, and they'll go back in and out of line a little bit. But yeah, the other thing is engines aren't usually perfectly balanced. In aircraft like this, these engines will be swapped around. They'll be leased and all sorts. There'll be different ages. They could be years apart in age and hours. It's quite normal. As a result, one might burn more than the other, and then you could find that you're sitting here and an imbalance builds up over the flight. Now you can balance it. I almost never need to. And on the 787 there's a magic button which is great, where you just press it and it just automatically balances the tanks. It's so good, really great, which they don't have on the triple. Now you wouldn't ever just press it, you would consider it very carefully. I keep talking about fuel on this flight, and there is a reason for that. It is important, obviously. What you'd do is you would check first that you have, why is it imbalanced? Are the numbers actually adding up? Are these numbers adding up? Because if this was 2 tons out, I would be worried. If it's anything over a ton, I'd be very worried. I say worried, I would be investigating what's happened. Because this is the key. Because this is, like I say, taking your calculated burn to what's in the tanks. But as it stands, it's looking like we're not going to get that 1.1 tons back. We turned those pumps off ages ago, and they're still very much still not scavenged, and it should have done that by now. Now that's actually, it does lead you to its own checklist, I think. Let's have a look. So we're not going to do this fuel leak checklist. We don't actually think. But there you go. The key thing I want to show you was this number. 500 kilograms or more in 30 minutes. Anyway, I'm going to checklist override. We don't need to do that checklist. Now, I think there was a scavenge one. Fuel scavenge system. Here you go. Condition. The fuel scavenge system is failed. Center tank fuel quantity is available. Yes, so we can see the fuel in the center tank. So what it tells you to do is actually add the center tank fuel to the required reserves. This way the aeroplane will give you a warning that you need more fuel than you think you do. So we think we're landing with 11 tons, which we are, but we're actually going to only have 10 tons usable. So we need to be prepared for that. Now I'm not going to do that just yet because I'm not convinced that is broken. But there we go. Oh, and of course we get checklist non-normal because we've started and not completed a non-normal checklist. So we need to do checklist override. Anyway, despite all that, fuel does look good. We're in a good position. 8 knot tailwind, yeah, and that's why we're slowing down a bit because it's just catching onto this tailwind. Thanks, Mel. Thanks for the congratulations. Appreciate it. And Mal. Leo B says, I had visited the 777 cockpit of Cathay once when I was in middle school, then I fell in love with aviation. There you go, yeah, just those visits. So hopefully the visits on the ground can still have the same sort of feeling. I know people walk in and without fail, they come to like, and they're always blown away by the amount of buttons. Now to me, this flight deck is actually quite limited. It doesn't have many. You do have the circuit breakers. I suppose that's probably they look like buttons, but obviously they're not. Yeah, it's not got... I mean, we don't touch this stuff, this engineering. You would do the cargo hold if you need to. But I suppose this area does have quite a lot of buttons on it overall. But yeah, that's the thing. So I wonder if that sensation, if that inspires people as well. It's the overwhelming sensation of a flight deck. What should you prefer, 787 or 777 crew rest? 777 has more space than the crew rest, I will say that. Yeah, the 777 has fantastic space. The fuselage is just so vast. So Dougal is now running just ahead of us, nicely spaced as well. Thanks, Dougal. Excellent. Yeah, I wanted to look that up actually. That was a question I had. So the A350 advertises itself with extra wide body. Its diameter of the fuselage is 6 meters. 6 meters, okay. 777 fuselage is 6.2 meters. It's huge. It's so chunky. 6.2. The 747 was 6.5. So very wide indeed. And then the only other one would be the A380. 7. Yeah, the lower part of the A380 is absolutely huge, and you can feel it when you're in it. The aisles are just massive. 100 knot at 390. Ah, see, we would go 390 if we were in a 200, but we're not going to make it up there. That's a shame. Still got 1,000 miles to go to 37. So yeah, it's interesting. The A350 advertises itself as wide body, but it's only wider than its non-contemporary aircraft. So the A330 was 5.6, so it's wider than the A330. The point is that 777 has a very wide fuselage. It's always been like that. It brought into service, that was a selling point for it. They were keen to stress that. As a result, you wouldn't believe the space in the crew rest. Yeah, it's more than the 78. In fact, that's the question, isn't it? That's what I should be checking. .78 is 5.94. Yeah. I mean, you don't need to look up the numbers. You can feel it. The 777 is sort of a cavernous cathedral inside, and the 78 is definitely a bit more enclosed. And that's just how it is. Well, once you're in your seat, I don't think it matters. But the result is the crew rest on the 78 is obviously a little more constrained.
The 777 crew rest can be very nice, depending on the fit of your airline and what crew rest you went for. There's different versions, obviously. Like this one seems to be at the front here. But I can tell you that if you're in a 777 and you're in the crew rest, it's usually in the roof, and there is literally room. You can't stand up, but you can sort of crouch and walk through it with seats and beds. I mean, it's crazy. 787 is just two sort of tubes, two beds, and they're sort of quite crammed in. It's tiny by comparison. 85 knots, not bad. Yeah, Dougal is hoping the tailwind will help with fuel. Yes, Dougal's definitely burnt through some extra in those holes. En route holding at high altitude, level flight at the start of a flight, incredibly thirsty. Is that you're doing lots of turns, you're high up. These airplanes. Sorry about that. These airplanes do not like holding high up. 11 Clark M, thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. 11 Clark M says, I've simmed for years and years, but never did it so realistically and accurately until seeing your videos. Congratulations, no one deserves 100k more. That's very kind. Thank you for being part of the channel for so long, 11 Clark. Great to see you here, and thank you so much for that super chat. Very, very appreciated. Very, very kind. Thank you. Thank you. That's, yeah, really, really appreciate it. And it's, again, yeah, great to hear what... I'm glad... I always say the extra context thing, and I'm just glad it seems like it is true. People do gain something from these videos and streams. Sorry, I'm just flicking through. I'm trying to choose my favourite view. I think that one for now. Yeah, thank you, 11 Clark M. Very, very kind. Igloo Foo. Oh, yeah, so we're talking about holding. So, yeah, Dougal entered an en route hold. Now, that is right at the start of the flight. That is so thirsty. It's okay to hold whilst descending, but yeah, I find that the 777 and 78, if you hold at 25,000 feet or above, oh my goodness, in level flight, they will really drink fuel. Arson says, how does the difference in humidity of the cabin feel between 78 and 777? Yeah, you feel it. You feel it. Everything dries out quicker on the 777. If you have a bread roll on the 777, especially in the flight deck, there's huge amounts of airflow in the flight deck. Huge. It's just designed like that to cool all the avionics and so on. This noise you hear, this roar, is not really wind noise. It's mostly just avionics, ventilation, and air conditioning pumping through. And something I don't like, this vent is here. It's quite nice. On the 787, there's an extra vent here that blasts noisy air. I really don't like that. It's much quieter on the triple. But on the triple, you have... you can't see it here. It's very noticeable. There's holes. Yes, there they are. They are. See these holes? So this is for air to be blasted through the overhead panel and onto you. You've got like a curtain. It's like an air curtain. So you're sat here and there's like these curtains of air between the two of you. Yeah, it's quite strange. I don't know why they did that. I don't know if it's air that's gone through the panel to cool it down. I assume it is and then comes out there. But anyway, ridiculous. So you're in a constant draft. So I saw someone ask, do you use the shoulder and foot heaters? And the answer is yes. On the day flights like this with the sun coming to the cockpit, probably not. But I might put the foot heater on low. Even if you don't use these at all, this cockpit is nothing like the A320. It does not get ice cold. It is very well planned out for the long flights. You know this is a long haul aeroplane. I must just say, thank you so much. Let's run that again. Thank you so much for the $4.27 tip. Thank you, really appreciate it. Gabe says, hi, me and my mum love your videos and we're wondering, do you see yourself flying a different aircraft in the future? Thank you, Gabe, for the tip. Really, really appreciate it. Glad you're enjoying the videos with you and your mum. That's absolutely great to hear. Do you see yourself flying a different aircraft in the future? Yes. Yes. Now, what it will be, I can't ever tell. It comes down to lots of things that are often out of my control. But I would absolutely like to fly different aircraft. I'd like to fly a long-haul Airbus at some point. I want to see the difference. I want to know what they do that's specific to Airbus, because I only know short-haul Airbus and long-haul Boeing, you know. So I would like to do that. And I suspect my short-haul career, if I go back to short-haul ever, will be on the A320 now. 73 MAX isn't really making much ground in Europe, and I don't see where it would come into my career. I think the 320 Neos is just going to be what we're going to have forever now. I'd like to see Boeing replace the 75. That's what I'd really like to see. But whether that could happen before I retire, look how long it's taken them just to get this 777X certified, I highly doubt it. But yeah, so that's why I'd like to fly a different long-haul aircraft. I think if I don't, then I'm going to not get the chance to see many more aeroplane types really in my career. It's going to be limited, and that's fine, but for some people. But for me, aeroplanes is everything. I like the machines. That's what I like about my job. So yeah, I would like to try out a long-haul Airbus. So that would be, obviously, these days, that means a 350 or the 380 is the only options, really. Or 330 Neo, of course. That's the other one, isn't it? Big twin engine. I mean, basically like this, isn't it? Just a bit smaller. But thank you again, Gabe, for your tip. Really appreciate it. Mark Burgess, thank you so much for your £10 super chat. Mark said, congrats on the 100k. Thanks for giving your day off to entertain us. Also, thanks for helping me learn how to fly the bus. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. That's very, very kind of you, Mark. I absolutely do not mind at all giving my day off for the entertainment. It's yeah, this has been, like I say, this was needed to happen a lot sooner, and I'm sorry it took so long to get this stream up and running, but we did make it. And we only have many more hours to go. Leo G says, you were actually the first flight sim YouTube channel I discovered when I was struggling to set up the 787. You helped me get through my first complete flight. Really appreciate all your work. That's great to hear. Thank you so much. I'm really glad to hear it, because those videos, especially like the setup videos, I'm always balancing, because as you can see from today's video, right, I've done I've done video guides before, and I've done videos on the 777, and I've covered the cruise, I've covered what long haul pilots do in the cruise and so on, but we've talked about it now for 4 hours 45 minutes, and there's always more to talk about. Flying is incredibly complicated for lots of reasons, and there's so much you can discuss, so it's hard for me to know when I'm making those videos, am I cutting out the right things to make this make sense, or am I making this confusing, you know, and or am I making it too simple, or am I cutting out something and it doesn't make sense anymore, you know, it's always like that, always a balance. Right, so thank you again, Mark, for the super chat. Thank you, Gabe, for the tip, and yeah, thank you all for coming along. Really, really do appreciate it. Claudio says, it seems to me in the next 10 to 15 years most long hauls flying around will be A350s. It does feel that way, but I would imagine, I think the 787 and 777X will also be there, to be honest. 380s, probably, yeah, they're obviously on the way out now, which is a real shame. 330 Neo, maybe some. I don't know how much market there is for those. I feel like they're just for when you can't get hold of a 350, but I don't know. Hello. First officer's coming, I don't know if you can hear her. She's complaining anyway. Bamau says, talk to your company into sending you to test pilot school. I'd love to do that, yeah, I'd love that. Iglufusa, so this is the 90k flight, right? Going to do a turn for the 100k, yeah. It did occur to me that maybe I'm supposed to. Right, let's have a chat about the route. So we're not doing North Atlantic, despite the fact that I keep talking about it. We have now flown standard staff, short haul, you know, down, we went over Paris, didn't talk to a traffic control at all. past Lyon, over the Alps of Milan, Rome, over just past Sicily. I forget the name of this area. What's this area of Italy called? I thought Catania in my head, but I don't think that's right. Then over, we've done Athens. Hello. You gonna come and say hello? Again, those of you who know my cat know she will not sit around for long. And then we're routing here. So we're about to enter, we have now entered Cairo airspace. Do that at Saturn. Now this is an interesting part of the world, isn't it? Because this is obviously where GPS RFI is going on, which now some simulations have actually done. Yeah, Lucas says, first officers come to remind you to take a break. Yeah, it might be time for a little break very soon, so I can go and get some food. I haven't eaten or stopped since, well, I sat down at the computer at 8:30. 6 hours ago. Thank goodness. The last long haul I did it in my old chair. That was years ago now, but my goodness, I was uncomfortable at the end of that one. Whereas this is a lot better. I've got it's a lazy boy chair. Absolutely brilliant. Right, so this airspace, GPS RFI, is common in all of these areas around here. Very, very common. That is where your GPS signal can get messed up, and there's certain things you can do to mitigate it. I'm not going to talk too much about it because, I don't think it's particularly interesting. But aircraft use GPS signals, as we know, to tell where they are. And if I go to POSREF, I can see that we have an FMC position, which is being based on a GPS signal, and then we have inertial position, which is based entirely on the aircraft's own computers. Those inertial systems are actually up here in this Adiru box that we turned on at the start. So the airplane inertially knows where it is to within an accuracy of 3.26 nautical miles. But the GPS is way more precise. The GPS can give us an accuracy of 0.06 nautical miles. So, you know, and there you go, 0.09, 0.05. And then there's a radio position, which is also incredibly accurate. The radio position is accurate to 0.0. Well, that's a bit much, but yeah, because what this will do is DME updating. So it's using two different DMEs, and then it senses the time between them, and then it can tell you, because those DMEs are very precise, it can tell where it is by plotting two lines on a chart. So if it knows the two DMEs are broadcasting, one's here, and you draw a circle, it knows the distance, then at the intersection is where the airplane is, and it's very, very, very accurate. It's great. So we're actually currently using GPS, as the 777 does by default, but we have the option to just turn it off. So see down here it says GPS, off, inertial. And now the airplane is navigating, and you'll see this number will slowly creep up. Look at that, it's changed where it thinks it is. And this is what it would do as it swaps over. It's 0.7 miles right of track. So let's just put the GPS on before we end up flying around too much. But yeah, you can actually just turn off the GPS and it will just have a new signal. Hello. Now, as usual, I'm going to hold it to the microphone. Say hello. Hello. She never does. There you go. Not very happy, hello. You alright? She's about to move all the controls around. For those of you who don't know, she does appear in videos every now and then. I want to get a picture of her with I've got my silver play button from YouTube. They've already sent it, which is great. 320 Sim Pilot play button. So I'll put a picture up on the channel with her with that. After all her contributions. Anyway, I must say, Ash Taylor. Ash, thank you very much for the 50 Australian dollars. Very, very kind. Let me just run that again, because I feel like I missed that one there. Or about navigation. Thank you so much, Ash. Really, really kind. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks for supporting the channel. Ash says, congrats on 100k. I've learned a lot from your videos and look forward to learning more in the future. That's very, very kind, Ash. Thank you for coming onto the channel. Thank you for supporting the channel and your very, very kind and generous super chat there. Great to have you here. I'm so glad the videos have been great for you. Yeah, these streams are always so motivating for me to hear all the people that have enjoyed it. But yeah, thank you very, very much, Ash. Really, really, that is very, very generous and very kind. Thank you so much. What a cute baby cat. Yeah, she's not a baby these days, but she's great. She's currently rubbing her cheeks all over the Thrustmaster TTA, so if the gear suddenly comes down, it's her fault. Oh dear. But yeah, thank you Ash Taylor, really, really kind. Peter says, how do you take care of the cat when you're away so much? I have 2 cats and going away for a weekend is always a logistic hassle. Yeah, so that's a good question. We had people, a visitor. Our cat, she doesn't go outside, it's not her thing. She's very much an indoor cat. She'll go outside with you, and then she'll just, let's say you sit outside in the sun, and you're sitting with her, and then she'll just get up and go back inside. She just doesn't like going anywhere. She's not very adventurous, so she's actually fine in the house, but then she has someone to come and visit her, feed her, check her water, and obviously keep her happy. And I'm not the only person who lives in my house, by the way, so when I'm away, there's often someone else at home. Lauren Reason, my cat was immediately concerned about her local environment when she heard your FO say hello. Yes, yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, they are very sensitive to these things, especially in their own house. I can understand that. Right, so we were saying, so GPS, right, so I put it back on, but when it's off, it goes to inertial. It says inertial down here. The 787 is very different. The 78 actually integrates all of these at the same time, so you don't have to turn things on and off, but you can deselect GPS as well, but it's a little more advanced of a system. Unfortunately, that also means the GPS signal is a little more integrated. But there you go. So the point being, you can turn that off, and the airplane, yeah, okay, is a little bit out of line by 0.7, but it's going to fly. It's within safe margins, and you can fly the airplane like this quite happily. And that AMP will creep up. You can't fly RNAV approaches without any GPS signal, but you have obviously DME updating, as we saw, which is still very accurate. Now there you go. So it's on inertial. If I go to, now there is a procedure for this, which I haven't had to do much because I haven't been this way for a long time. Let me see. Yes, you can update your position to your radio position if you want. Or there is some FMS fits where you would there you go. But that has upset it. I'm not sure that's a procedure. There's a procedure for this, which I haven't done on the 777, so I'm just clicking buttons here. But that has actually confused it more. But yeah, you can update it anyway. But let's put it back to GPS. So you can update it to the radio position. So what would happen on flights? Let's put the GPS back on. There we go. What would happen on flights before all of this stuff is they would go oceanic, right? Just using inertial. There was no GPS in the 60s. Things like Concorde and 747 Classics and TriStars and things. So they would go oceanic using inertial only, and then they would head out over the water. Let me just make sure the stream's still running. They'd head out over the water, and as they go, the performance of that box would get worse and worse. So the actual navigation performance would rise and rise until they were quite off track. And then they'd get in range of the two DME radio stations on the other side of the ocean, and then they would pick it up and they could find their way again. So that's how oceanic used to be done, and that's one of the reasons why airways are so far apart over the ocean, because of all that drifting. Whereas these days with GPS, everyone's flying very accurately. But now these days, it's not oceanic that's the problem for navigation. It's these airspace over here where you can encounter GPS interference. But like I say, airplanes can fly without GPS. They have done for a long time, and they still can today, thankfully. Good reason not to. You want to have an airplane with all its systems internal that can do these things. Anyway, we're now coming up to the coast of Egypt, which is pretty cool. Sadly, it's gone very grey. So why are we taking this route? So the straightest route, the Great Circle, would be to fly like this, straight through here, down to here. It's actually not much of a circle. It's a pretty straight line on this route. And that's what I wanted to fly. That was only about 8.5 hours. But it's not a likely route to do because it would take you through some interesting airspace, including up here, Tripoli, and Sudan, and as a result, you don't tend to find UK airlines going that way. So there's lots of routes of aircraft fly down this sort of area and head down through Africa like that. And sometimes airspace closes for other reasons. You may remember, I think it was up here. There's a war a little while ago, wasn't there? So they closed airspace for a while. I think it was here. So yeah. Anyway, so this is a typical sort of routing. Some carriers will operate in these airspace. It just depends on the airline, the country they're registered, the government advice, and so on where they are. But down we go through here. But this is typical. Routes going far east from Europe at the moment don't tend to go the shortest route. Let's say you're flying to Tokyo, you'd go up here, up here, up here, up here, up here, well, down. So maybe not that high, but you'd go like this, wouldn't you? That would be a great circle with a sort of arc, which is now obviously all changed. But there we go. Like I say, you can see that this looks like we're halfway, right, through the route, but this is actually a much longer section. Thanks, Ash Taylor. Don't worry about the lives. I haven't managed to get many done this year at all, so you haven't missed too many. Thanks for coming along. Thanks for listening to the video. Really appreciate it. Cam MD11, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Lauren B says her cat got hissy and growly at my phone once when I was scrolling through cat summaries. There you go. Callum says, good morning, LA time. It's LA time, fantastic. Yes, that is quite a way in the morning. I think the first officer's already going to leave. Board already? Yeah, that was enough. Some help. Lauren B says, she got on with other cats when she lived on the street just fine. She's just not had to share the inside with anyone else. Yeah, understandable. I can understand that. Yeah, that's not a reason. There's the reason for this is there's civil wars going on, and there's just parts. It's a shame, but yeah, so this is a routing you'd end up doing. Bamal says, I worked with a guy who was an Institute of Navigation fellow with a chronograph and a sextant. He could put you anywhere on Earth within a nautical mile or two. Amazing. I mean, yeah, how celestial navigation, I would absolutely love to know how to do that. It blows my mind that it's possible, because to me, I can understand positioning yourself based on the stars. What I can't understand is how you do that when the stars are moving. You know, they're whizzing around the sky. So yeah, look at that. That's Egypt down there. Airplanes are amazing. The distance they cover, they're just time machines. So yeah, I don't know how that's possible, but it is, and it was done for a long time. I have flown in and out of the Isle of Man, indeed, Green Official. Good to see you. But yeah, I have had some windy approaches into the Isle of Man. Igloo says, stream started at 1:30 for me. I went to bed as soon as the notification came in to be rested. Fantastic. Excellent, Igloo. Thanks for the effort. Thanks for coming along. Eid8193, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Dougal says, we had a sextant on our sailboat. Sadly, I never learned how to use it. Yeah, it would be amazing. It would be a great thing. Well, of course, aircrafts, you know, not long ago used to have eyebrow windows, so you could do it. And, of course, military aircraft and World War II bombers had little hatches and windows you could look out through. You know, when you needed to know where you were, even if you lost some of your radio signals and so on. The stars moving relative to each other is unknown. Yes, true. Cam says, on the 300, is it normal to take off with flaps 15 or 20? 5. 5 is quite normal. Yeah, totally fine. You think you wouldn't do it, but of course, flat 5, you're faster. Once you're in the air, you've got less drag out, so the airplane's happier. So using less flap is still the nicer thing to do for takeoff. It just how it is. Yeah, 15 is rare. Unless you're really heavy, unless you're a tailwind, anything like a tailwind. How's our route taking us? Yeah. Yeah, so it's just scooting around like that. And that, I believe, Addis Ababa. Yeah. And then in, around. So where's Kilimanjaro? I need to look that up. Are we going to see it? Is it there? There it is. Kilimanjaro. KV. Awesome. Oh, we might get. I hope it's clear skies. I might have to rewind time so we can see. It'd be a shame to do all this in the pitch black. It's just because we're in the middle of winter. The flight's going to be mostly night. Otherwise, we're getting away with it for now because obviously we're flying south, just keeping the sun there. Pretty cool that Flight Simulator models all this stuff, isn't it? It's quite exciting that the positioning of the stars and the sun and everything. Pretty cool. Green Man says, "You still in the 787? We make some parts for that plane." I am not right now, but I imagine I hope to be back on it at some point. What parts do you make? Arson says, when did you get your PPL? What would be your advice when starting part in aviation? Been swimming for 4 years now and will start my PPL soon and CPL after. Congrats on 100k. Really appreciate the congrats. Thanks for coming along. When did you get your PPL? A long time ago. When did I get my PPL? Well, I didn't get my PPL. I went straight into training. I was training for my PPL and then went into training. Not everyone. It depends how you do it. If you're doing integrated, then you wouldn't necessarily get your PPL at the start of it all, if you see what I mean. Because you're just paying to fly, and then you're paying to fly again. But the time I was doing my PPL training was 17 years ago. Oh dear, is that real? Yeah. Yeah, I guess it is. Wow. That's a bit scary. That is a long time ago. Any advice for starting the path into aviation? So, yeah, it sounds like you're thinking of doing modular, which is absolutely fine. I would always look into cadet schemes. So if there's any airlines that run cadet schemes where you are, always apply to those, because if you can have an airline that's going to give you that first job at the start, then that's what you need. That's the best thing for you. So that's my advice there. Keep up the enthusiasm, keep going, visiting airfields and stuff, and even having some flights before you apply to any of those schemes always looks good. But yeah, it sounds like you already know your plan. But it's the hard part's just getting that first job, of course. So if you can find a way or a connection, anyone you meet in the industry that might help you out with that, just get to a point where you're being paid to fly airplanes, and then you can go from there, get those hours up. Because once you're an experienced pilot, you'll find that obviously you're typically in demand until COVID came along. Otherwise, yeah. Ali says, can you please explain when you would use above or below on the TCAS for traffic? Great question. Just very good figure. I will need to go for some lunch at that point. So we'll be taking a little break soon. Right. I wanted to show you the TCAS. So, I put it below on the first officers, but not mine. Again, I do not use this radio panel, this transponder panel. Normal shows traffic, I think it's about 2,500 feet up and down. So you can see on normal, I can still see our colleague there, 2,000 feet. Below increases the range down, but it doesn't affect the range up. So we're still 2,500 feet above us, and then down to, I think it's like 7, 8, 9,000 feet below us, something like that. Likewise, above would just change it the other way. The point is, it's irrelevant. If you forgot what you did with this switch, all it does is change what's displayed on this screen. That's all it's doing. So don't worry about it too much. If you forget it the whole flight in norm or above, it really doesn't matter. The TCAS will still activate at the same time. However, I would set it to below in the cruise because I like seeing who's beneath me in case I need to do an emergency descent. So we're sat here now. Something the pilots would have done that we haven't really done today is you talk about contingencies, especially as we're getting into more remote areas now. Over Europe, it's pretty straightforward, standard Europe stuff. We've got lots of airports to go to. But now we're starting to get into slightly more remote areas. You know, we aren't going full ETOPS here. There are plenty of airports around relatively. We're not oceanic. But, and because of our routing, we're not going through any airspace that we're not particularly restricted. We can land quite happily in Ethiopia if we need to. But you would start to have more of an awareness of, you need to have an awareness of who's around you and beneath you in case you need to do that descent, which way you might turn on the airway and so on, stuff like that, if you needed to divert suddenly. So above for the climb, and then below for the rest of the flight. So top of climb, it goes from, so you climb all the way to top of climb with it and above, because you want to see who's above you for your rate of climb, see what traffic might be descending down, and then you just put it to below and then leave it there. And even if you did a step climb, you would leave it there. You might put it to above briefly if you just want to see who's above you for a step climb or something, but usually you're only stepping 2,000 feet, so you're already going to see them on TCAS if they're in the way, you know, unless they're descending down onto you. So yeah, that's pretty typical. Hopefully that helps. Right, I think it's time for a break. We've managed a 5 hours stream so far and I haven't stood up, so I will do that now. Let me start a timer. I'm going to go and get some food as well. It looks like that seems pretty quiet here. Yeah, we're all good. So let's say 30 minutes from now we'll be back. So that is 15:07. Oh yeah, now let's see if I have the timer. Sorry, I was looking at the camera and the instruments, so I was trying to set this up.
Hello everyone, we are back. How is it going? Have I got the right audio here? I think so. Let me know how the audio levels are for you, if I need to change anything. But yeah, how was that? I had a very quick lunch there. Good to stand up. I honestly stand up more on long haul flights than I have done on this stream. I've also got some big slipper for my feet, which are getting cold because this is not like the 777. It's not lovely and toasty and warm. But there we go. So let me just check that. Audio's working. Good. Right. So thank you for sticking through the break. And I think we'll probably only need one more break, but I can't guarantee that. As the long haul streams, as they go on, it gets a little harder. Look at the lighting; it's gorgeous. Let's have full sun. Let's go with these now. Yeah, look at this, fantastic. Yeah, as long haul streams go on, it becomes more difficult to sit still. But yeah. It's important, and it is very important as pilots that you do walk around on these flights. Otherwise, you will get indigestion, bloating, blood clots. You know, loads of reasons you need to stretch your legs. Very, very important. And as a passenger as well, make sure you're moving the blood out of those calves. Well, what did I have for lunch? Well, we do always talk about food. I did have a nice lunch. I had, as you all know, I'm British, so I had 2 fried eggs because they're quick. But then I made it very modern and millennial with some avocado, with some sunflower seeds, olive oil on toast. Lovely. And as a treat to go with that, and this is not very grown up of me at all, but it is quick and very, very tasty. I have some Lotus Biscoff crunchy spread I put on a slice of toast. Now that is ridiculously tasty. Even though it is just, you might as well be eating chocolate spread. I mean, it's, yeah, but it is very tasty. But here we are, well on the way now. I hope you all enjoyed your breaks. To those of you flying along with us especially, you've been working hard. I hope you all had a nice break. Let me go to the live chat so I see all the messages. Let's go with a dental plan, yeah. And I can see we've had a few very kind super chats. So starting off with, I've done wrong here. Hold on. Dougal. So Dougal, thank you so much. Dougal's been a part of the channel from right at the beginning. I remember talking to Dougal, so it is, and Dougal's been here so much over the years. So thank you, Dougal, and Dougal's a big part of the flight sim community in general. For your very, very generous $26.69. I mean, really, far too kind, Dougal. Thank you. Dougal says, it's been a privilege to watch both your channel and career progress over the years. Thank you so much for all you teach us. You're so welcome. And again, it's thanks to people like you for being a part of the channel and being so generous with your time and enthusiasm to come along and join us. So thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it, Dougal. Thanks for all your support over the years. It makes a big difference. Very, very generous that. Also, thank you so much to FGXHC84, £1 super chat. If I got that name right. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Thanks for supporting the channel. And Melstone, £4.99 super chat. Very, very kind as well. Thank you. If you do leave a message, I'll try and make sure I read it out. It does get lost slightly, but there you go. FGXHC84 asked, what did I have for lunch? There you go. I did answer that one. So thank you both for coming along and for your very kind super chats. And thank you again to Dougal. Really, really appreciate it. As Dougal said, it's coming to something when the captain has to go back and make his own lunch. I know. I know. But there we go. Right, have we missed our step climb, by the way? No, 300 miles to go. Good. That's fine. Airplane still seems in good shape. Still got 40 tons of fuel. Wonder what our fuel flow is now. It might. It'll be trickling down. 3.5. Yeah, so we're down to 7 tons an hour. Yeah, so even the 300 will be down to 6 by the end. Very nice indeed. Angle of attack 3.0, back to 3.0. Yeah, good stuff. I love this. I need an angle of attack on all my aircraft, I think. Right, Richard V, thanks so much for coming along. Richard V, great to see you. No need to apologise for being late. You've still got
4 hours to go, so no worries there at all. But thank you so much for coming along, and great to see you here. And Richard V been here right from the beginning, along with Andy and Dougal. Really, really kind, and great to have you. I hope you've been doing very well, Richard. And sorry I don't get to live stream and chat to you more, but it's great to see you here. Thank you for coming along. Yeah, 5 years, almost 6 years, but certainly 5.5 years of adventures on the channel. Remember our first COVID where we would live stream, and when I started this channel, obviously it was short haul, so we'd fly mostly the 320, but any other short haul planes, and we just went on like loops around Europe, hopping around, just an hour or two each leg. My first stream I think was Amsterdam to London, something like that. There, oh no, was it Frankfurt or Munich, something like that? Maybe around here. I think it was Frankfurt to London, something nice and reasonable. Yeah, and now look at us. What are we doing? What am I doing? Why have I set this up? Look at that. But yeah, that's what we're doing. So actually, I didn't want to say. So yeah, so thank you so much for those super chats. Good to see you again, Richard. And then Math is 69 has super chatted 3 years 49 with I think that's some sort of fruit. Is that a pear? Thank you so much for the super chat, Matt, and thank you for supporting the channel over the years. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, very, very kind. ETA for OEJN. Right, there's a good question. Where is OEJN? OEJN is after Alkev. Oh, it's our next waypoint. It's coming up. We're going to reach Alkev at 15:52. So that is in 40 minutes. 40 minutes will be just past Alkev. Yeah. Passing Jeddah. Yeah. There it is. Right on the sea there. Just dodging that airspace there. It's interesting that SimBrief knew about this, because this was SimBrief's second option. There was a straight line option, and then there was this option. So it obviously knew the expected airspace. Likewise, if you were to put into SimBrief, I'm quite impressed with this, Heathrow to Tokyo, it will put in a sensible route, obviously avoiding areas like Ukraine, and it also avoids Russia. So it's quite amazing that it knows the routings that are being used. Very clever. Jeddah and the F1 circuit is visible apparently. Yeah, very good. Yes, Papa. Biggest question of the stream for everyone: what is the best UK airport? Well, there's a question. I won't weigh in on that one. Dougal says my fuel is borderline after the high altitude holding. I bet it is. Yeah, Dougal took off from Athens to join us, but has had to hold to wait for us. Took off just a little bit early. Thought we were a bit quicker than we are, and that has. I bet. What are you landing with at the moment, Dougal? What's your current plan remaining? We're doing fine over here. 11 calculated, totalizer sensible, within range. We will do a fuel check at Alkev, but looking pretty promising, I must say. There's the Earth's shadow. That effect is spot on. That's exactly what it looks like. Just like that. Amazing. This is pretty cool. We've covered Egypt in no time at all. I suppose while I was having lunch. One of my favourite places to fly over in the world is just seeing these big remote areas you see. They're just so fascinating, because you just wonder, if you were stood down here on this hill, what does the world look like? How far would it be to get somewhere else? You know, and we just sort of whiz by. It's like almost like a TV screen, in the sense that it's just happening out the windows, but it's not. It doesn't. It's sort of so hard to understand that we're sharing the same piece of the world as these people. I have no idea what life is like in such a place. And there's a town there, so it's not totally remote. But yeah, And if you go over Greenland, it's absolutely stunning with the mountains through the snow. One day I will do that on Flight Sim 2024. I'll do one that takes us over Greenland. I want to see how well they've represented that, because that's one of my favourite places to fly. Really great. Jeff says, might pop up in the C750X and join you. Thanks for the ET. You're very welcome. Yeah. C750 could outpace us. This is slow. I mean, we're slow compared to even the 7.8. But 121 knot tailwind, not bad. Hence we've slowed down to 8.2. So we have a bit of extra fuel. I could, and what some people would do, if I select the speed 1939, I can just force it to 8.4. 1 minute. You see, it's amazing how little difference these things make on long haul. You might as well stay on econ, just let it decide. It knows what it's doing. Richard V says, your first live stream was between Frankfurt and Amsterdam. Yes, even shorter. I thought it was short. On the 3rd of May 2020. Goodness me. Who would have thought in those early days what the channel would become? Yeah, I mean, goodness me. I had no clue. No clue. And it still does feel like we do very much the same thing, so I do like that. Yeah, and I remember that stream. I was sat in my desk, was all different back then, but and I was running it on my laptop. I ran the stream off my laptop, plugged into a monitor, and that I was so unbelievably nervous. Yeah, I was a bit nervous for today because I haven't streamed for a while, but I wasn't too nervous. I'm quite pleased about that. But yeah, that first live stream. Goodness me. And it took ages, getting the overlay and the music and everything to work. And it doesn't always work, but we do our best. "19 says, with 2 kids and a 9 to 5, I'm always wondering when the best time to do long haul is. Yeah, it's tricky to fit it in on Flight Sim. Google says, I'm further west, so mounted a few hard points under the wings. There you go, excellent. Google's landing was 6.8. 6.8, okay. Our planned fuel on arrival was... So final reserves is 3. Alternate, yeah, 3. So 6. 5 point something is our total reserves. So Dougal is, yeah, spot on. So you probably burnt through all your contingency fuel doing that holding. Not bad at all. What, 800 kilos spare even? Especially in a 200. Yes, Papa says, was in Jeddah this time last year. Now sat in coldness instead of warmth. Ah, no, yeah. What were you up to in Jeddah? Is there when's the F1? Is there an F1 race in Jeddah? 19 says, ensure you've stopped GSX. I don't have GSX installed. Yeah, I love the idea of GSX. I liked it in principle. I've never, when it launched, I didn't manage to successfully install it, and then I didn't really get round to it, and it's just passed me by. Yeah. This is nice light, really nice light. Glass is a nice winter break away from the UK. Yes, fair enough. It's getting cold. FGXHCA4. I'm using an R9 9950 X3D and an RTX 5080. I went all in. I didn't go for the 5090 when I built this computer. I thought, I don't think it will be needed. Yes, it has good performance for video games, but I don't think it's going to do much in Flight Simulator, and I think I was right, but the VRAM might become an issue in the future. We shall see. We shall see. Jeff, we are indeed slowly getting there. Oh, it's early in the season. Of course it is. Jeddah, there you go. Early in the season, that race. Saudi Arabia.
Gosh, yes, of course it is. It's right at the start, isn't it? I forgot that. Terrible, terrible. Ah, there we go. So it does. Yeah, I thought it did. Green S/E, step climb. That's the expected step climb. I wouldn't be surprised if that's our last climb. Also, we might need to go to 3.6 fairly shortly after that, because we're turning the corner, I think, and we'll be heading... yeah, we'll go to 3.7... no, 1.75. 1.8, so 3.7, and then as soon as we make the turn here, up to, probably down to 3.6, or up to 3.8, see what it wants. So in this case, I could put 1,000 in, 2 step climbs once around the corner. I've got to say though, that's pretty astute of me to notice on this one. I wouldn't normally notice that. That's just a function of the live stream, I think. Probably air traffic would end up telling you what they want you to do, and then when you ask for an odd one, they tell you off. There we go. So we are, yes. So as I said, I'll run it into dark for now, but it's going to get really dark. Well, we'll see what the lighting does. We'll see how it looks. But it'd be nice to see Africa as we fly over it. Wouldn't you all agree? I know you will want a night live stream. That's been done before, but I'd like to see Kilimanjaro in the simulator as we fly over it. So we might rewind time. I'm hoping that won't mess up the ETA on the screen. For some reason, that in a straight line, look at that. In a straight line, we get to Zanzibar at 1907Z. Unfortunately, we have to go a long way round, so we're 39, and then we have to put the arrival in, which I haven't even done yet. So let's have a quick look at that. 0607, yeah, it's just a sea breeze there most of the time. That was just at 1400Z. 0607. There's no stars. It would essentially be procedural. Sorry about that. I'm back now. I'm back. I apologise for that interruption there. So we are going to land at Zanzibar. It's 060. Oh no, it's not a sea breeze then. So that puts us on the northerly runway, runway 36. What approach do we have available? Onto runway 36. We got an ILS into 18, but it is a long runway, so that would save us a lot of time. Or like we did into Male that time when we did the last live stream, we could do the RNAV. So we'll see what the weather does as a bit closer. At the moment, it would look like we're doing the RNAV. So it would be via Uvdog. So here's what I'm going to do. Our last waypoint is Egg Pet. So if I then put in the RNAV 36 via UVDOG, there's no star, and execute. That's the current longest routing. And if we go to plan, we can have a look at this. And there it is. So I'm not going to connect it just yet. We'll go egg pets, and then that pink line you see there is the go around. So we'd actually go egg pet and then down to UVDOG and in. So that's now the most accurate time of landing. That added 4 minutes. Not too bad. 10.7 tons. So that's a more reasonable estimate. I was going to say we had a little bit too much extra. Look at this highway along the coast here. How cool is that? Yeah, so that is a contender. More likely straight in RLS Zulu. But the great thing about UVDOG is we'd see the whole island as we fly over it. So that could be cool. Out over this bay here. Maybe and see a bit of the east coast, which I think is where all the holiday sort of places are. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll leave it as is. Anyway, and then you'll see one of the reasons we're going here is that it can handle a 777, 3 kilometre runway. Really nice. Only Alpha Lima Akoti only, so we have to use Bravo, and either direction we can use Bravo or Charlie, but either direction we don't want to. If we go this way, we don't want to miss Bravo. We must land by Bravo. Must come off by Bravo, otherwise we've got to backtrack at the end, which is not easy in a 777-300. I can tell you that. Cool. Right, map. Out. So yeah, fuel check coming up at Alkev. And in terms of where we are in the world, let's close that one down. Got all this to go. We're heading out of the coast. So where's HEBR? Bernice. What's that airport? Is this the resort here? I don't actually know this part of the world. I've not flown this part. Right, jumping into chat. 19 enjoyed the brilliant F1 season this year. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Excellent. Vote day. I think day is becoming a popular option. Definitely day arrival. Perfect. Dougal says, what a great time to be a flight simulator, right? The world has really opened up for us. Yeah, it's fantastic. Mount Kenya. Let's have a look for that one. Let's have a look. We'll just do a little bit of night, just for a sensation of long haul. So Mount Kenya is right in the middle of, yeah, just before we enter Tanzania. It's so hard to work out airspace. Mogadishu, Kenya. We might be going right over the top of it. There's Nairobi. Mount Kenya is just north of Nairobi. I think we'll be able to see it. Can't quite find it. That's got to be it, right? Mount Kenya, there it is. So yeah, how far is that? I need one of those distance tools. Does this do it? No, it's just great stuff. Oh well, yeah. So I think we will. I think we'll get some great views. Now, sadly, this will mess up my. It will mess up my ETAs when we do it, but that's fine. I think it's a price worth paying because we've got to see where we're going. And here you go. This is long haul for you. Soaking off into the night. Airplanes have absolutely no lighting on them in the cruise. When you see other aircraft, you can't tell what they are at night because this is you'd see this, if that. You know, you can just see the red nav light and the strobes, and maybe the beacon. 787s you can tell because they're light, although
They are similar to the 73 Max. But yeah, pitch black. Because there's no point wasting the bulbs up here. Because as you get lower, you turn on all the other sorts of lights. Then the airplane becomes a little more familiar. Something that does happen is when you're on routes like sort of like this, where we've had to take a route for geopolitical reasons, as it were, and everyone's using a similar sort of route, and it gets quite busy with traffic coming in each direction. You then have this thing where when you'll see the lights coming straight at you, right? They'll be just like heading perfectly at you, but you'll see it on TCAS. They'll be 1,000 feet above or below. You'll try and work it out obviously before they get to you. So you would sometimes find that the people say hello to each other with the lights. Oh, we're in quite humid air here. To see that, you wouldn't normally see the beam of the lights. It looks pretty clear to me, so I'm surprised it's doing that. But yeah, that's what you do. So just flick those on and off. Well, not flick, but you go that on, off. So if you're in the cruise and you're sat here and you see the light come on like that in the engine suddenly and then go off, don't worry about it. But it might be the pilot's just signalling to a crew going the other way. It's sort of like an acknowledgement of we all see each other. It doesn't really serve much of a purpose. You can't do it on the A320, of course, because it would fold the lights out. So it'd be too slow and it's bad for everyone, and you'd feel it. It'd be a big rumbling sound in the cabin, but yeah. In real life, they were using runway 18 an hour ago to do it. Okay, so maybe they prefer 18. With an ILS on it, you'd imagine they would. Stop you flying over the whole island as well. It's a stunning part of the world. It is indeed, isn't it? Yeah. I'm excited to go over Kilimanjaro. Yeah, I have actually been over Kilimanjaro, and it's cool. I don't think we're going to see much else here. Let's just set up the lighting for the evening, actually, how I'd actually have it. So by now you turn this right down. Dome light should be off. Yeah, that's sort of more like it. Just the glow on this panel. People often don't like this one either. That gets turned quite far down, and you can turn this way down. There's a strange light here. What's going on here? What am I seeing here? Floodlight. Yeah, get rid of that. That would be off. And then this is it's so hard to do the lighting. Yeah, there you go. These panel lights tend to be lower. There's so many different dials, even with the master system. So you'd have it really. I like it quite nice and dim in the evenings. And there you go. But it doesn't look good on a stream, I'll tell you that. So I will be putting it back on. And then yeah, it's a cozy place to be. A flight deck like this. You're in the warm. You're sitting there. Like most people on the plane are asleep. It's quite something. It's quite a strange sensation. Not always, of course, because just because it's dark outside doesn't mean it's night time for everyone on board. In this case, it's 3:30. Everyone got on in the morning. So they'll probably be having an afternoon nap in the cabin, but then they'll all be getting up soon enough and eating and walking around and chatting. Oh, you can see the tail light there as well. That's cool. So the 777, unusually, and there's the cabin with the screens. That's great. The 777 unusually has wingtip lights. Boeing like this. So you've got 3 tail lights. So we only need one. We need one here with 110 degree angle. But instead you get all 3. The good thing about this is if one of these is broken, so let's say this one's broken, well, as long as you have a tail one, that's fine. If the tail's broken, as long as you have the wingtips, that's fine. So you need 2 to break for it to be a problem, which is pretty good. It's a nice dispatch thing. That means that you can nearly always, you'll be fine to dispatch anyway. I'll put this back a little bit because you can't stream a dark flight deck. It looks terrible. I've tried. PMDG were correct in the way they set this lighting up, I would say that. And then you do storm, boom! That's what it looks like, yeah. Very bright. Dome light comes on, floodlights come on, all these panel lights come on.
I've never met anyone who in a storm actually puts that light on. It's called a storm light because if you encounter lightning, it's designed to stop you getting that sort of startle flash blindness sort of effect. But I've never seen anyone use it like that. Does low light in the cockpit make you drowsy? So it depends. It is a personal thing. For me, no. I like it. It keeps me... I actually find it easier. I find sitting in the sun all day or having all the lights on too bright really fatiguing. I find that... I don't know why, I just find it more draining, whereas if I sit there in a nice sort of dim flight deck that's correctly lit, then I find that I can manage that for a lot longer. It's weird, but that's just how I find it. Some people are different though. We're flying to Zanzibar, 08 HRS. Oh yeah, the strobes, absolutely, Cap, where that... Yeah, 2 flashes Airbus, 1 Boeing. So the Boeings go flash, flash, and the Airbus does didn't. No idea why. Someone must have decided that at some point. And here he goes. Let's as we're going over to a new country, let's have a look. So, cover your eyes, everyone. It's about to get bright. It already did. I'm saying that while looking at the stream. So what time? Someone had a good calculation earlier. It landed about 4 PM. What time should we set it to? Roll back clock to 12 midday, 4 PM arrival. Yeah, let's do that. Good, and we carry on. Now this is where you would start to feel tired. But remember, if we were going to America, this is exactly what it would have done. It would have just been daylight the whole time. Midday. Thanks, Jeff. So, now I'll turn the master up so that everything in the flight deck is obviously nice and clear. Good. And not too much. And now ETOPS. So I was asked about ETOPS, which is of course a huge part of long-haul aviation. You'll find a lot of airlines will run ETOPS flights. This would be considered an ETOPS flight anyway. Once you have a long-haul plane like a 777, you're going to want to keep it always flying ETOPS, so it's ETOPS certified. So that's what they do. We aren't really going ETOPS because, you know, how far away is I mean, look, we've got airports all over the place here, Luxor. So now we've got Jeddah. We're not struggling for airports, so this isn't really a great example of it. We had airports all throughout Europe, but if you're flying down to the Caribbean from London, you'd go something like this, out, down, like that. So when you're in this area, this New York Oceanic, you can find it in a really weird situation where your nearest airports are Canada and the Caribbean. I love that. So you're here, and your 2 options: go up to Gander or go down to Barbados or something. It's amazing to think that there's the whole of America in front of you, but it's too far. You know, you get these weird quirks of geography. Yeah, those are your options. And if you fly into South America, then you'll come through here, and then yeah, you're over the Amazon rainforest, but that's ETOPS because there's no airports around you here. This is properly remote. Properly remote. Yeah. And again, this distance is massive. It looks small on the chart, looks like it's the same as the UK. It is not the same as the UK. It is miles further because you're right on the equator here. We're making tracks though, aren't we? Look at this. Lauren says, you think Bermuda would be closer unless it's unavailable? Bermuda's here, but if you're, let's say you were quite far south, it all just depends on your routing. Oh, I don't want to draw on it. Oh, Why has that happened? I don't want to draw on it. I want to drag it around. Anyway, there's Bermuda. That is where it is. So let's say you could go over Santa Maria and you get to here. Then yeah, Bermuda. It may not always be available. Depends on the winds and the weather. But yeah, up here you might have Gander and Bermuda. Santa Maria's back here. But the real thing is this is a long way from anywhere, and of course is nothing compared to down here. Sitting out in the ocean. I mean, I can't even imagine. And let's have a look. Is there someone out there right now? There's probably an aircraft flying along there. Usually cargo. Yeah. Santiago to... Oh no, they've just gone out to Easter Island. .787. So I don't think there is anyone crossing it right now. Who's that? Santiago to Sydney. There you go. That is a 15-hour flight on a 787-9 LATAM. They have gone almost to the Antarctic Circle, and now they're going underneath New Zealand. I mean, phenomenal. So they set off from Santiago here, and they go down here, along here, up here, and then into Sydney. Absolutely amazing. I really don't know. I mean, they must have the 4-hour ETOPS or whatever it is. They must be the airline that uses that, because that's preposterously far. Because that's a 14-hour flight, and they have their starting airport, and they're in New Zealand, and then Australia. Incredible. I don't know how they do it. Then obviously you've got like Qantas doing Sydney to Dallas, things like that. So they set off up here. There are a few options. You've got the French Polynesia down here, Fiji, Hawaii, and then into America. It's the South Pacific that's just crazy. Awesome. Love it. Oh. But yeah, so compared to that, we're really not doing much ETOPS stuff at all. Anyway, ETOPS will be shown on your flight plan. It would show you the airports that you've been nominated for as your ETOPS alternates. Your ETOPS alternates are important. You have to check them for the requirements of ETOPS, like landing there, as it were. So do they have the weather to allow you to use them as an ETOPS alternate, which is, there's certain criteria, slightly different to destination alternate, but it's a similar idea. So you know, when you're flying to your destination, that's your destination, and then you have your alternate. And if the weather's below minimums at your destination, then you need to check you have well, in that case you need two alternates, but you need to know that you have all these things according to the weather minima and planning minima and forecast and so on. And ETOPS is a part of that. You have these nominated ETOPS alternates. Now, they are there so that when you set off, you know you have an airport to go and land at. If you need to, under ETOPS regulations. However, once you're in flight, you can go wherever you need to go, whatever's safest to do. Those are just there legally so that when you set off, you have them. That's not to say you should ignore them, and it's not uncommon to ask your planners, hey, I'm not convinced about these alternates. Going this way or going east, it's unlikely you'd have any trouble. You've got lots of airports. So as you get through Uzbekistan and into China and places, there's less and less airports up here. Yeah, you run along this sort of corridor here, lots of airplanes along here, and then you head down. You can't fly over this part of China. This plateau is too high, which is amazing, really. All of that, and it's just, you just don't really fly over it. There's Bhutan. It's just too high up. It's quite remarkable. I mean, it's vast, like the size of Europe, just sitting there, and it's not. It's too high for airplanes. There you go. It's not high enough on two engines you can fly over it, but the problem is if you lose an engine, you need to have room to keep flying the airplane, right? They have to descend to 20,000 feet, and those mountains are above that. But yeah, so you have your
ETOPS alternates nominated. You check that they've got the right weather and that they're sensible, and then they will have drawn on the map. It'll be a map like this, and it will have big rings on it. Simbrief didn't do it for this flight plan. It did it for one of the other routes, but the routing was, like I say, not likely to be realistic. But it would show you, and you'd have like Gander out to here, and usually Shannon out to here. Shannon's the most common one. If you go north, let's say you're going to the west coast and you're going up here to get to Los Angeles and so on over here, then you might have you might use Keflavik as well, because that's a pretty useful one. If you're going south, let's say you're going to the Caribbean, you'll use Santa Maria. So these airports are very, very important airports. Gander is another one. They are all big airports that have this key function of keeping this North Atlantic stuff going, because most airlines run under 3-hour ETOPS. They don't pay for the massive ETOPS for flying over the South Pacific. So these airports need to be there so that these flights can dispatch. And if one of them, let's say, closes for the day, or let's say they have bad weather, so either really strong winds or snow or fog that just puts them below planning minimum, it's below ETOPS planning, then yeah, it can cause a headache for the planners as they start trying to find new ones. However, with 3 hours ETOPS, you'd be surprised actually how far you could go. You could easily cross the Atlantic. You could get to about here just using Shannon. And then you're within 60 minutes of Gander, that sort of thing. You'd be surprised how flexible it actually is these days with how far modern aircraft are allowed to go. Like I say, 3 hours is the standard. And that would be 3 hours on one engine. Quite something. Igloo Foo says, what's the longest flight you've done so far? In real life, I've done 14 and a half hours. I think it got to 15 hours by the time we parked up. Yeah, I've done that. Yeah. Thanks, Dougal. Yeah, if you can, please like and subscribe and turn on notifications, all those good things. It does make a huge difference to the channel, and then it makes it make sure you'll see any new videos, and then YouTube promotes me more because it thinks I'm obeying its metrics. Oh, there you go. I didn't know that. So Igloo Foo says Point Neptune is down there. So this is in the South Pacific. That's apparently where they like to dispose of spacecraft. They know they can't hit anything by accident. There's just nothing here. Wow, pretty cool. Birdman says, with an initial approach fixed altitude of 5,000 feet, my rule of thumb is to be about flight level 150, 30 miles out. Would you agree with this? It works for me. So I always use 3 times table. So let me try and understand the question. Initial altitude fixed, initial approach fixed, of 5,000 feet. So you'd be 150, 30 miles out from the fix, which means you've got 10,000 feet to lose, so 30 miles. So yeah, I'd say I'd agree with that. Should work nicely. Christian Calvin, hello to you. Laura B says, largers in the Azores get some use when the eastbound tracks are further south. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because the westbounds tend to be more north with the jet streams, and the eastbound tend to be south, trying to avoid them. Laura B says, United also currently has authorization for greater than 180 ETOPS in the North Pacific if Shemya Island is unavailable as an alternate, since all Russia is currently not available either. Yes, interesting. Hayden says, I hope there will be another live stream sensation soon. Yes, well, I hope so too. Yeah. I was very pleased actually to get a Sunday where I could do this, because I thought it should really be on a Sunday. That is tradition for the channel. We used to always do Sunday afternoon streams. So I was really hoping to be able to do this 100k one then. Rich says, I have all YouTube notifications on, but I didn't get a notification you were going live today. From COVID lockdown to 100k. Congrats. Thanks so much, Rich. Yeah, I don't know. I think you need to go to my channel on, like, if you're talking about on your phone, and then there's a little bell icon. I think that's what needs to happen for that to work. Right, here we go then. Coming up on Jeddah. I mean, we're not actually going to get very close at all, are we? because we're not really flying close to that for any reason. We're just skirting around this airspace on the right here. But yeah, so what you'd be doing is getting weathers for all these airports as you go, and then you would draw rings around the ones you're going to use. This navigation display, this is something I don't like about the 777. Something originally on the 787, I didn't really think the screens looked that great. I thought those big TV screens were a little too much and detracted from it feeling like an aeroplane. But I totally take it back. They're fantastic. They're really flexible. They display huge amounts of information, and it just makes life very easy. So right here, working out where you are and getting a sense of orientation is not all that easy. We've just got a black screen with a pink line on it. But what we can do on the 78 is you'd have more airports displayed. You can wind the range up and display much more on the big screen, and then you can see put range rings in that will all intersect. And on your flight plan, your ETOPS flight plan, so it tells you the alternates you're going to use, and it tells you when they're going to be valid. So it'll give you an exact time frame. So it'd say like, so it's 10:45Z now in the simulator. So it'd say from 10:47 until 13:46, you will be in the relevant ETOPS alternate will be Jeddah. You know what I mean? And then it'll be the next time zone, and it will give you the distance, because of course you can't just draw the same circle. Let's say I put a ring around Jeddah and then a ring around another airport, and they look and you do the same ring. Well, then it might look like they're both the same distance, and they might be the same distance, but they won't be the same time. You have a tailwind going in one direction. So the ETOPS flight plan will also tell you the distances and those rings. And on the 78, you can draw it and have it on the screen very clearly. On the 777, it's a little more confused because of this tiny little TV, which is effectively the same as, it shows about as much information as the 321 can. The only advantage is it goes up one more range scale. But yeah, I think the 78 screens are a lot better. It was visible. Oh, I don't know what's done there. Sorry. Right. I'm looking at Jeddah. It's over there. Big city. Wow. Yeah. Bigger than I imagined. Matthews from PMDG, thank you so much. Matthews, really appreciate it. And he says congrats on the 100k. Thank you very, very much. Great to see you here. Matthews came along on a stream a long time ago. We streamed the CRJ, I remember. Yeah, years ago now, but thank you very much, really appreciate it. Hard to believe we're here. Yeah, somewhere over there. But yeah, we're having great fun with the PMDG 777 today, as we always do. It's been a bit of a focus point of the channel recently, for obvious reasons. We're just passing Jeddah. Average Emirates enjoy it. Dream sleeping with the new puppy, very nice. It's a very cosy afternoon. I missed the red-eye takeoff time. Yeah, indeed. For Americans, I do apologise. It was a very early start, much earlier than normal. I normally stream in the afternoons, early evenings in Europe, so that everyone can watch. But yeah, it's today to fit it all in, because of course we can't go to bed. We can't set up a long haul stream and then go to bed. That's not. No. We're doing it the whole way, further than you would in real life, because you'd have, like I say, a third pilot. You'd still be on break from when I mentioned it earlier. Yeah, unbelievable. No, Matthews, you've attended several streams, plenty of streams. Not at all. But I remember what I mean is I remember the first stream where you attended was the CRJ many years ago. That's what I meant. Yeah, no, you've been to several others in the meantime. Absolutely. Thank you for coming along. Dev Zarin says, have you ever travelled to Finland? Yes, I have. Yep, I've flown into Finland. Finland's great because in the winter they are so set up for the snow, you wouldn't believe it. They have heated apron pads, so when you park the aircraft that they don't slip around on the ice. They have also very, very good snow clearing, very efficient. That's drone views gone wrong. What's going on here? Let's put this back inside, please. Still arguing with the cameras in Flight Simulator. All these years, and another simulator later. But there we go. I'm looking forward to chase plane anyway. Excellent. Right. And this is something I hope PMDG do keep doing, which is having these wing views included by default. Fantastic. And it's so easy for me to cycle through them, which is just great. Let's see. There we go. Nice engine and Jeddah. There you go. Cruising along. Also, it's hard to picture it, but these engines sit on the ground for 2 hours and then they go in the air for 11, 12 hours. They really do spend pretty much all of their life in the air. It's really crazy to me on long haul in particular that's how it works. Short haul they sort of sit on the ground, so it makes more sense to me, but these aeroplanes genuinely spend more of their life up in the cruise. It's quite something. 7.3 has 17 views, so we do keep that. Excellent. Yes indeed, the new 7.3 had plenty of wing views as well. Yeah, I think it's so important. I just find it so easy. I can just jump to the drone. I've got one hotkey that takes me there, and then I've got it again. It's great. Victor Mushton asks, how does Boeing justify you need to always update a heading bug instead of having it updated automatically as Airbus does? I would love to ask Boeing that question myself as well. Yeah, I've got no words. I don't mind the ones that let you push it to synchronize it, but yeah, this is unreal. It is a constant thing, and it does slowly become second nature, and you just constantly think of it and do it yourself. It's taken me a while after the Airbus for 10 years where I never even looked at it, and then now it's always there, always needing it. But I'm not a fan. I think the Airbus way of getting rid of it when you're not using it and then enabling it when you do in the right direction, I think that's great. Really good. There is one or two use cases where this is handy, but it's rare, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't say it's worth the relentless updating. But there it is. But yeah, something I'd love to ask Boeing, definitely. Fuel still looking good. I think we're still spot on with our plan. And now it wants to step climb, 10.7 tons on landing. If we step climb now to 3.7, 2,000 feet up, we're still just going east, so we are still just about on odd under magnetic anyway, and that's pretty similar down here. So I think it's time. Still no air traffic control. I'm just checking that they didn't try and call us. We're not in any trouble with them. So 370 is in the window. So that was the question. Someone asked earlier, would it do it on its own? As you can see, it will not. I put 3.7 in. It knows 3.7. It just keeps the cruise altitude at 3.5, which is the right way round. It just waits for you to do it. Let's have a quick check on TCAS because we are sort of controlling ourselves out here. It would be a little embarrassing. 2,000 feet above, but certainly 20 miles behind, so let's go claim that airspace. Not sure they'd let us do that in real life. 20 miles is probably a little bit tight. But there we go. Thrust ref, VNAV speeds. Engines roar to life. Now, in the front of the 777, you probably wouldn't notice this. You can't really hear. You just have a constant sort of roar of the aeroplane. In the back, and I've been, I know this from first hand. I won't walk all the way down to the back cabin, but when you are sat in the very back of a 777, in those that last cabin, you really hear the roar. It's the air rushing past. It's a really surprising noise. The front's quite quiet on the 777. I'd say it's not far off the 7.8 front part of the cabin, but the back is much noisier. Because just think about it, the engines are blasting huge amounts of air, and it's that air versus the speed next to it that makes that noise. So this is being pushed out, and if you're sat here, which is where I'm normally sat, then it just, makes an absolute racket, and you can really hear it. Makes me always think we're getting into a low speed situation. Now let's have a look. What's the recommended max? 374. There you go. Typical 777-300 behaviour. It's constantly pushing us up against that maximum ceiling, but we're totally fine. We've got loads of margin, even at cost next 200. It's just, this is almost, you could argue it's artificially low. It's not. It is still a limit, but it's just because of that bendy wing, I believe. Google says the only thing worse than the constant heading bug change is spend 30 minutes to adjust the landing minimum. Yes, indeed. This is not that one. It's the phenomenon of this barrow button dial. It's easier in the real aircraft. Funnily enough, the real 777, this is okay. You do a large click for 10 or a slow click and it does 1. The speed being a path. So you've made it up 3.7, no trouble. Strong rate of climb, straight up there. Typical. Yeah, it's great. PMDG have modelled this one. So I think there's different fits of this because I've seen different variants. This is more like the 781 I'm used to where you scroll it. But there is a version... Oh, there it goes. No, it springs back. Oh, no, they have... That's right. Yeah, so it springs back. But the way they've done it, so you're sort of scrolling it one by one, it is similar to the real aircraft. But the 78's worse because it doesn't spring back and it's a nightmare. Whereas at least the real 777 you can do a full spring for 10. You hold it to whiz around and then you can do 1 individually. Still fiddly, but okay. The real 781 feels more like this, where you're trying to use a scroll wheel, but if of course you haven't got the hardware, it doesn't spring back. Yeah, nightmare. Now someone said it is possible to type it in. But I have not worked that one out yet. So I'd like to. Wing limited max or thrust limited max? Definitely wing limited. The 777 is wing limited. Pilots talk about that a lot. Is it wing or engine? So yeah, they will say things like, well, we've got plenty of engine, but we haven't got enough wing. Whereas the 78 is the complete opposite. 787 is engine limited. It has loads of wing. The wing on the 78 is just gorgeous. Fast, high, lift, great. It's fantastic. But yeah, and you can tell that by this coffin corner. You could get that a bit smaller if you and still be safe. And the key thing was the airplane climbed up here, no trouble at all. We've got 600, 700 feet per minute easy. Easy. In the third box. Ah, yes. Okay, the backup EFIS. Yes, okay. I do know what this is. So, Boeing was worried that this panel could fail, right? Any separate part on the airplane could fail. And PMG have done this correctly, which is great. So what you can do, and let's hope I don't want to cause any problems with the sim, but what you can do is control the EFIS separately, and it's in here. You press menu, EFIS control on. EFIS control panel left. So I've disabled that panel, so it brought up the checklist. You wouldn't do this routinely. And in here, we can now set it. The reason they've done this is, the airplane needs to be able to land, without this stuff. You can't just... Because imagine if you couldn't change the QNH and things, you're stuck on standard, so all your altimeters are wrong. That would be incredibly confusing. So they were correct to put a backup in. Right, minimums, and then you could type it in, right? 580. And there it is, yeah. I've never done that in real life. I hope not to. It is not normal procedure, but there is a way. You're absolutely right. Very well done. Love it. Right, so let's turn it off. And the same thing for the displays, by the way. They're worried that, because of course there's display controls up here as well as the EFIS. So turn that on and then go to display, and then I can bring up the checklists where I need it. Stuff like that. It's pretty cool. Just if you need it. Works a charm. Works a charm. Great. You can also hold left click and drag the mouse to go faster. Yes, indeed. But whenever I do that, I always zoom past what I wanted. Anyway, we don't need those just yet. I'm hoping the weather will be lovely. Fuji says, if I don't make it all the way to Zanzibar, guests, can I thank you for giving up your most valuable free time to celebrate with us? Really appreciate it. You're very welcome, Fuji. Thank you so much. Thanks for your support. Thanks for your super chat, and thanks for being a part of the channel. And yeah, I totally understand. I wouldn't expect anyone to make it through the full stream with me unless they really want to. And I can understand that by picking a Sunday, people have got other things they need to do. But thank you for coming along and saying hello at all. That's more what this was about. It was about giving everyone a moment to come and sort of jump in and ask a question or whatever over the course of the day. Igloo Food says, if you go out to normal, it'll stay. Yes, indeed. Yeah, the minima would stay there. Yeah. I believe some people have done it, but I don't see it usually done. Mert says, how does on-condition engine maintenance work in daily ops? Do you notice changes in fuel burn performance or vibration as engine age, or only via monitoring systems? So that's an engineering function. It's a great question, but it's unfortunately beyond my my area of expertise. So I say expertise, it's just beyond my job, I'm afraid. So I was saying earlier, you would quite often get an imbalance by now in the fuel. So these fuel flows could be different. We're down to 7 tons an hour now as we get more and more efficient. But now we've climbed, see, it's back to 3.2, the angle of attack. How interesting. But yeah, so you might start to see an imbalance. It did scavenge, there we go. I was talking about that earlier. This fuel does eventually scavenge into the main tanks and then it rebalances them. But yeah, you might get to, so now as these tanks drain, you might find them suddenly having like a 200-300 kilo imbalance, which is really nothing. I wouldn't bother with it. And that would be down to one of the engines burning more fuel. And sometimes engineering will have a note in the tech log saying, yeah, this airplane does burn more fuel from one engine. That's because of its one of the engines is significantly older or newer than the other. In terms of vibration, no, I don't want vibration on the engines, new or old. If it's 320s, I did used to see it sometimes. On long haul, no, I haven't really noticed any vibration. It really shouldn't. They shouldn't be vibrating at all over long flights. There is a monitor for it, also in the engine page, and you can see down here. So this will show you, just like the Airbus, it shows us the vibration and which fan is giving it to us. So the largest vibration on each engine is the N1 fan at the front, 0.7 and 0.5 now and 0.7 on this engine. So that's what it's giving us. Sometimes that'll be the N2, you know, it's can be all sorts. Notice as well, by the way, and I always think this is interesting, I don't know why, but N2 is at 100% and it regularly goes over 100. The limit is up there, what's that, 105, 10, 20, I don't know. Why? Why is that? Why have your unit set to go over 100? I don't get it. Same with the M1, see? 86.3, 96.2. They made these units up. It's not a speed, it's not doing 86 RPM. There you go. I suppose I shouldn't complain because otherwise they might try and do EPR like Rolls-Royce and that will really upset me. Chris Watkinson says, do you miss flying the 787? I do, yeah. I like the 787. But the 777 is certainly so similar, it gives you the same fix. And as I was saying earlier, there's something really great about the way the 777 flies, the takeoff and the landing. Very bold of me to say that before we've done the landing, though, I must say. I'll often get asked because you're always interested, right, with people doing similar things to you. So people who fly, pilots are funny. Pilots are really funny, and something that you'll notice is that there's a large idea in people's heads about different aircraft and fleets and airlines and so on. And the particularly funny thing is the 777 and the 787, which are essentially the same aeroplane, but there's a fascination between the two. So because people know I've flown the 787, it's always amazing the questions, and I love talking about it. I can talk about airplanes all day, as I do on this channel, as we will literally do today. As Homer Simpson said, I could do this all day, and I just might. But the questions I get asked about the 787, it's really funny because it's so. There is a fascination between the two, definitely. There just is, and that's why I love the fact I've got to fly both of them. I think it's such a privilege. But there's also sort of a wariness between the two, right? Like if you're on the 777, then you would think certain things about the 78 and be like, oh yeah, I don't know if I like the sound of that or this or that, you know, and vice versa. Yeah, it's really funny. So it says, I know we use AI to identify parts that need to be replaced before they fail. Looks at stream of data and can see trends. Oh, there you go. Very interesting. That's quite a good use for, you know, AI. Bacon Silent says, congrats on 100k. Really appreciate it. Thanks very much. I forget why I was talking about the 78 777 crossover there. There was a reason. Oh dear, can you tell we've been going for almost 7 hours? Yeah, so people on the 777 they'll be curious about the 787's air, and people on the 787 will be wary of the 777's air, for example. But then people on the 777 will think very low of the 787's performance, because they see it take off and they see it cross over the threshold at, you know, pretty low altitudes compared to what the 777 does, where it roars up into the sky. So yeah, these sorts of impressions just pass around between them. Yeah, it's just things like that. It's really funny, and it will go into smaller details than that. What the bunks are like, what the toilets are like, you know, what the water tastes like, you name it. People have their own ideas, and people like to defend, obviously, the airplane they fly. You can understand that as well. Sam from Sweden says, thoughts on the state of 2024 a year after launch? Yes. Now, this came up earlier. I think I got distracted. 2024 is... I was very upset at launch. I made 3 videos where I flew every new aircraft, and that was hard to make. I did that on a laptop, and my goodness, the amount of times I loaded into the simulator and it didn't work. The airplane broke, there was a bug, it just wouldn't load at all, over and over. And that's, I'm not even talking about launch day here, you know, when it was a disaster and nothing worked. So yeah, that was bad. And then that continued, and I just didn't use it, and I tried to use 2020 whenever I could. Now, then my 2020 stopped working out of nowhere. Really upset me. So I couldn't get into all my add-ons and aircraft, and I couldn't make videos, right? So I had to go to 2024 again to make videos, and that's what I've been doing on my new computer. And I've got to say, I've got newer internet at home now. I wouldn't like to try this when traveling, like I was doing. When traveling, I think 2020 is going to be the way forwards. But yeah, it's better, and there's a few things I like. I don't notice the streaming anymore, even when I'm using Wi-Fi. Currently, I'm plugged into the router for making my live stream. But yeah, there's definitely been moments where I've really thought, are they actually going to get this streaming thing to work at all? They always run the same claim, which is there's just terabytes and terabytes of data. You can't possibly expect anyone to download Flight Simulator 2024 data, because there's too much, so it does need to be streamed over the internet. And it's like, okay, I understand that. It's frustrating though, because it doesn't look quite as good as... Sorry, it doesn't look much better than 2020, I don't think, in terms of the data on the ground and so on. I'm also disappointed in the default airports. I don't think they look anywhere near as nice as they should. They're still lagging, and they still don't have that. Have they introduced that community thing yet? Is that in 2024 or is that in 2020? However, here's a great one. Someone just asked, Kay says, do you know a good free alternative to Navigraph? Yeah, Flight Simulator 2024. This is an amazing feature they added where you don't need Navigraph charts. You can use Flight Planner. Where is it? No. Well, this is going to be embarrassing.
This is if you're planning a flight. So you can type in our plan. How do I do it? Can I just type it in? If you do the flight plan, it will give you the option. Oh, here we go. Charts. Got it. Finally. Arrival. So yeah, you don't need Navigraph anymore. I don't know what Navigraph thinks about this. But look at this. I have the Lido charts built into the simulator. I think that's fantastic. That's a really great feature. And I've praised this several times. And having this built into this EFB along with the checklists, really smart move. So if I didn't want Navigraph, then yeah, I can just pop into here, and then I can go to the aircraft and put up the checklists and run them from here as well. Really great. So you would literally, I would put this out on a different window if I wasn't streaming, and yeah, you can see it. It's great. Oh, I've made a mess of the stream there. Doing that? Sorry. Glad I didn't do it for long. Yeah, for streaming, hopeless. But yeah, for normal use, absolutely brilliant. And I put that on another window, and you can have your checklist and your charts, and it's all included. I think that's great. So that's one great feature. Next, the performance. Having built in... I keep doing that. Oh. Having built in... having built in frame gen and DLSS, I don't like DLSS. But having the built-in frame gen has been really good, and I think it runs really well, and it looks great. You need a modern computer, obviously, for all this stuff to work well, but it does. My computer's barely working at all at the moment. Like I say, I think the CPU is at 14% or something silly, and the graphics card's like 40. So that's quite impressive. And the final thing is the lighting is amazing. It is amazing, but I don't know why they couldn't have done this in 2020. That upsets me. I assume there was some change to the engine in the background, but the shadows and lighting are a step up. I didn't really believe it at first, but I've no doubt now. As we saw in that departure from London, as we saw in the sunset, as you see in the shadows in the cockpit, they look like a different game. I haven't got many shadows right now, but yeah, there you go. Look, soft and fuzzy, sort of sharp shadow here up on the window, and then it sort of slowly goes soft, and then the further away it is, it looks amazing. It's really, really great, as it should be. But now it finally lives up. Remember 2020, all the blocky sort of things? You could always tell the shadows if the sun was at the wrong angle, and now they're just rock solid and they look fantastic. That combined with the lighting as the sun goes up and down, and then I don't like this sort of cloud. These clouds aren't my favourite at all. Yeah, this just looks like nonsense to me, especially like this area. I don't know why, I just don't believe it. But if I look out, that looks lovely. This looks really great, and we had amazing clouds out of London, so they're getting better, I think. Yeah, nice. And the top feature, and it is the top feature for me so far, is how quick it is to load. It just turns on, and because the internet's fast enough, I press start, and before I know it, I'm loading up and I'm on the runway, and I can do it in a minute. I think it literally is a minute from clicking on the icon to being in the sim. The menus are awful. I don't know why they're like that. I don't know why I have to click through. The amount of times, trying to choose a livery and an engine type and a thing is a complete nightmare still. I've done it loads of times and it's still the same problems. I still get confused. I know that's probably my fault, but the amount of times I've loaded into the simulator in the wrong aeroplane, wrong livery, wrong engines, yeah, all the time. However, luckily, it's super quick to go back out and load back in, because it is really quick. I can't deny that, and that is impressive for me. Anyway, I'll stop ranting, but there's a big topic, right? Is Flight Simulator 2024 worth it? The reality is, I was going to reset up 2020 because someone did manage to get it working for me. They gave me the clue. I had to install, can you believe this, the NVIDIA app to make it work. But anyway, eventually it worked. And I thought, well, I'd go back to it for the videos and stuff. And I found myself I have found myself happily, I suppose, gravitating towards 2024. It's just a shame. It just wasn't ready. I mean, it's taken a year for that to be the case.
I really don't think it was ready. They obviously weren't ready for the launch. They have said that. And they've given out some free aircraft in the meantime. I've always been impressed with the content we get from Microsoft Flight Simulator, right? It's a one-time purchase, and it is a purchase. It's not a subscription. It is still a purchase, and you can have lots of aircraft included. And then they go and add things like the Stranger Things missions. I know they're tie-ins and probably there's some promotion involved, but even so, it's pretty good going for us, and it's keeping the simulator alive and the hobby alive, and that's great, and it's driving this hardware that we're getting. So yeah, I think you could say they needed another year to work on 2024. If they'd released it this November, would we feel different? Well, maybe, but I strongly suspect the launch would have gone the way the launch went in under most circumstances. They just didn't predict it, or either they didn't predict it, or it just wasn't possible to set up a launch that would have worked with the system they had. You're launching a simulator to everyone at the same time, and it all relies on streaming. How could you set up a server system that could handle that? And the expense to do it just for a launch maybe isn't worth it, although it was definitely damaging to the reputation. And what was more concerning, because I keep an eye on these things, right, because I make content for you all, and I want to know what you're flying, and I do regularly ask the chat. In fact, let's do it again today. Which simulator do you use? I'm going to just type it in. Because most people don't swap between two, I don't think. I will put X-Plane on the poll as well, don't worry. I can feel the comments coming otherwise. 2024 X-Plane as well. Yeah, let's have a look. But previously when I've done this, the answers come back as 2020, and that didn't surprise me, which was sad, right? But that was the case. The answer would come back as 2020. And I also looked at the Steam stats, right? You can see on Steam, now that is only the Steam versions, but you can see on Steam that, funnily enough, the 2020 numbers were steady and more than the people flying 2024 on Steam only. This was months ago though. And then 2024, this was really sad, was actually gently declining. So that really put me into a strange position, because it was like, well, I need to move over to 2024, but less and less people are flying it. However, it doesn't include people on Xbox, Game Pass, now the PlayStation 5, if you can believe that, it's amazing, and so on. Right, let's have a look. Yeah, huge. This is a huge change. That's 70 odd votes. Last time I did that poll, genuinely, it was 2020 was one. Yeah, so I think everyone is swapping over slowly. But I don't forgive 2024 everything. The menus and the 787, the Boeing family, I haven't tried them for ages. I'm going to try them soon. Just should have been working better. They really should have been. Thank goodness we've got, you know. I think PNG did well actually to get their aircraft over relatively quickly in the first year. Anyway, that concludes my rant about 2024. I mean, we had to talk about it at some point. But yeah, so now I don't shudder when I see the menu screen for 2024. I suspect it will work. Whereas if you'd asked me once I'd finished making those initial videos on it, I couldn't stand it. I was so upset with it. Lauren B says, I imagine a lot of people who had 2020 on Game Pass moved over. Exactly. The Game Pass, and of course the people in doing it through Microsoft's own Xbox store or whatever, not through Steam. And I wouldn't actually be surprised. Let's have a look at Steam. I wonder if the numbers have changed over now. So 2020. I can't see the stats like that. What it's done though, and it is a bit of a shame, is they sort of cannibalised their own market a little bit. And I worry there was definitely a lull in interest in, I think, flight simulator stuff to a point. I don't actually know how to search this stuff right now, so I won't do that. But there was definitely a bit of a lull, and I wonder if people were put off. People had been interested in 2020, and then they went to 2024. It didn't work initially, really. So then they just sort of fell out of the hobby a little bit. That bothers me the most, because I do think a lot of people sensed a bit of a lull over this year in flight simulation interest. I say interest, engagement, which had been quite steady before that. In my experience only, there's been a bit of a change in the way the numbers were looking anyway, I suppose. Not that that matters, but obviously those of us who are really interested in it were here, and we were using whichever sim we could get working. But yeah, someone who was sort of lightly interested might just put it down and say, well, forget it then, you know, understandably. And I think that's been the biggest problem with 2024, that I think it's done a bit of damage, and purely my own speculation here, to that side of things over the last year. But I think it's now on the mend. I think if you pick up 2024 now, you'd have a good experience. Yeah, look at that. Huge swing to 2024. Yeah. Well, that's good for me to know. Good for me to know. That's what I suspected, because I'm one of you, right? Like, I'm not here to promote 2024. I moved to it mainly because somehow 2020 broke, and then I found it was actually all right. Just made me slightly suspicious as to why my simulator broke. The UI is a mess, I do agree with that, but there is an amazing feature, especially for someone like me who's constantly swapping aeroplanes and looking at new planes and hardware, that I can run the controls live whilst the sim's running. This was also a saviour, plus assigning it specifically to the aircraft. Look at that, 777 TTA throttle. Set up, it knows this is the 777, it loads in that profile. X-Plane had this before, 2020 never got it. Again, I feel like, why didn't they add this to 2020? But they didn't. This was a big step up in the UI, as is that EFB. Two great features. You know, little things. 2024 loads in 1/4 of the time, the 2020. It does indeed, yeah. And it uses hardly any RAM compared to it. FedEx has been silently lurking the whole stream, however, personally swapped over to 2024 this week after upgrading the PC. There you go, yeah. Crash Ed is still 2020, absolutely. And again, I don't feel like you're missing anything in 2020. That's the other silly thing. Like, I'm more here because it loads quicker, but it's only because 2020 was so slow. But once you're in the sim, I think the lighting and clouds and performance are the things that keep me here now. They are better, but I still think 2020 looks amazing. 2020 is one of the best visual sort of standards for a game that's been for a long time. Really amazing. And I'd be quite happy. And I probably wouldn't be able to tell you the difference between 2020 and 2024 from just a screenshot. But Ed says, I still think my graphics card is limiting the performance in 2024. The latest update helped though. Okay, interesting. Yeah, like I say, my computer is about as powerful as I could build it, because obviously I get the justification of having a YouTube channel to run, and I still don't run it at ultra. I just don't think it's worth it. It absolutely cripples my computer, which tells, and the computer's not being utilised at all. So it's just yeah, like so often in video games, the ultra super high extreme settings are not really there for anyone to use. But yeah, my biggest upset is the built-in aircraft. I paid a lot of money for the extra deluxe edition, you know, with all the aircraft, and so many of them don't work. I don't touch any of them. They're just sitting in the menu. I just have to constantly scroll past them, and they don't work, and they haven't worked since I got it. I do feel that's not fair. I don't like the 787 doesn't work. The textures don't load. The 747, the wings, remember the wings bending and the slats and stuff staying in the same position, you know, it just sort of separating in flight, things like that. Still does it. Well, it did last time I tried, sorry. I don't know if it will do it if I tried today. So yeah, maybe Bravo Airspace 787. Maybe I should try that. Everyone says Sim Update 4 was the best thing to happen. There we go. Okay, that sounds promising. The real AC455, good to see you. It's been a while. AC455, great to have you here. It says, hello everyone, big congratulations on 100k subscribers. Thanks very much, AC. It's great to see you here. And thank you so much for coming along to the stream. We've been having a great time. And thank you for all your support over the years. Thanks for coming along today. Hope you're doing very well. Runway 8 still in, 18 still in use, says Dougal. Excellent. Lauren Reese says, there's a fake AZ455. Yeah, there's been a few changes to usernames. Init Games says, is it worth upgrading? That's different. That's a different question. I'm here. I'm often making videos with new aircraft as well. That's a privilege of being a YouTuber. I mostly just make the videos and then don't get the chance to do anything else, but they are often in 2024 these days. So, and it was a no-brainer that I obviously had to show 2024 on the channel to help you guys decide if you like it or are interested in it. Is it worth upgrading? Well, it depends what you fly. You know, if the fleet is worth it. Would I buy a new computer and buy all the airplanes again in 2024? No, no, I wouldn't say that's worth it. I really wouldn't. For me, just because I use it so much, those little things all add up. I'm just going to leave that poll running for a little bit longer. I am very interested in it. I don't run in 4K, I run in 2K. My videos online always go up in 1440p. I've not had anyone ever ask for 4K, so I have yet to do it. It might be a good idea. I think my computer could handle it these days, but I don't look at my monitor now at 1440p and go, it looks blurry. But that's always the way with resolution. Once you have it, you can't go back, sort of thing. Sim Scott, good to see you. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it. Hayden says, I'd recommend looking again at X-Plane 12 with Ortho. It looks great. Yeah, I mean, I want to. I keep saying it. I don't even think I have it installed right now on this one. I had it on my old computer. Yeah, it's on the list to do, Hayden. It has been for a while. It is on the list. It's a big thing to set up a new simulator, though, and it's just a sort of a time commitment, because I could make a video in the time it would take me just to do the control bindings. So that's sort of what limits it. But yeah, I'd like to. I would like to. I mean, I love the TOLIS product. I loved X-Plane. I found it really easy to make videos in. I really enjoyed it. Where are we, by the way? We mustn't miss. We got Mount Kenya and then Kilimanjaro. We've got two fantastic sites to fly over. This is a really cool flight. I'm glad we're doing this one. Oh no. Yeah, like I said, we were going to reach this part of the flight and make no progress at all. What we could do is set some markers to make sure we don't miss it. So that's Kilimanjaro. That's Nairobi. So that will be Mount Kenya. So what is it after? Lotus is the key waypoint. If there's a VOR, we can actually put a circle on it. No, they didn't put a VOR on top of Mount Kenya. I don't know why. What I was thinking there. I was thinking of like an airport nearby that might be there. Imagine that. Imagine installing a VOR up there. Lopez says, I just uninstalled 2020 yesterday, 2024 now with most settings on Ultra except for trees, grass, Auto FPS, game changer with similar. Is Auto FPS now built in? I don't allow Auto FPS though, because of the way I do video. I need it steady. Steady frames for me are better. Lower and steady, slow and steady, that works for us on this channel. But yeah, no, I'm excited for this route. I think, and this will be a good test of the scenery, but again, I found the scenery so good before. So good, really didn't struggle. Our colleagues are catching up back there. There's two. Have we overtaken anyone? That map time, that scope time. easier to find us now. I can see, I think Dougal might have diverted in somewhere. Oh no, Dougal's gone a different route. Dougal's gone through Sudan. I see. We've all gone around the side. So, there we are. So behind us we have G-Trip. This is the C750, excellent. And then we have Speedbird 25 Whiskey Foxtrot following along. Yeah, I see. So that's how Dougal's made it with the fuel. Excellent. Love it. If you are enjoying, do please leave a like. It makes a huge difference to this channel, so we really appreciate it. I see we're already doing very well. 332 likes, 211 viewers is pretty good going, so I don't know if we can improve that anymore, but thank you very much for coming along, and I hope you're enjoying it. Right, I think we can end the poll there. So yeah, 61% Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, 34% 2020, 5% X-Plane 12. Yeah, I mean that's amazing, isn't it? It's interesting to me. That's such a change from last time I like I said, I looked at this. But also to see X-Plane is still such a low percentage. It does look good with ortho, and Hayden's right. I've seen people have X-Plane look absolutely fantastic. I have never successfully got ortho working. I tried several times back when this was an X-Plane channel, and I didn't really manage. And I think for me that's a key, that's going to be a key reason, isn't it? If you work at it and you can get it looking that good, then it's amazing, I'm sure. But it really needs to look that good from the start, because it's got to compete with 2020 and 2024, which do. I mean, look at this. Look at these ravines. And I've said it before, and I stand by this, and it's actually become true now. I've done this job long haul. I on this channel did some streams in America, and I remember saying, like, I think this is what it would feel like. I remember flying to Los Angeles, and I said on the stream that I think this is what it would actually look like, and how it would feel to fly over the desert and then arrive in Los Angeles. And I said that because I knew that in 2020 flying into Rome did look and feel like that, and London did look and feel like that, and Athens did look and feel like that. They capture the building generation, the autogen as it used to be called in FSX, really captures the sensation of being in that part of the world. The houses are the right sort of house, the colours of the ground are the correct, the trees and foliage are not always great. They used to, remember the massive trees used to be like 200-foot trees, but they capture that atmosphere, and that gave me confidence that when I flew somewhere I'd never been, that I was experiencing it, right, to some extent, like it would feel. And that's still true in 2024, and now I have flown an airliner into Los Angeles. I can confirm, indeed, it looks exactly like it did in the simulator, which is really crazy, because that's never been true before. Yes, the runways have been aligned correctly, and the sea has been in the right place, and there's taller buildings here and shorter buildings here, all of that stuff, but it didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. Not in X-Plane, without special scenery, not in FSX, not in P3D. Those weren't about that. They were about a different side of aviation, whereas 2020 and 2024 now has been about that atmosphere, the sensation, I think, of what it might look and feel like to be there. I know it sounds silly saying feel. I suppose I should say look. It looks right, but it does. It looks just like it. And that, would make me hope that this is what it would look like out the window if I was flying over this part of Africa. And I'm confident it is. I am very confident. And how exciting is that? That's the charm of this simulator, right? And I don't have to do anything to make it look like this. I just turn it on and it delivers me here to this level of realism. But thank you all for your votes. Very interesting indeed. Very interesting. Hayden says, Sorry if it's been asked before. Any prospect of you streaming in 1440p? Now that's a good question. Do people want me to stream in 1440? I always do 1080 because it seems reliable, but YouTube doesn't like my streaming. I think I should up the data rate, so I might fiddle with the streaming settings. So it's not off the cards. It might actually work better because it would be native. So perhaps, yes, perhaps. Good idea, Hayden. I'll give it a go. Maybe I'll give it a go next time on a shorter stream. Not such a critical one. Sam from Sweden says, do you think the realistic controls are a valid argument for X-Plane? Could a home simulator ever feel realistic enough? I still think the ground handling on X-Plane is better. We're 5 years into Flight Simulator, and only now in the latest 2024 updates with the best add-ons does it feel... Oh, there's traffic going the other way. How cool is that? Where are they off to? Love it. Do I think it feels better? I think it comes down a lot to what controls you're using and how you set it up. Look at that fade out. They've done a great job on the contrails now. The way they sort of go wobbly and then fade, really nice. I'd need to use the latest X-Plane. I do think X-Plane does, by default, feel generally very nice, but I don't have any trouble with the newest Flight Simulator aircraft, to be honest. I think these days it's a lot better than when 2020 launched and it was quite shocking. So maybe there's a bit of that, especially with the default airplanes. But I can't pretend like when X-Plane 12 launched that the A330 they had was perfect either, you know. Gil asks, do you stream on Twitch? I do sometimes. I used to joint stream with Twitch. But again, today, YouTube channel, YouTube special. YouTube hit 100k, so I thought that's where it would be. Time to flash a light, says Jeff. Yeah. You'd never see them in daylight, though. Tom Nichols says, I'd take... Good to see you, Tom. Tom says, I'll take all the pixels your PC can throw out for a stream. I tend to watch on TV. Yes, and that is a quirk of my channel, which I discovered recently. I don't look at the analytics very much. I'm not a very good YouTuber. But I did see that the majority of people watch my content on TVs, which really I never imagined. But I suppose who's going to sit and watch 2 hours of me flying an airplane around at a desk? You know, that I can see why a TV makes sense for it. So yeah, surprised me. And that is another reason I haven't moved to Twitch like I thought I might. Twitch is probably a very different audience, so I'd need to rebuild it from there. But as it stands, my YouTube audience is likes to watch on TV, and that makes sense. So they can't do that with Twitch, I don't think, very easily. I'm sure there are TVs that run Twitch though these days. But yeah, 1440p then, if you're running on a big TV, I can see that it would make sense, especially with so much text and so on the screen. So that would be one to try next time. Yeah. I don't see why not. I mean, I think my internet... I've also upgraded my internet since we last streamed, so fingers crossed. I think we could up the bit rate and so on significantly. Daniel Mugeshi asks, will there be a return of the podcast in the future? I absolutely love them. That's a great question. I loved making the podcasts. It's been a couple of years now. I would love to do it again. The podcast is slightly harder to achieve now for the reasons streaming has been harder to achieve. I need to get me and Barney or a guest all around at the same time, and I need to get us into the aircraft, into with the microphones and so on. But I loved doing it. There's no reason it can't happen. It's just I've been working on the channel, as it were, so I have not focused on it enough. It's also very hard for me to judge how well received the podcast is. I often get nice comments though on streams, so that makes me think that does make me think people did enjoy it a lot. But I can tell YouTube's very clear to me about whether YouTube is being enjoyed or not by my viewers. whereas the podcast was very much, it goes out in the wild and I don't hear anything else about it. So yeah, I'd like to be able, maybe I could schedule it a little more regularly but a little more spaced out, if that makes sense. Maybe once a month we could do a podcast. Maybe that's the way forwards. That could be the way to look at that, because you're not the first person. So yeah, interesting. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Do you have the privilege of being at home on Christmas Day this year? I won't talk too specifically, I suppose, about my roster. But will I be home for Christmas Day? Partly. That's all I can say to that. Whipkinner's £5 super chat. Thanks so much, Whipkinner boy, for the £5 super chat. Really appreciate it. That's very, very kind. And they say, congrats on the 100k. Hello from Teddy, Six, and me. We found it fascinating. We'll be flying the 777 business to Japan soon, so also relevant. Excellent. Thanks so much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. And hello to you both, and hello to Teddy. Thanks for joining us on the stream, and thanks for supporting the channel. Very, very kind. And I'm glad you've been enjoying the video. I'm glad you found it fascinating. I mean, that's great to hear. I mean, we are now at 7 hours, 22 minutes. Unbelievable, really. Views are just getting better and better. But yeah, really, really great. And it's great to hear people so enthusiastic about aviation and flying, and also the 777. So enjoy your flight. I mean, business on the 777, you're going to have a great time. To Japan, amazing place. You're going to have a fantastic time. You know what I really wanted to do? I really wanted to stream from, I was going to do a stream from London to Japan. That was my dream. But I couldn't make it work. I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep. It's too long. I'd had to have started at silly o'clock in the morning, and I genuinely don't think it would be achievable. I'd have to take longer breaks on it. So I decided not to, and we're doing this, which I'm also super excited. I absolutely love this idea of a stream as well. But yeah, I love Japan. It's really cool. Oh, we're slowly getting overtaken. They are so high. It's like a spaceship going on up there. But yeah, thank you so much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. And enjoy Japan. I'm jealous. That would be amazing. Business class to Japan. Dream. Now, they are 4.6. So have I left it on above? I have indeed. 4,600 feet above. So 37. They're at 41.6. That's amazing. So that must be our business jet friend overtaking us. Yep. That's the C750. That's not an airliner. Fantastic. Doing 510 knots. We're doing only 487 now. We've slowed down. Oh, we've lost that tailwind. As Hayden says, if the comments like it, then I suspect it's a good indicator. Free the podcast from lockup. Yeah, I know. I've got all the equipment, you know. I just need to work out. I don't remember what the audio software, so I need to work on that again. But I had great fun editing it down and chatting on it. Really good. Dr. Dilkington, thank you so much for your super chat. Dr. Dilkington, very, very kind. 499. Dr. Dilkington says, a Christmas beer token on me, or 75% of one in this climate. What's the typical choice? That's a very, very kind super chat. Really appreciate it. I have got a cold one in the fridge. What's the typical choice? I am very open-minded when it comes to a nice beer. Very, very open-minded. One I like at the moment, this is not something we talk about much on the channel, but one I like at the moment is the one I have in the fridge is, and there will be some people who don't like this. Like I say, I like almost all beer, but some of my choices, therefore, are not very widely regarded as acceptable. It's a Moretti, beer Moretti, but it's the Sale di Mare, the salt of the sea. Right, Texon. So that's what I'm going to have today from the fridge. If I'm out, then I'll have anything. I don't mind an ale or a lager. I do like Camden Hells. Those of you in the UK, I don't know. I've never seen it in America, so I don't think it's there. But Camden Hells, I really like as a sort of lager. But it's a Hells. It is actually its own type of beer. This conversation is not suitable for Teddy, age 6. Sorry. Right. Fuel check, please. Text. We had 28.7. It's going down. It's going down. We're getting there. Down. Thank you for the subscription. Right. What's going there? Where's the next waypoint? Saw the no tabs. Where's the waypoints gone? Here we go. Okay, here we go. So. Oh, no, we're way past this. Wow, we have made progress, eh? TechSoc 27.6. We are 28.7. We are making fuel now. Yeah, I thought we would. You normally would expect to. Progress page, next. Yep, no issue. And you'll see here, none. It doesn't want to go up anymore. The VNAV says, no, you don't need to go any higher. Don't bother going to 390. It won't work. So there you go. It's happy here. And that's common on this airplane. 787 would be up at 40,000 feet by now, and the 200 as well would probably be going up. 300 to stay low, which is again good for the UV. But thank you again, Dr. Wilkinson. Really appreciate it. Right, how badly has my beer choice been received? Just a brilliant beer. Lauren B says the in real life routings from London to Japan today are much longer than they ought to be too. Yes, indeed. Indeed, that's the other thing. If I wanted to do a live stream to Japan, it would, like I'd say, it's going to be 14 plus hours. Or, yeah, the overall stream length. It'd be quite something. I just don't think it's practical. I don't think I can sit in this seat. And I thought about going to Japan I thought, well, why don't we go from Hawaii or America? But then it was like, it's just the whole flight's over water. And we did that to Melbourne, and I don't think it made for a great stream in terms of scenery and things to talk about. It was great for ETOPS and endurance, but the whole stream was just over the water, I remember. Whereas, look at this. Amazing. Think of what's down there. World. Awesome. Love it. And it's very surreal in this job because, like I say, 1 minute you're over Egypt, then we're over Rome, now you're over Africa. Look at these lakes, how beautiful it must be down there, these mountains. Absolutely stunning. And you just sat here having the same cup of tea, wearing the same clothes you left your house in. It's just a bizarre sensation. Teleporting. They're teleporting machines. That's what airplanes are. Does anyone else ever think this? Airplanes are weird because flying is such an inherently natural thing, if that makes sense. You're flying through the air, you're surrounded by nature, and everything you deal with is out of your control in the sense of what's the weather, what's the temperature, what's the winds, what's the clouds, what's the turbulence. This is all natural stuff. This is all caused by nature. And you're up in the sky, and all you can see out the windows is nature. Just the ground, the clouds, the moisture, the sky, the rivers, the trees. You can see cities and stuff, but they're so small. It's an amazing view of nature. And yet at the same time, it's so unnatural. You're surrounded purely by plastic and metal. There's not a single plant or anything natural in the aeroplane itself, yet you're looking at it all out the window all the time. It's such a contrast to me. I do find that quite interesting. You only look at nature, but your sensations are all purely dictated by metal and plastic. Yeah, it's very bizarre. That probably sounds like complete nonsense. That's what you get after 7.5 hours of streaming, I suppose. It's just such an extreme contrast. Ron Stew Saw, thank you very much for 10 Canadian dollars. Really appreciate it, Ron. Ron says, thanks for the advice about the Rosefire Airbus radio panel. Oh, yes, I remember your email. Radio work flusters me, but this will help a lot. I also think I'll be able to use it as a GA radio panel once I get into Mobify. Excellent. Yeah, enjoy it. I do think if you're finding the radio difficult, then a hardware radio panel is no bad thing. It gives you a chance to... that's the cat playing again. Sorry about that. It gives you the chance to free up some capacity by having it separate, and it means you can keep looking away. Yeah. Whereas if I have air traffic control when we get to Zanzibar, it's going to be a real pain trying to scroll these frequencies in down here whilst flying. So I did have a radio panel, a Logitech one, but that is broken, sadly. It didn't last that long. It was a bit dodgy at the start even. But yeah, thank you very much for the super chat. Really, really appreciate it. And likewise, if anyone has any questions that you want to ask, my favourite thing is if it's relevant to a video, then comment on the video and I'll try and answer it. I tried to see all the messages, but obviously sometimes I just miss them if I don't get a chance to look for a couple of days. And also on the live streams is the best place to catch me for questions, yeah. But if I do the podcast again, I'll open that up. And if you have something else that you don't really think is suitable for a public forum and you want to ask me something, then feel free to send me an email. On my email address is on my channel page. I do tend to get those. Unfortunately, if I don't answer, it may have just gone to junk and I didn't get a chance to check the junk folder in the meantime. Hello, you're back again. A few hours later. Bucci says, we had Moretti on draft in my local and Halifax do mortgages if you want a pint. Daniel says, neck oil is my go-to. We're talking about beers here, for those of you wondering. Neck oil is a British, or a beer you get in England and Britain very often. Randy says, I only know the regular Moretti. Italian beer is usually great though. So here's the thing, and this is why I said earlier that as a beer, my choice of Moretti might not be acceptable to some people. It's not really... whether it originally was an Italian beer, I don't know. It's certainly served a lot in Italy, but it's owned by Heineken. And I don't know if it's brewed in Italy. Peroni is an Italian beer. Ignusa is an Italian beer. Definitely. And they're both fantastic as well. I like those a lot. But if you're in London, Camden Hells. If you like lager, Camden Hells. Have a Camden Hells. I think it's fantastic. And I have blind tested my friends on this who was adamant that a certain beer was better. And we did a blind taste test, and he immediately chose Camden Hells as his favourite and declared it was the other one, even though it wasn't. Yeah, it's that good. Even when you're trying not to pick it, you'll pick it as your favourite. I don't work for them, by the way, I promise. I've got no shares in Camden Hells. Hayden, I have only tried Beyond ATC once at the start when it launched. I have not tried its compressor. No, I have not had the chance. So I know those are becoming quite a big thing, so maybe I should try them. Is it Say Intentions is the other one, isn't it? Sorry, I'm a long way back on the chat now. Did I fly there before I have, yeah. Iglufu, we must be getting into the flight. We have moved to philosophy. Exactly. Oh dear. OXF Patrick says, will we be flying the return to Heathrow once we get to Zanzibar? Yeah. Someone can. What I can do is I can leave my cat at the desk while I go and get dinner, and she might take the airplane off and fly it back. But that will be on her whether she feels like it or not, I'm afraid. OXF Patrick says, in real life, if the autopilot stopped working now, would you continue to the destination or divert? You're not RBSM, that's the key thing. So you can't actually say, you'd have to tell a traffic control, declare it really. However, you'd pick a decent airport. So this is the thing with long haul. First of all, you try and fix it, and there's probably a way to fix it. the idea of the autopilot just failing. The autopilot on the long-haul Boeings is fantastic. Just like it is on the Airbus. Fantastic. It doesn't drop out very easily. Now, having said that, it can drop out on the triple in some weird situations on approach, but in the cruise, it's just so unlikely. However, the airplane's very stable in the cruise, so I wouldn't rush to do anything. If it's trimmed out correctly, it's just going to sit there. So if the autopilot disconnect, let's do it. Disconnect now. And while we chat, I'm just curious to see how long it takes for anything to happen. I'm going to do absolutely no input on the controls at all. But yeah, so the trick will be not to rush into anything, and that's always true on long haul. Long haul is very different to short haul. Long haul, you don't need to dive into some putting yourself into a corner, right? Like we don't want to make a mistake and force the airplane to descend now, thinking, oh, we need to divert. Then we fix the autopilot, and now we don't have the fuel to go back en route and carry on. You know, and that's an easy thing you could end up doing. Likewise, if you're over the ocean, what you don't want to do is be somewhere over here. You've just left Shannon, and you have an issue, you think you have a problem, so you want to divert. You go up to Iceland, you're up here, and then you realise, oh, actually, Iceland's not accepting aircraft, they're below minimums or whatever. We should have checked that a bit closer, because our failure means we can't land in low viz or something. So where are we going to go? Well, we can't get to Greenland, so we're going to try and get back. Have you got enough fuel for that? You know, if you're going to Montreal or something over here, then maybe not. It's one of those things. So you've got to be very careful. There you go, look at this. Map, sensor. Okay, it's showing a large fly right, but that's only because we're 0.1 nautical miles left. Totally fine. We are bang on 37,000 feet. I haven't touched it. There's no autopilot. So you could manage quite a way, I think, in the 777. It's so stable, even without an autopilot, especially if there's no turbulence. Lovely smooth air like this. So the thing would be to then decide, I probably wouldn't think you're continuing, especially when, how many hours have we got to go? It's currently 11:56, 2.5 hours to go. Well, yeah, it's possible. If you have to declare it to air traffic, and they might be happy, I'd imagine, if it's quiet enough to accept you. I think Nairobi could be a good option on this one. You know, another large airport. The only thing with going to Nairobi is you could almost argue, well, you're so close to destination, could you do that? But then you've got to think about facilities at the airport, engineering facilities. Do they have the stuff required to fix it? Will it cause a problem for the people on the way back? That sort of thing. So you do a lot of talking to your company and so on. Randy says, waiting for the win-win radio panel. Yes, I would quite like to try the win-win radio panel as well. Radio panels I do think are quite a good idea. I think what I actually need is, instead of mounting all this stuff on my desk, I need to get the side stuff. I think V1 Simulations has it. Some sort of side mounted panel that has the hardware on it. I think that would be really quite handy, and that might be the way forwards. Booty says, really serious question for me anyway, is the RTX 5 series worth it over the RTX 4? I never had a 4. I had a 3080. I've gone to a 5080. I mean, it's better, yeah, but I think my processor and RAM and everything else helped. It's going to depend on which one you're going to, I'm afraid, Booty. Yeah, that's a big question. There'll be people in there who know more than me. I'm not a good person to know. I went from the 3080 to the 5080. I usually wouldn't expect to need to upgrade one generation, personally. But there, look at this. Still done nothing, and now it's gently drifting to the right. You know, it's not an emergency. No autopilot. Is the FO actually an SFO? Asks Hayden. She might be going for the command question. Yes, she might indeed. Nick says, I find your job, and good to see you, Nick. Thanks for coming along. Nick says, I find your job unimaginable in many ways. Walking out to a vast, complex machine, the responsibility, the distance, everything. What a thing to do. Incredible. Well, I can say, Nick, I find it fascinating as well. And I said at the start we did a walk around on this one, which we don't always do on these streams. And I was saying how it's just these amazingly complicated machines, and you just take them up into the air and they sit up here all day. Yeah, it's quite something. But like I say, in short haul, it's a very technical job. It's aeroplane systems, managing climbs, descents, weathers, diversions around that, and so on. Long haul is a very different job. It's managing managing the people, managing the rest, managing the route. You know, what are our options now on this leg? Where would we go? Like, we know we have Nairobi coming up, but that's not exactly 2 minutes away. Although, like I say, this isn't really ETOPS because we're so close to landing now. Look at that, 14:35, even with the arrival. So 2.5 hours. I mean, it's nothing, is it? We're almost there. Fantastic. But yeah, it is amazing. Igloo says, I had a fun ETOPS failure the other day. Phoenix 321 from Seattle to Kona. About 2 hours over the ocean. Oh, so yeah, Igloo was taking a 321 to Hawaii. I want to do a stream in Hawaii soon. I think we have to fly around Hawaii, maybe in a retro aircraft. That could be cool. And I noticed that it said it was short fuel. I started looking, then ECAM, the ACT pumps failed. Wow, very good. Now that is a great ETOPS one. That is fantastic, yeah. Like, you know, if the center tank didn't scavenge or you lost the center tank, yeah. Yeah, and these are the things you consider. And like I say, immediately doing something is usually a bad idea. Just because you're, you know, it sounds pretty serious, right? Fuel issue, maybe not have enough fuel to get there, but you know, do you turn around? You better know what you're doing before you do that. Because you could turn around and then find, oh, actually, we didn't have enough fuel to get back, but we did have enough fuel to go there. But now we've turned around, we don't have enough for either. If we had to divert to LAX, then burn fuel since I was 10,000 pounds overweight when I got there. Yeah, not unreasonable situation. Just from 2 fuel pumps, you know. Sky Vagrant says, I have a silly question. Those wipers, not to be operated behind certain speeds, how do they hold being lateral into the wind but can't move around during high KIS? That's a great question. I would love to be able to answer that question, and I can't. I've never even thought about that. Oh, here we go. We get a nice picture of us. Maybe it's time for a screenshot. I think we should get a few screenshots. I haven't got any actually from this stream. There's one. Love it. Love it. Can't wait for chase plane. It's going to make all of this 10 times easier. A nice top-down view of the airplane. Always cool. Great. Now the question was about wipers. Well, that's quite nice actually. I like the look of the 777 nose on. I don't know why. I just do. I think these wipers have a slight lip, but I'm not entirely sure. They certainly do on the Airbus. Maybe they don't. Yeah, I don't think they do. The Airbus, there's a slight raised edge to this combing here, which blocks the wipers. 777, they're just sat there. The 787, of course, they're vertical now, which reduces the noise. They sit up here, which is much more sensible, because think of the drag just rushing over those all the time, plus the noise in the flight deck as a result. By the way, the 777, right, is huge. Look at the size of it. Airbus stops around here. 75 around here. 78 around here. 777-300 here. It's just massive. And yet, the flight deck is tiny. It's just this tiny bit at the front. It's really surprising. I don't know how it's ended up like that. I think it's because it's quite high in the fuselage. There we go. And then there's that big wall built in. But the wipers, yeah, I don't know. My suspicion is that when the wiper goes up, that's fine. The airflow pushes it up. What it can't do then is wipe back down again against the airflow. That would be my guess. It can sit still, sort of locked in place. Maybe the electric motor can sort of hold it without the torque needed or anything, but once it's moving, it would just burn itself out. That's my assumption. I have heard stories, not on the 777, on the other aircraft, of wipers, if you try and use them in the cruise, are just ripping off. But you're right, there's a shockwave running over them there, I assume, or you know, if there is, there would be like that. I suppose you could argue if it's 20 miles an hour
speed of wiping. I don't know how fast they would wipe. Maybe that would explain it. Great question. Love it. I need to speak to Boeing. We've got a few questions for Boeing after this video. Seven nose looks almost muscular, says Nick. Yeah, I know what you mean. Slightly menacing, yeah. QE says had a full night's sleep and you're still going. Massive respect and congrats on 100k. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it. Thanks for coming back. And yeah, that's why I do these. I want to prove it. And this, let's not forget, this is a short flight. A short flight. We're only 6 hours in. The stream's been going for almost 8 hours, and yeah, you would easily expect, like I say, I've done 14.5 hours, double the current flight time, over double. However, in those situations, you might have 3 or even 4 pilots. You wouldn't just be sat there talking continuously like this. You'd get lots of chance for rest. Narius says, I went from 3080 to 5080 and sometimes I ask myself if that was necessary. There you go. There you go. Ali says, I should have purchased 64 gigs of RAM, cost around £800. Yep, agreed. And that's a problem for the industry now, isn't it? Yeah, sadly. Yeah. I don't know if that's going to change. We shall see. Cloudbound Sim says, how different is the performance with and without the winglets? Which aircraft are you talking about? The winglet. There's only... Well, the 320 has both. The 777s, you don't get an option. Yeah. This does have winglets, by the way. They're just blended. The 200, I suppose, is that the difference between the 200 and the 300? So this is a winglet. This doesn't produce lift. This is to stop the vortices. That's what it's there for. And the 78 is very similar. So the 350 has sort of the vertical style. Boeing has this sort of wingtip like this. It still does the same job. It doesn't produce lift, so it blocks that swirl coming off the wingtip. I quite like this this design. I think it's quite pretty. Booty said, I doubled my RAM last year, 32 to 64 gigabytes, made virtually no difference. No, it probably wouldn't unless you were running out. But the point is, if you did run out, you would know about it. Richard says, why is it the 777 looks huge, but the 350 looks 7x7 size unless you're actually next to it? The 350 has a small tail. I think it looks quite small. Let's do some more. Let's do some more size measuring on the aircraft. How tall is an A350? Tail height is 17 meters. Triple seven tail height is 18.8 meters. So there you go. So the 350 has a small tail. I don't know why. I imagine it's to do with Airbus being confident in their rudder authority and fly-by-wire systems to handle an engine failure. Maybe the engines are a bit closer together as well. But yeah, it's got a small tail, and I think that makes it look quite small. And I think the tail is actually slightly out of proportion on the 350. But there you go. The 777 has a huge great tail. Nice and proportional. On the 200 it looks really big actually. So I think that's part of it. The other part of it is that the 777 has a huge fuselage, as we talked about. It's wider than the 350. 350 is actually, they call it extra wide body, but it's not. They can call it what they like, but it's not wider than 777. London Sydney needs a gym on board. Yes. Right, it's time for a break. I need to stretch my legs once more. So I'll be back very shortly on this one. It's time to get a cup of tea and a mince pie. It is after all nearly Christmas and I need to walk around a little bit. So I'm going to do that, and then we'll be back, and then it's going to be time to set up for the arrival. So we'll see you very shortly. We're just going on a very short break, and we'll see you soon. Hello, hello. Welcome back. Thank you all for sticking with it. Apologies for that. But yeah, my need to walk around there and get a cup of tea and a mince pie. So here we are. Right. 8 hours. We passed 8 hours. Fantastic. So where are we? Where is... What we don't want to miss is Mount Kenya. Navigraph has got to be one of the most demanding applications now in Flight Simulator. The way it loads in really scares me when everything freezes like this. Lotus. Oh, okay. It's all right at the end. Kilimanjaro, Kenya. Awesome. Going to be beautiful. Looking forward to it. And where's this? And this is a good test. How far out is that? That's Mount Zuquala. So that's going right underneath us, that close. So I think we'll be able to see. I think we should be able to see everything. And we're going right over Kilimanjaro. Awesome. Yeah, this is it. This is flight simming at its best, I think. Oh, and again. Stop doing that. Awesome. I wonder if I can increase the sort of the loss of detail scale and get a bit of a better view for you all. Because I do think, especially when I'm taking screenshots and things like this happens, this blurry background. I don't like this. I wonder if I can improve that with some settings maybe. I've done it again. I've done it exactly the same thing again. Okay, focus. We want the left engine. Close. Right, we're back. Okay, good stuff. Good stuff indeed. So, how are we all doing? Imagine actually giving you a hold frequency when they send you into one, complete with music. Now that would be great, wouldn't it? There's our colleague way roaring ahead of us now. No chance of catching up to them. I'm glad you enjoyed the holding music there. Richard Dastable says, London to Sydney needs a gym on board. Yeah. Yeah, you do need space to walk around. You do. I mean, I know we've only been going for 8 hours, but I would never sit for 8 hours continuously. Yeah, you know, in the real aircraft, that's just, you've got to stand up and move around more regularly than that. And you do, because you'll be swapping around pilots and things like that, as we were saying. So, Coughing Monster says, hi Captain, do you think a commercial flight can become too long for passenger comfort? E.g. Qantas Project Sunrise, Sydney to Heathrow direct. No, I don't think so. It depends how you format the cabin. I think that... I don't think there's anything innately wrong being on the aeroplane. I think sort of the air and stuff, I think you'd survive. Because all you're going to do if you're going to transfer flights is just transfer into an air-conditioned terminal. I don't think it's much different. If you're in any of these seats, no trouble at all. You'll absolutely make do, because you can lie flat, you can sit up, you can lie flat, you can walk, you can stretch, everything. No trouble there. Obviously, that's not the same if you're in economy, and that's going to be hard, and I really wouldn't want to be stuck in an economy middle seat for that long, because it's your legs, right? It's the blood clot risk that's the big issue, DVT. So it's very important that you would move your legs around. Whether that's too long to do, I don't know. If you had a row, let's say you and your partner had 3 seats to yourself, then I think that would be fine. I actually think that would be totally doable. It would be uncomfortable by the end and you'd be fed up with it though. But at the moment, all you're going to do is get off and walk around a terminal for 2 hours and then carry on. Is that better? Preference. Depends on the length of your legs as well, and whether the person in front's reclined their seat too far, things like that. And this will all make a difference. I think some people would find it fine, and some people would have a horrible time, depending on the seat and the person in front of them and space around them and all this sort of thing. Yeah. 23.8. $22.5. We are being much more efficient at this stage in the flight now. Still no step climb, but we should be on an even level. So let's put in 1,000. Does it want to go to 3
380. Yes, it does. Look at that. Perfect. So that solves that. We need to go onto an even level, and no surprise, going down doesn't make sense. So we want to go to 38. Max is 382, but as we've discussed at length now on this flight, that's no trouble. I'm happy to go now. We've got no air traffic control. Thrust rate being SB 380. Straight up we go. Go and claim it. Oh, I should have looked at the TCAS above us as well. But it's only 1,000 feet. No one's on there. Our colleague is at the same level, so we're actually going to get out their way. Still over 20 miles behind, so that's working out nicely. We've obviously picked similar speeds. OXF Patrick says, do you or know of anyone who does wear compression socks in the cruise? Yes, I do. Lots of people wear compression socks, and I'm meaning pilots here, and I do when I remember to, but I don't always remember. But if I was doing a flight tomorrow to Tokyo, I would try and put them on. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, hello. My cat there. She has this trick. She's learnt this new sort of howl that she'll do, and she does it when she's just convinced no one's giving her any attention. And she knows it's a guaranteed answer. So if you hear the howl, don't worry. She's just making a scene. Right. Let's have a look. Booty says, Captain's fade-out music at the end of the COVID streams is some of the most evocative music I can remember. Haunting. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Music takes you right back to a moment, doesn't it? Like the smell. There you go, 380. Look at that. No trouble. We're getting a little bit fast, getting a little bit sporty. But it's no trouble at all. These airplanes are just, yeah, so much thrust coming out of that engine. So... yeah, so music's very evocative, and I can understand that as we played mostly during COVID, that music takes us straight back there. But hopefully, as time goes on, we can enjoy it. Otherwise, it's funny. It's not funny, but we don't. No one really talks about COVID these days. Everyone's like collectively agreed to just forget about it. It's quite something. And thank you all. Thanks, Ed, for the likes. And yeah, thank you everyone who's liked the video. It makes a huge difference. Really great to see. Thank you very much indeed. So, Hayden says, what to do in Zanzibar? Well, according to Wikipedia, the principal grouping of attractions on Zanzibar: coastal tourism, terrestrial wildlife, cruising on the sort of traditional boats, and spice tours. And indeed, those would all be great things to do in Zanzibar. I think it's got lots of cool things to see. In particular, obviously, it's a beautiful tropical island with fantastic coastline and wildlife. And then it's also got lots of spice growing, and then you've got a World Heritage Site, Stone Town, all on Zanzibar. So it's really an amazing place. It's funny enough, so we should talk about Zanzibar, and then we'll brief it, and then it'll be time to descend, really. We're getting there. So Zanzibar it's part of Tanzania. It's an archipelago of Tanzania, but it is actually autonomous. It's an autonomous part of Tanzania, so it's quite different in that sense, which I didn't know. We're landing on, there's actually several islands make up Zanzibar, but we're landing on Unguja, which is the big island that has most of the town and the international airport. And there is an international airport. There's direct flights from Zanzibar to Doha and into Europe. I think Air France does them. But yeah, big spice and tourism are the main industries. And there is an airline here at Tanzania, and I didn't realise till after I set up the stream, they actually have 787s at Tanzania with a fantastic giraffe on the tail. Because Tanzania, of course, itself is great for wildlife safaris. So it makes sense to have a giraffe on your aircraft. But they don't have 777s. I couldn't find a 777 livery anyway, so we've gone with the airline at the other end of the route. That's British Airways, but there we go. Big lakes around here, look at this. Wow. Awesome. We are now passing Inshallah. And then coming up Rudol, yeah, excellent, good stuff. Yeah, so that's where we're going. And it's, I have been to Zanzibar, I'm very lucky, I have been. And it's amazing, absolutely amazing. Right, so going back a bit, just because of the way I answer my questions the wrong way around. The advantage of auto FPS is putting it in auto LOD mode. The only thing it changes is slowly and subtly lower LOD and raise LOD as you climb. Okay, so there you go, so you have a better view. Interesting. Thanks, Igloo Food, that is good to know. So I might try auto LOD. Auto FPS, sorry. Ron Stew has made an excellent point. Talking about is it too far to fly, you know, and I was saying it'd be very uncomfortable in the back 2 rows. It's going to take us a while to get there, but let's do it. We're going to stretch our legs, proper leg stretch now. I think 8 hours in we're allowed. So this is all business. Lots of airlines would also put first class at the front. And then we're going to move into more business, because business travel is very lucrative for airlines these days. They love it. And then you've got premium economy, also quite lucrative, although I think most airlines have much bigger business sections. Premium economy looks absolutely fine, to be honest. I think I'd be quite happy with that. And then economy. This is a very large economy configured aircraft. These days, this is less and less, depending on the part of the world you're in. But Ron makes a great point about the 777-300, which is there is a very nice cabin at the back of it. Let's see if we can get to it. Where are we? There's the wing. See, these are fine, but as Nick said, 6'4", it's not going to be comfortable for a long flight. I would definitely pay for extra legroom. I can imagine though on those Project Sunrise flights, these seats are going to probably cost a fortune. I mean, why wouldn't they? So if you go right to the back of the airplane, and this is where you get that roaring noise that I was talking about earlier. So if you do a climb, I've often sat somewhere here. That's me. And in the very back, it's very strange. On landing, you feel like you're falling, and then the airplane touches down quite softly. That's because as you flare, obviously the tail comes down and the nose goes up, so you get a sensation of actually dropping onto the runway. It's very weird. Yeah, 2 seats, and this is the place to sit. This is also great. So if you get the chance, get yourself, there's the 2 of you into here, and you've got legroom here. And often these sort of quirky extra legroom seats don't work because you're actually in the way of the rest of the aisle or cabin. But that's not true on this, because the aisle's there, so if you're here you can stretch out to this space or this space, and no one needs that space. No one's going to be using it. There might be a bit of a queue for the toilet, but I'd say that's a price worth paying. Yeah, definitely. So what configuration have they gone for? Yeah, massive rear galley. There you go. All those economy passengers, which explains why they have such a small front galley, because it's actually quite a small business cabin on this airplane. And then more toilets, and then yeah, these will be great seats, these 2. Right, let's see if we can get all the way back to the front. Nick says, I heard some airlines are dropping first class in favour of business class as they're both very similar. Yeah, I mean, airlines that have first class some airlines don't always use it, but yeah, I wouldn't know that stuff. It's just not it's a very business-based decision. And that's not something, we would really get informed about. We just get on the airplane, and some airlines have lots of different configurations. They use on different routes, and they want first class and so on, that sort of thing. Long old walk back up. Who remembers when you had a projector here? The projector would be here, and everyone would watch a film on this one screen. Good times. Through the door. And you all had to watch the communal film together. You couldn't choose, imagine that. I flew on American Airlines not long ago, and they had a system where you didn't have TVs. It was an Airbus. I will talk about it actually in the future, because it was very interesting to me. But they had a system where you just use your own iPad, and then you could watch films. It wasn't internet; it was like streamed from the airplane itself. It's very good. You didn't have actual Wi-Fi. You didn't have to pay for it, but it was nice because you had a nice big screen, obviously. But there we go. We walked the full length. Good for the old legs. Should have probably closed that, but there we go. Back into the brown. Clunk. Excellent. And back in our seat. Love it. Hit Me Corbin says, not me on VATSIM, but I'm on a similar route just behind Dougal in the Flyby A320. Excellent, yeah. So that can outpace us. That's certainly quicker and goes higher than us. Hayden says, I haven't flown in Qatar long haul for many years. Too tall for that nonsense. Yeah, very. I mean, yeah. I the price of business class, though, I just don't know how it always seems to be full. Yeah, sitting next to the door can be cold on long haul, indeed. Yeah, it can. Although I don't suffer from that too much. I find that I don't get too cold on airplanes. Although my toes do. Like I say, on the 320, my toes will be really cold by the time you get off, even on like 4-hour flights. Whereas that just doesn't happen on the triple. It's just warm, much warmer, even without the heaters on. I'm not convinced this foot heater does anything at all. I think it's more of a placebo. I'm not using chase plane yet, although I will do. I absolutely will get chase plane as soon as it's available. Hayden does premium economy. Yeah. That's nice. I wish the premium economy cabins were bigger. I wish that, yeah, I think that'd be great. And so Arthur says that's happening in India in almost all carriers in domestic. Yeah, bringing your own screen. Yeah. Lauren B says premium economy cabins are not bigger, so they can get you to pay even more for business. Yeah, maybe. Look at this view, stunning. I haven't seen that Apple TV show. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't even seen Carry On, which was a Christmas film, I think, last year. I do intend to watch that. Even better was CRTs above the aisles. When I was a kid, I thought that was a 757 exclusive system. Yes, Lauren V. Yeah, indeed. I remember watching Mr. Bean on those CRTs above the aisle, going on holiday on a 7.5. Fantastic. Turk says, we struggle to sell first class. It is usually filled with non-revs, so it's going away. Oh, there you go. Interesting. Non-revs, for those of you, I think is an American term for those of you who don't know it, for it's like staff travel passengers, people who are not paying normal fares. Sky Vagrant says, so you said how long haul is a lot different from short haul as you do PAX flight management. What is the stuff that keeps you busy on long haul? As in sim, it's usually just long boarding stretch. So don't get me wrong, there is still long empty stretches on long haul, despite what I was saying earlier. This flight would be GPS RFI interference. You'd be dealing with that potentially on that route. You might have avoided it. I think you'd have got it around here, to be honest. You'd have been dealing with alternates. Europe, pretty straightforward, but busy with air traffic control. This would be a pretty busy leg just with air traffic. Especially in the 7.8, you'd climb up so high you'd be out the way pretty quickly. And for the way home, you'd probably arrive in Europe. Again, if you're in a 7.8 or a 200, you'd be above all the traffic and then descend into London. It'd be quite straightforward. That's not true in this case because of the fact we're in a 300 and we're so low. You'd also be dealing with alternates, gathering weathers, talking about drift downs. There is also procedures for certain parts of Africa where you would broadcast your position on the airway and then someone would broadcast it back, so you're comparing with other aircraft. That's something extra to do. Then we talked about optimizing the flight plan and all these things, and it might sound like, oh, but that's, yeah, but you can do all that in 10 minutes. You'd be surprised how there's a good couple of hours of work minimum included, plus the climb and descent is obviously like an hour and a half before landing. You're prepping for the descent on long haul, really. So you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours of the whole flight time are sort of taken up. But then, yeah, you've got 4 hours in there, haven't you, that is a little more spaced out. And that's where you might chat, you have your food, you need to stretch your legs, things like that. Whereas on short haul, it's just go, go, go. You'll be working the whole time. You'd have to just fit the food in, sort of thing. Whereas on long haul, I would save the food. I will pick a nice moment for it and make sure that I don't have to rush it. That's how I manage that. You want to really make sure that food entertains you for 40 minutes. But again, sometimes, like I said earlier, if you're chatting and you're getting on really well with your colleague, sometimes you forget. You just have to eat the food when you can. But yeah. this would be a fantastic flight to do. The flight home will unfortunately be a night flight, but this is a pure day flight, so this will be very pleasant hours. Slightly early start perhaps, because if you think of the time you'd have to wake up at home to get to the airport for this flight departure at 10. No, it'd be great. This would be a great flight. I would happily do this. Coming up on Rudall, so we're going to start getting our views soon. I can't believe we've done all of this. This is awesome. So, yeah, there it is. No, that's something else. There's quite a few sort of volcanoes and mountains, aren't there? There it is. So, the arrival, there's really nothing to say. I've got nothing to brief about it because we're just going to descend down. Dougal says it's ILS Zulu 18, so we might even get a straight in, which would be really nice. But there's no start. The terrain is high, so we need to watch our descent rates as we descend, and we'll watch the terrain carefully. But we're limited in what we can do. There's no weather out there, so I'm going to go terrain for now, and we've got a nice clear view. We have weather radar on the co-pilot side. We'll watch the MSAs as we come down, minimum safe altitude. But once we get to Zanzibar, it's all very low. It's out at sea level. We'll be visual, hopefully. Nice weather. In fact, let's check the weather now. Let's do another update on that. Oh, there's another thing you do, by the way. So we talked about ETOPS planning and fuel planning, and then any sort of landing performance, right? You need to know when are we too heavy to land. If you're going past an ETOPS Ultimate but you're overweight, because it might be a shorter runway, you have to think about this stuff. Be ready for it. But I was going to go to flight bag, home, arrival, 0705, so light winds, 27 degrees. So I can see that landing on 18 would be quite likely if they prefer it. So let's swap the arrival and we'll just do it in by Gadbu. Departure arrival, ILS Zulu 18, Gadbu. Execute, legs, egg pet to Gadbu. Oh no, not that way, wrong. Then I'm going to take Gadbu and plonk it there. And then it has a procedural hold, interesting, which we don't want to do, but it has got one in there. I'm going to delete that, because that's going to mess up the arrival time. I'm going to take that Gadbu, which is actually the start of the arrival, and put it there. And now it sequences. That's a gotcha. If it has a hold loaded in that's secret like that, it's not secret, but there it was. So now we should have an accurate arrival time, 14:34 Z. So this probably match the time 19:19. Yeah, I think it's going to match up what we have on the overlay. So that's pretty good. And then we can go to plan and check it. There's no start. 2,000 feet at Gadbu, 2,000 feet to platform. That's 13 miles on the Zulu Victor. Why can I not just click on the screen? I really wish I could. That's cool. We'll make it fill. I don't know what I've done wrong. I can't click and drag these charts and it's upsetting me intensely. Anyway, 2,000 feet, 1 mile, Zulu Lima. It is an ILS-DME, Zulu Lima, and it's co-located. Look at that. In America, most of them aren't. It's a constant gotcha. But that looks pretty good to me. So, yeah. Egg pit, Gadbu, and in. ILS in, and there's the missed approach if we need it. Out. I've showed it to 3,000, which is above MSA, then a left turn back to the VOR 3,000 for hold. We've got plenty of fuel to do it. Our reserves are down at 5 tons, the fuel scavenged. Or 6 tons, sorry. So yeah, we've got plenty of fuel. We've kept all our contingency fuel. We've had a really, really nice flight. Super impressed with how well the PMDG's lined up with this plan. And like I say, fuel burn's looking good. 3 on the angle of attack. Let's have a look at the fuel flow now. Yep, down to below 7 tons now. Almost at 6. Love it. So that's about what I would expect on a 300. Great. So that's all good. The next thing to do is landing performance, right? We need to know that. Turk says the 321 XLR is going to come with foot heaters to counter the frozen toast problem. Yeah, it is a problem on the Airbus. I don't know why. I don't know why the Airbus in particular seems to get so cold, but it does, especially on the toast. Triple just does not, and the 787's the same. Lovely and cozy by comparison. Vitalen says Carry On was a nice one for aviation geeks, but pretty typical Die Hard plot. Yeah, and I did see Die Hard for the first time recently. Enjoyed that. Hadn't seen it before. Phil Springall says, hey, how's the long haul going? It's going great. Thanks very much. Thanks for coming along. 8.5 hours in. No trouble at all. Turk says, can listen to story time on fingers. I don't know what that means. Or the meow show and subsequent meltdown on guard. Yes, the meowing on guard, I've noticed does seem to be a largely American phenomenon. I don't hear it very much in Europe, but I hear it quite often in America still, which I'm surprised at. But there you go. Yeah, people just meowing on that frequency. I don't know how that started. Anyway, what we're going to do now, I will answer more questions and obviously read the chat, but we'll just set up the arrival. So we need to do landing performance, don't we? So let's get that done, because there's nothing more hilarious than running out of time on a long haul flight. And trust me, it's easy. It is surprisingly easy to do. You sort of reconfigure your brain, don't you? When you go on a long haul flight, it probably, depending how well it's going, but you can end up on a long haul flight sort of feeling like it's going quicker than it should, and that can be just from like reconfiguring your mind, I think, anyway, depending how comfortable you are. However, if you haven't slept or you are uncomfortable and you can't sleep, things like that, then it's a game over. You'll be, not too happy. That's long haul. That's sadly it for you. Okay, landing performance. We can do it. So 0705. In fact, I don't need to do that. Performance tool. Landing en route. Remember, landing dispatch is just to check that your weights work. Landing, which is usually done by your airline these days. Landing en route. HTZA 18. Import current weight. I'll land AC on definitely, anti-ice off definitely, no reverse, auto brake 3, non-normal, VREP add 5. Let's try flap 25, which is the standard, and just see what it does. Required 2,200 meters, available 3,000. Okay. What this isn't telling me, and this is quite an important part of this on these aircraft, is the brakes temperature. We're landing at 27 degrees with what is essentially a slight tailwind. So, no, flap 30 is not necessarily standards. No. It's a bit like the 321. You can land the 321 in flap 3. In fact, it lands really nicely. But yeah, I think the thing to remember with the 777 is it tries to land at almost the same pitch attitude whatever you do. I think it does come in slightly lower nose down. The 78 doesn't. 78 flap 1325, you can't tell. It's designed like that. It actually has a landing attitude modifier, as does the 777, that will try and put the nose in the same place regardless of the speed and the weight and sort of the flaps, I believe. There's not much information on this system. Boeing's very they haven't published much in the FCOM about it. But the result is you can land flap 25 fine, or 30. The reason you wouldn't is it's just taking brake energy out. There's no brake fans, and this airplane is going to be sat on the ground in 27 degrees with only 5 knots of wind. And we obviously, that's quite a lot of the runway to use auto brake 3, so you might go, well, I'll go auto brakes 4 then, and you'll use less runway. But now, and that looks good, right? That's with a factor. I think that's with a factor in the PMDG. And that, because I said earlier, we want to confidently get off at those exits. We don't want to go all the way to the end of the runway. Hello. Although landing south, we can come off at Charlie, that's fine. We can use Foxtrot as well by the looks of it. But let's say you're landing north and you want to come off onto the apron at Bravo, then you don't want to miss that exit, so you might go for 4. But then that could really cook the brakes. So your options are go for match reverse.
join us.
I think she's feeling a bit ignored today because she's just walked in to do that howling and left again. Right, so before you start going for higher auto brakes or adding reverse thrust, the easy thing to do is indeed go to flat 30, but it's just an energy thing. It's not to do with tail or anything like that. Because if I do that in auto brake 3, yeah, we're back to where we were. So that's probably what I would do. And in fact, I reckon the brake energy would be very high on this landing. We're landing at 220 tons. I'm just going to go reverse. Makes no difference to the distance because of course it's dry, but it will make a big difference to those brake temperatures, and that's the key thing that we don't have shown here. But yeah, those brake temperatures would be the real limiting factor, and that's true on the 78 even more so. It's got less wheels. Great thing on the 777 is we've got so many wheels down there to absorb the brake energy. But you don't want to walk off the airplane with the brakes cooking and then the next crew have to sort of think about it and deal with your mistake. So yeah, I think max reverse today and flat 30 will be sensible. You wouldn't go max reverse flat 25 because what's the point if you could have just gone slower. Right, landing weight. Look at that, 217, but we're actually 227. Interesting. So 20 tons, landing at 11 tons, we're 21 tons, so we're 10 tons down, so 217 tons is right. So I'm just going to put 218 in there, and then I can take that flat 30 speed and put it in there. If we go to a different page and go back, it will put back in the actual weight. But you'll see there now, instead of 142, I've got the more likely speed of 139. As long as you both got to check that, really. Some people don't like doing it like that. Some people would just take the speed it has there because that's a known calculation. You know, that's what the airplane actually weighs. You can't get it wrong like that. But I think if you check that and check it against your approach, which is in here, which shows our VREF of 144, 5 knots up on that, 139 becomes 144, makes sense. Anyway, a lot of chat about that. We did change the sim time, FMA. Yeah, we changed it forward a bit, back a bit, just so we could see outside. We're coming up on Mount Kenya, yeah. Awesome. But yeah, that's the plan, land and then turn around. Likewise, we also have the option, of course, just to head over to the RNAV 36. Difference with this, of course, we won't fly in localizer glide slope. We will head out to Uvdog, fly in, ZA601 at 2,000 feet. Both of these, by the way, at the final approach fix, we need to be slowed down because it's hot, it's calm winds, potentially a tailwind onto 18 certainly. So in that case, we will make sure we are slow at these waypoints. I mean, that's only 10.4 miles out, so getting down towards 2,000 feet, get ourselves level, get ourselves into VNAV path, gear down, flat 20, and then passing ZA602, make sure it's in VNAV, get down flat 20, and then once we're here, make sure we can wind down to the MDA, which in this case would be 350, and then down we go, 300 feet below the missed approach altitude, we can put in the go-around altitude. So actually, straight away, as soon as we start down, then I'll put in 3,000 feet as the go-around altitude. That's nice and straightforward, and down we go. And then we'll see about the coding. It looks like it codes to the runway, so I'd probably be able to put in, leave the flight directors on for landing and just land off it, take out the autopilot and land. So that's the plan for that. We'll talk about that in more detail if we have to do it, because it is a little bit more involved. We'll go for 380 here. Oh, QNH, not that one. This is going to be fun. Let's do the click and drag thing. 4, 3. Oh, that's the closest we've ever got it, though. .380, great. And the QNH 1010. Straight through. Oh, come on. 380 1010 did transfer. Thank goodness for that. So yeah, so we've got our minimum, we've got a QNH. We'll do the recall as well, make sure the airplane has nothing wrong. Done the landing gear. There we go, that's gone. So we've got plenty of fuel, we've got a landing plan, so we're going to do flat 30 max reverse. I think it makes sense in this context. We just want to keep the brakes cool, and I strongly suspect that's what you do in a 300. And 3 kilometers is not the longest runway in the world, and we're not rolling to the end of it. So yeah, I think that's sensible. But you could land 25 if you wanted. But yeah, if we're thinking about brake temps, you just go 30 straight away. And then auto brake 3 is what we said. Performance tool. Auto brake. Landing en route. Autobrake 3, yeah. I think that'll give us a nice good margin. Even if we land near the end of the touchdown zone, we should be in a good place there. Great. So MSAs, fuel, difficulties on the approach. We've got a plan A and a plan B. We talked about the missed approach. And yeah, the only thing to remember in the Boeing is we leave the auto throttle in, so we're going to disconnect the autopilot on final approach, disconnect the autopilot, and then adjust the auto throttle will come to idle, and then we'll engage reverse ourselves, and we need to do the landing checklist, of course. So we can actually do the descent checklist now. So recall we've checked. Notes, there will be a notes box down here if there's anything else wrong with the plane. There's not. Auto brake 3, landing data VREF 30-139, minimums 380, approach briefing completed, descent checklist complete. Oh, someone did say they wanted a full briefing, and I feel bad now, I've just sort of truncated it. You would start off talking about the likely threats. So what are the threats of this approach? Well, for me, it's this low platform altitude and getting rushed in straight into Gadbu, and then arriving here too fast in the hot weather with a tailwind to be able to come down the approach. So how are we going to mitigate that? Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get to 6 miles from touchdown. What do I want to be? Well, I already want the gear down, and I want flaps 20. So I'll go gear down flap 20 at 7 miles instead of the normal 6 miles. That way we'll arrive at ZL already configuring. We're also going for flap 30, so that actually takes a while to travel. The difference, flap 20, so you go gear down flap 20 as you start down the glide slope, but going from 20 to 25 only moves the slats. The slats are quite quick. They just move from the half, the gaps to the full position, or the half to the gap. I forget the phraseology Boeing uses now. I don't know why it's like that. But yeah, so that's quite quick. So 20 to 25 is very quick, but 25 to 30 actually moves the flaps, and they're quite slow. As a result, it takes time. So I would say gear down flap 20 by 7, and then passing 6 miles, we're going to go flap 30 and just get the airplane nicely configured, because we're going to have a tailwind. It's going to be hot, high density altitude, although not too high. I think that's going to be useful. Yeah. Then the landing, making sure we got the right exit. We talked about that. We talked about the go around. You'd brief the actions for go around as well. So if we need to go around, I'm going to say go around and flaps 20. We're going to push the toga button, and I'll just do this as if it's just single pilot. You make sure these are moving forwards. That's a crucial part. Make sure the thrust levers are actually moving forwards, and then the flaps can go to 20, from 30 straight to 20. Then you're going to make sure the thrust is definitely set, and then check you have positive rate, and then bring the gear up. So there's 2 checks now that weren't there before. You don't say flap 20 until you know these thrust levers are moving forwards, and you don't raise the gear until you know the thrust has actually been applied and hasn't come off again, or hasn't not arrived, because of course we have had incidents around the world where that's happened. Then we're going to fly straight ahead and then make this left turn back to the hold. Looking good. In terms of spacing, how are we doing? I think we're doing okay here. Yeah, still 20 miles behind. Looking good. Looking very good indeed. Said a friend who worked for Barrow, the furthest North Point Alaska flight service station, said he would often catch Chinese carriers using guard as a chat room. Yeah, well, there is a frequency 12345 which pilots can use for air-to-air. It's not really for chatting, but people do occasionally use it like that. It's mostly used for working out things like, oh, what's the turbulence like at your level? And the other thing would be, here we go. Sorry, I'm just making sure we don't miss. Oh, Kenya, yeah. What's the turbulence like? When do you want to step climb? We want to step climb at some point. You know, things like that. Turk says, guard at night. It's UFOs. It's Starlink. Yes. Yeah, the old lights in the sky. So people say, what's the most interesting thing you've seen? I've seen Starlink, and I've seen... I've talked about this before, actually, on stream. I've seen lights that don't move like Starlink or like satellites. I assume they are, but it's very strange when you see them changing direction, things like that. Yeah, just I assume it's reflections off different satellites and things like that. But yeah, there are sometimes it's crazy. Often though, it's just satellites like moving in normal patterns. Very predictable. Robert says, wow, what a flight you have done. I went outside and did plane spotting, editing my photos for Jet Photos. Fantastic. Yeah, I know Jet Photos, they're quite difficult. You've got to have a high standard, haven't you, to get your photos on there. chat. Good. Yeah. Other things for the brief. We talked about the fuel situation, landing a taxi, the go around. I think that's it. I think the cabin and everything can be done as normal. It's just about dealing with the particular threats of what you're doing, you know, what you're going to do differently as well. I'm sure I've missed things there though, sorry. FedEx bought one of my pictures years ago that Jet Photos denied. There you go, Igloo Foo. Yeah, I've heard Jet Photos are very, very, very picky. Or they have a lot of rules. Still waiting for my photo to be uploaded. It's been a week, goodness me. Right, there it is. We can see Mount Kenya on the ND. That's why I wanted terrain up. So look at that, it's 15.5. Remember, this number is the highest displayed terrain, which will be the brightest green. 8.1 is the lowest displayed terrain. So there's a lot of terrain around. So that's another thing on long haul. Drift down. Can we safely descend to 10,000 feet if we depressurize? If we have an engine failure, can we safely descend to the engine out ceiling? You would talk about the engine out ceiling. What lots of pilots would do is you reach the top of climb on the aircraft like the 777 or the 78, is you would go to VNAV, press engine out, do not press anything else, and then it will show you the engine out cruise altitude. So in this case 283. That's because we're very light now. We didn't have a lot of cargo on this flight. This was quite a light aircraft, so it's fine. So it's actually quite high, but that could be down at 22,000 feet at the start of the flight. I should have shown you that. So you'll be checking this. What altitude would we go to? And if we had a failure here, can we carry on the route, or do we need to do a U-turn? And airlines will publish drift down procedures for your aircraft type in certain routes. So on this airway, you would need to make a 180 turn and head back this way to this waypoint and then divert to here. That sort of thing. Now that's not true here. Yes, there's high terrain, but they are isolated spots, very easy to maneuver around, and they're even not too bad, 15.5. But remember, if we had a depressurization, we'd also need to make sure we don't go down below the terrain level. So as we get here, I think we could find ourselves running up against that. So we'd just stop at MSA until you can find your way out, and again, you'd have published procedures for that. Anyway, before we do anything accidental, because if I pressed execute, the plane would actually come back to that speed and then try and descend. So I'm going to erase that. Good. Can't believe we're almost there. Vilius asks, I recently started working in airlines OCC. We do dispatch also. Do you have any comments or suggestions? What does OCC mean? Sorry. I'm going to imagine OCC means Operations Control Center, something like that. And then they also do dispatch. So that makes sense. So, what airlines do, and I imagine, yeah, Operation Control Center, managing delays and irregularities, yeah. Yeah, so not all airlines do this, but you're sat there and, or like we might be flying here, and what if the airspace in front of us closes, right? And that does happen in some parts of the world. It has happened. Many times actually. So we're flying and let's say Kenya's fine, but the next piece of airspace for some reason closes. They say no, you can't go here. I don't know, Kilimanjaro's erupted. So what would you do then? Well, that's where you would hope your company would advise you early. So this is where your OCC might come into play, and they would message you. Satcom, ACARS message you. They can even phone you on Satcom. So they would contact you and say, right, airspace is closed, and they would hopefully have come up with a bit of a plan for what they want you to do. Ultimately, the captain will do what they think's safest. So if OCC says you need to go to this airport, and the captain doesn't think that's a sensible stretch, it's too far, and there's another one closer, they might choose to go there, like if it's an emergency with the aircraft or something like that. But this is also true for things like sick passengers, right? That you get medical advice over the phone. But that wouldn't be from the OCC, of course. They're not doctors. But yeah, it's really great to have you here, and thanks for sharing that with us. Do you have any comments or suggestions? Is a great question. I have loads, and yet I can't think of any right now. No one has more control over my day at work than the OCC people. And I absolutely love it when they message you before you even, or you just find out there's a delay. Sometimes it happens, you realise you've got a 2-hour slot where you're not allowed to push back, or you're not allowed to take off for 2 hours. And OCC will just message you and say, yeah, this happened, you've got a new flight plan on the way that's going to avoid that, and it'll be half an hour. You know, it's great that they just solve these problems for you. What can be challenging is when there's huge blanket delays and then everyone's trying to contact OCC and they haven't got enough people. They haven't got the same number of staff as they have flights departing, obviously, so then it can get a little bit congested. But in general, they're obviously out there looking to just reduce delays and keep the operation as smooth as possible. So I'm sure it's a fascinating job, and I'd love to. I've been to the OCC centres at some airlines, and yeah, it's quite something. But dispatch as well, I assume, means running the flight plans, which is a complicated job, as we saw looking at ETOPS alternates. And like I say, that can be quite a complicated thing. The system's automated to find ETOPS alternates, but also it can get it wrong sometimes, or it misreads a NOTAM and doesn't realise a runway might be closed, things like that. But for comments and things, yeah, I don't know what to say. It's I hope everyone's very polite with you on the phone. But if they're not, I hope they do eventually realise and apologise. But also, yeah, it's just a function of the pressure of being on an aeroplane. I think there's sometimes in airlines it's easy to get wrapped up in two different worlds. One of those being you're on an aeroplane here. Now it's different in flight. In flight, the captain's the captain, and there's not a lot that changes that really. Company can ask for things to happen, but the captain will put the airplane in the safest position that they can. But when you're on the ground and ops have a plan in their minds that the crew on the aircraft realise isn't going to work, that can be frustrating. What can tend to happen is things like there's been run on delays all day, and ops seem to think that for some reason this last one won't have that delay, even though it's clear to the crew on board from the situation they're seeing that there will be that delay. You know, things like that, where there's a theory about mental models sort of diverging, and it's quite true, and it's sort of true there as well, where on paper something looks great, but to a crew sitting there looking out the window or seeing the reason for the delay, it can be very obvious that it's not going to work, and that can cause a bit of frustration, I think, between the two departments. I don't know why I'm telling you all this. I'm just rambling now, but yeah. So I think there just has to be an awareness of that if you're working in ops and if you're on a flight deck, that there's just two different perceptions of what's going on. Because likewise, there'll be something ops know that the people on the airplane can't possibly know, so they'll want them to do something because they can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and the crew on the aircraft might not see that and might be resistant to it. And it's not because anyone's trying to ruin anyone else's day, it's just a function of the complexity of these operations, and they are hugely complicated things going on to get the amount of people involved in dispatching an aeroplane. Right, Skybreaker says it's therapy. Yeah, it feels like it. Lorenzo says, thanks for covering the briefing. I was curious to find out if you followed something like the Airbus Smarter briefing or if you briefed in the wrong Boeing way. No, yeah, I'm all for threat-based briefings, as they are called these days, where you specifically brief based on the biggest problems. There's no point me sitting here talking about how to fly a 3-degree ILS, but what is interesting is how low that final approach altitude was, you know. There we go. Ovid Diudu Boss said, hey, haven't worked in the OCC, but funnily enough I was, until not long ago, a ground dispatch low controller at Heathrow. Absolutely crazy how quick things can go wrong. Yeah, exactly. And that information I'll tell you what can be hard. It's when you're, and this is not relevant to the OCC, but it's just no information. It's hard when you've got 300 passengers on board, but you don't know why there's a delay. So it's just knowing these things. And passengers are the same, right? They just want to know. They can handle delays, but what they can't handle is radio silence. You know, not telling the passengers anything. And then the delay just ticking on. They've got to hear something, hear that it's being worked on and why it's like it is, and then they can set their expectations accordingly. And of course, the other thing passengers can't stand is over-promising, under-delivering. You can't tell passengers, I think we're going to go in 10 minutes, if it then takes half an hour. You know, that applies obviously to most things in life. A video says, the 777 was by far my favourite aircraft to work with. Now, why is that? I suspect the 777 is nice to work with from a loading perspective because it has massive, great cargo holds and it can take huge amounts of cargo. We were well underweight on takeoff here, even though we had 300 odd passengers and almost 80 tons of fuel. And that's the magic of the 777. It is just a workhorse. It can take so much cargo. You could stick on another 20 tons of cargo onto this thing, no trouble. And we already had bags, fuel and passengers. It's fantastic. And here we go, yeah, Villiers says, I work in smaller airlines, so we do OCC stuff and flight planning also. I understand the situation regarding plans for managing delays. OCC sometimes has bigger picture in front compared to crew. Exactly. It goes both ways, doesn't it? Sometimes the OCC has the right, or a closer picture to reality, sometimes the crew, right? It's so hard. So hard. But also everyone's working, everyone's working under different pressures, everyone's tired in different ways. 2 o'clock in the morning, it's very different feeling to lunchtime. I haven't stopped using Chaseplane, but I will go back to it. It's just I'm in 2024 today, so there isn't Chaseplane available. Nick says, I discovered Stick Shift Aviation recently, an engineer with American Airlines. The knowledge and complexity is mind-boggling. Great channel. Yes, I've seen some Stick Shift videos. Yes. Yeah, very cool. Very cool to see. Google says, our flight plans are converging. Awesome. Let's have a look on that map. That scope, that spy, which one am I using today? That scope. Yes, there we go. Dougal's ahead of us, but we are matching up. Love it, love to see it. Oh, there was a controller online in Sudan. There you go. We carefully went around. This is the way it was planned, yeah. Alicia's Maggie, good to see you. Alicia says, Captain, great to catch another one of your live streams. It's been a while to say the least. Congrats on making 100k and hope everything is going great with you and the first officer. Everything is great, thank you. She's made a couple of appearances in the stream so far. Thank you very much. Thanks for all your support over the years, Lisa Maggie. Thanks for coming along. Good to see you again. CX says, I want to use Flight Simulator 2024, but the lack of Chaseplane puts me off moving. I find the native camera system a bit primitive. Indeed, I can manage with the native camera system, but I much prefer Chaseplane. I think I've heard people seem to think it's on the way, so that's exciting. The video says, because the CG is so bang in the middle, it can carry, this is talking about the 777s and its loading, it can carry crazy loads over very long distances, and it's pretty much impossible to get out of trim on takeoff or landing compared to a 78 or a 350. Oh, that's very interesting. See, as pilots, we don't see this stuff. We get a load sheet, it's all been planned out, and it tells us the load. The fuel, the distribution, the being in trim, that's all done elsewhere. Yeah. We don't really get told where the load is either. We just get told the CG of the aircraft. Yeah. So I can imagine that's a puzzle for people trying to load the aircraft and the different requirements of that. But as pilots, yeah, it's one of those things we don't see. We were talking earlier about things that the crew don't experience.
yeah, if you're interested in chase plane, I have a video on my channel where I use chase plane in 2020 and absolutely love it. It's a camera system. Chase plane allows me to just swap the cameras around and has sort of a drone camera. You know, I often get asked, how do I get sort of my external footage, or more often my replays actually, but you know, I over the years spent a lot of time doing this. Now that this drone's set too fast, but you know, you can get really nice shots in Microsoft Flight Simulator, and the lighting and graphics, and this is true in 2020 as well, just look amazing. I love using it for videos, but it obviously takes time. I have to set up, I have to fly the drone around, I can't fly the aircraft at the same time. You know, if I disconnect the autopilot now, it doesn't work, right? I can't fly the airplane like this. So there's lots of shots I can't get that I would love to be able to get. And chase plane just allows me to do all of that. Plus, it makes great replays. It has tower view, it has flyby view, and I've done flyby view, but it's not easy. And typically, I have to do something like this and then put the drone in high speed and fly it back at the aircraft. Yeah, things like that. It's just sort of workarounds, and I don't really bother. So I don't think it looks that great. Whereas chase plane has it all built in, awesome sort of air-to-air shot styles, and then it also has some nice camera work in the cockpit where it will show you sort of G or breathing, things like that. I've turned a lot of that off, I must be honest. I like the breathing effect when I'm in a window view, but I don't think it works particularly well for the cockpit. I also don't like touchdown shake being too strong, because you don't notice it. When I land an airplane, I don't sort of the whole airplane doesn't seem to shake around me. In fact, hopefully it will stay relatively steady. You feel it, and I understand that they're just doing a visual representation of that feeling. But yeah, I find that a little odd. I also don't like leveling the horizon too much, because I don't tend to do that. Flying an aircraft, it's not a fighter jet, you know, do I level the horizon with my head automatically? I don't know if I do, but I don't get that sensation. What I mean by leveling the horizon is if I just get autopilot. As we bank here, there's a little bit of horizon leveling going on. You can see that where see the camera's slightly tilted to the right. And as I go back the other way, it tilts to the left, so it's sort of trying to go back to the horizon. So there's a little bit, but that's probably about all I think it should do. Yeah. Pilot Mike says, my PMDG goes to idle and crashes after every takeoff, even when hitting the screw on NTP. I don't know, that could be a hardware issue. Have you, if you press that screw, it will drive it to toga. Have you made sure that in the settings you've turned off the ability to override the throttles with your hardware? So right now I'm moving my hardware throttles. They're not able to move these because the auto throttle system's engaged. Make sure that's set like that. It's in the settings, in the setup menu. Very important to do. Otherwise, yeah, you could accidentally adjust them. So many options. Absolutely amazing. So it's not in there. Auto throttle manual override in hold mode only. So if the throttles are in hold mode, I can manually override them. As it is, I can't. If I change that to never, then I can't override it. And always, here we go, I now have manual control over the throttles. But you'll see I can move them, but then the auto throttle system's still engaged, so it still tries to drive them to where they want to be. So if I idle them like that, my hardware, once the signal stops going, they then go back to where they want to be. And that's true in the real aircraft, right? You can force them around, but they're actually engaged through a clutch system, so they are still going to drive to where they want to be unless you turn off the auto throttle. But I say in hold mode only is the best way to have it, so you can't accidentally chop the throttles. Good. So, coming up on our top of descent now. Why I say that? Not quite. 14:33. Still half an hour to go. Let's enjoy the views. Sadly, our level of detail might ruin it slightly. Coffee Monster says, when was the last time you flew a smaller GA plane such as Cessna? Only a couple of months ago.
I got the opportunity to fly one. Yeah, love it. Great fun. I'm a big fan of Cessnas. I like having that high up wing. Yeah, as CX216 says, the cinematics mode on Chaseplane has no comparison. It does indeed. Reese says we still have the mountains to see. We do indeed. Thanks for sticking with us, Laura and me, and Dougal. Really great to have you all here. 19th for Chaseplane. Now this is. I am particularly excited about that. A lot of people are upset. A lot of people are upset that it's not in 2024 and they're not using 2024 because of it, because it is just so good. So let me just see. I'm just having a look at FS Elite's website. Flight Sim Awards 2026. They're going to do that. Seeing if I'm going to do the content creator thing again. Let's have a look. So there's no news on there. Specifically, Chaseplane. Okay. Well, I will keep an eye out. Apologies. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I just saw someone on our Discord has changed the logo. Thank you, whoever changed our Discord logo for winter with some snow on it. Absolutely love that. On the 320 Sim Pilot Discord. If you are watching and you have more questions to ask, a great place to do that is in the 320 Sim Pilot Discord. Link in the description. Lots of really enthusiastic people in there, very kind people who work hard at answering questions, so thank you to them. And I do try and answer. If someone tags me, I do try and always answer. Now I have a feeling we're actually too far away. I don't think we're going to see this mountain, sadly. I thought we would. We will see Kilimanjaro, obviously, because we're going right next to that. This is about twice the distance away to Mount Kenya. Somewhere down here. Or is it that? Is that it? That's got to be it. Must be. How's Barney? Asked Nick. Yeah, Barney's great, and I would hope it'd still be up for the podcast as well. So it's about me getting organised to get it back if we wanted to carry on with doing that. Yeah, definitely. 320 T38 asks, do you have an opinion on the 321 XLR? I don't have a strong opinion on it. No. I don't think it's as good as a 757 because it can't lift the same weight and distance, but Airbus A320s is a hugely popular aircraft, so you can't argue with that. Pilot Mike says, if you want to see some crazy fly, check out Missionary Pilot at Papua New Guinea. I have seen Missionary Pilot, yeah. Yeah, I have watched Missionary Pilot on YouTube. Quite something. Pilot Mike, thank you very much for the congrats. Appreciate it. Mike Grofone says, been a hell of a day. I've been in my man cave playing pool with this on the telly. I'm knackered. I bet. I can't believe anyone's been watching my voice for that long. Fantastic. 9 hours, 11 minutes we're at now. True long haul. CX216 just said, do you think there would be a Go Fish stream for Microsoft Flight Simulator 24? So is this the Parallel 42 add-on? Yeah. I have only just seen that. Yeah, it sounds nice. Playing pool in the man cave. Not a bad day. Not a bad Sunday. That's got to be the mountain, right? Can't believe the weather is sort of clouded in just at this moment. What are the chances? Still quite stunning. Quite a sort of farmed area. This is a much more built up area than I imagined. See, look at this camera. Just terrible. Airplanes. I mean, most of my screen is just blue. Yeah. Not at all what I like. The chase plane does it perfectly. The chase plane camera is very clever as well. As you rotate around, it shifts the central point of the camera. I don't know how they've done it. So it avoids this sort of this thing where you're just looking at the middle of the airplane. It would actually swing around so you'd see the nose or the tail properly. Yeah, it's much better. Lucas Lowe says, I can still watch you after I went from Slovenia to Venice airport and back. 6-hour drive. Yeah. Yeah. I sat down at my computer at 8:30-ish this morning. Yeah. 9 hours, 13 minutes later. So, about 10 hours. And I'm impressed. I think we should all be... We only took one break. 2 breaks, sorry, so far. Might need one more before landing. A very quick break. But yeah, the breaks were half an hour and 12 minutes. Dear. Like I say, if you were operating this flight for real, you'd get more than that. I need to keep my legs moving. But it's been great. Absolutely loved it. I can't believe how much we can talk about. And thank you all for coming along. I rely on your energy for these long haul streams, and any of the streams, to be fair. A 2-hour stream can feel much longer than this if it's if I'm not managing to sort of engage or keep your interest. It relies on you chatting and being present with me. I really appreciate it. What a shame about the weather. We were so excited. That's got to be Mount Kenya. It's just so tall. So let's hope Kilimanjaro's a little clearer as we get there. Ali says, did you get a silver YouTube play button? I did indeed. Yeah, the channel 100k. So I don't know how interesting this is for people, but yeah, the channel is at 100,600 subscribers now, which is unbelievable. It's an unbelievable number. The channel started. I actually made my first update video when we had 321 subscribers. Thank you for the subscription. Because it felt like an appropriately important number. And let's just have a look. Let's just see. I'm just going to go back through my channel, see if I can get that far through it. Takes a while now. 350 odd, like I say, normal videos plus all the live streams. Scroll. If you do enjoy a video, do please leave a like. YouTube's been sending me things, tips about my channel. So any likes and subscriptions, putting the alert bell on, this all makes a big difference to the channel. But obviously I understand that, if you don't like the video, you don't like the video. But yeah, so let's go back. We have my first video here, which is walkarounds. That's got 20,000 views. That was published on the 5th of April 2020. There it is, yeah. And the same day I uploaded the second video, cold and dark setup on the TOLIS. The next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day I uploaded videos. Yeah, it was crazy back then. Really crazy. Every single day. There's nothing missed. One day there got missed. And it went like this for a long time. A long time. And then I started doing Q&A videos. Where's my channel update video? I did my first VATSIM video on there. So I filmed myself do a VATSIM flight. That wasn't a popular video at all, I remember. And I thought it would be. But yeah, people weren't too interested. Addison video. Yeah, funny. Oh yeah, the first VATSIM video was really popular. Sorry, I'm just reminiscing now through my old videos. I should probably do this in my own time. Then I did the Q&A. So where was my first? Then I made my first intro, which we've now changed, obviously, because we've upgraded it. Because people didn't like it, they got complaints about it. Engine failures in the cruise, the Vulcan update. I remember when Vulcan came to that. Star Wars flight, nobody watched that. Oh dear, it's good fun. Channel update, there we go. So I had 300 subscribers. That was on the 14th of May 2020. And we just kept going, kept doing Q&As. And then I released a video August 2020 with the new flight simulator. And that's still my most watched video. Although funnily enough, some of my tutorials around that time continued to be some of my most watched as well. But yeah, my first flight in Microsoft Flight Simulator, just that grew the channel hugely. That got it sort of noticed, I think, by the algorithm. And then yeah, then it sort of the whole thing changed from there on in. But yeah, how many? So it's 500 videos. Can I see like total views of the channel? Videos. Lifetime, here we go. This is probably a way to break the computer as well. Hayden says, face reveal at 1 million subs. Yes, if I had 1 million subscribers, then I could probably do a face reveal. It's just calculating all the numbers. Sorry to bore everyone. Clouds are ruining our view. Jasper, good to see you. Thanks for coming along. Mark Burgess, good to have you as well. Mark says, walked the dog and cooked a roast dinner and washed up. Yeah, good. Sounds like a nice Sunday. Classic Sunday. Dimitri says, hello, greetings from rainy Vancouver and congrats on the 100k milestone. Well done and well deserved. Thank you very much. Really, really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Luke Erslow says, after this live, please go for a little walk. Yeah, I should do, although it's pitch black and cold here now, so I might not. 99,000 members of CATS wanted to chat to first officer, says JJ. Yeah, could be. Right, has it figured it out? Views. 13.4 million views. There you go. That's what the channel's achieved. Quite crazy to me. 13.4 million views. Yeah, and 100,000 subscribers. It's just madness. Madness. I mean, you can add up any number and, yeah, obviously make it big. What are the podcasts? How do they do? Total views, 22,000 on the podcast. There you go. Yeah. Plus, obviously, they're available on their own platforms. Oh, yeah, 15.8 million. It now says 100,000 subscribers. It's really hard to believe because this channel, like I say, I made that update when we had 300 subscribers because it felt like a big number and a suitable number, and it was obviously getting close to the 321 was the aircraft we were flying at the time, 321. But what's happened over the years that I didn't quite expect is that the channel sort of stayed at the moment, and obviously this will change as new flight sims come out and so on. Have we missed Kilimanjaro because I've been talking? No, that's Kenya. There's Kilimanjaro. Great, okay. Want to make a nice U-turn. But yeah, it's the way that old videos get picked up on and tutorials from years ago, and they suddenly sort of just YouTube just picks up on them and people take an interest in them. It's great to see, and then they sort of, the channel sustains itself on those sorts of things, which is really, really great. I just love it. I love that because these videos can be quite hard to make. It can be a full day. You know, I know today's been a long stream, but I have quite honestly sat at my computer for longer than this for many of the videos. And I've sat there and worked on these videos, and then it's nice. It is nice that people do enjoy them. Yeah. Dr. Ilkington says, what's comfier, the real flight deck or the sim at home? So the Airbus is very comfy. These seats not so comfy. That seat's very comfy. So at the moment, seats at home. I have sat in this seat all day today with only those 2 short breaks, and I'm still feeling okay. That would not be particularly true in the real aircraft. I would need to. I actually tend to put something like a little blanket down on this seat, just make it a bit more comfy. They tend to be a bit worn out. Obviously, the 777's not a brand new aeroplane these days, and yeah, I would need to stretch my legs and stuff a bit more often. But you're more restricted, right? I'm in a swivel chair. I can put my feet to the side over here and stuff, which is what I'm doing to sort of stretch out. But yeah, so my lazy boy chair, I got it a few years ago. It's been game changing for sitting at my desk. It's so comfy. I absolutely love it. Got it at Costco when one of our friends took us. System Lord says, since you posted a video of an approach to San Diego, I hope to hear your voice live doing the PA when I fly Heathrow to San Diego in April. You never know. You never know. Fantastic. San Diego's a great place. Gosh says, congratulations on the 100k subs. Watching you fly to Zanzibar while pilot Speedbird 1 Bravo across to Cabos. Lucked out today. Fantastic. Glad you're enjoying it. Simon says, congratulations on 100k, looking forward to seeing you back at Doncaster next year. Yeah, we could do a flight from Doncaster. I don't see why not. Here's our big turn coming up. He says, shame you can't swap the cushion for the one on the jump seat. Indeed. It's the problem with the yoke, right? Like, I don't mind flying with the yoke or a side stick. They're both fine. They're just similar enough. But it's yeah, it just means that this seat is so compromised in its design to just to fit the yoke. That is a shame, because look at today. How much have we used that yoke? up to 1,500 feet. And yes, you could fly it for longer, but even so, even if you did the full climb and full descent, that's an hour out of 9 that you need a yoke, you know. Something I do like on the triple is this tiller. I really like it. In particular, and I would love it. I know I don't think Matthias is here now, but I would love it if PMG, and they'd probably, I don't know whether it's probably not a good use of performance and time and development time, but if this could spin like it does in the real aircraft. I don't know if it's got bearings in it or what it is, like a fidget spinner, but it was once described to me as the world's most expensive fidget spinner, because this is a completely loose handle. I don't think it's connected in the air. No, it's not. Yeah, it's not moving at all. But yeah, this is obviously the tiller for the nose gear steering, and this spins freely on top, and if you flick it, it just whips around like a fidget spinner. Yeah, it's quite something. I would absolutely love it if PMG could model that, because it's quite a quite a feature of the aeroplane to me. It's the first thing I noticed about this aeroplane, I must say. The other problem is it looks and feels very similar. If this handle is in the forward position, this handle is for unscrewing the window, like sliding it back. But if that's in the forward position, it's very easy to get your hands swapped between the two, because they managed to put two handles in a very similar place that look the same, and it feels slightly different. But yeah, you can't do anything too. It's not going to do anything dangerous like that. But yeah. Aha! Now there we go. We can definitely see that mountain. Fantastic. Thanks for the subscription. Dimitri says, those Tolis Airbus tutorials in the early COVID days kept us all sane. I was sub number 20. Fantastic. Yeah, it's I mean, yeah, it is a long time ago now, 5 years. But I think they're pretty good for what they are. I mean, I barely changed my process, so I better think they're good, because that's what I still do now. And we got really technical back then. I remember videos on specific things, but that was great. The Tolis was up to it, you know. Jasper asks, on the ground in the real aircraft, do you have to use the tiller, or can you use the rudder pedals instead? You have to use the tiller on the ground. You can use the rudder pedals when you're in a straight line, but they only have a few degrees of nose gear deflection, so they can't do any tight turns, but they're enough to keep it straight. So you would use the tiller for any actual turning, the rudder pedals just to keep it in a straight line. Yeah, works quite nicely. It's quite a straightforward system. Kerosene says, hey, hope I'm not late. Not at all. We've only been going for 9.5 hours now. But we are getting there. We are getting there. Landing in around about 30 minutes. I'm surprised. We must be descending next to Kilimanjaro, I'd have thought. VNAV 2, top of descent, 215 miles. Descending at 14:12. Oh, we've got a bit longer. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong time. So yeah, we have got 20 minutes to top of descent. 25 minutes. So yeah, we should have lovely views and then do our descent. This would be a great route, wouldn't it? This would be so cool to fly. Wow. Yeah, really cool. Up the cameras again. OXF Patrick says, I prefer the tan cockpit colour over black and blue. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't really notice it. It definitely makes it look older in here. By the way, we turned this voice recorder from auto to on 9 hours ago, you might remember. Because I said it's like the flight ground recorder switch on the 320. What it does is when the engine's running, it flicks it, automatically goes to the auto position. So now it's just running. And that's simulated. Nice to see. Kerosene has asked the question, yeah, why do we have to keep updating the heading bug? As a design choice, I don't like it, but that's how it is. It's quite an old school thing. Why do we keep updating it is a great question. It's because what if air traffic says to you right now, turn left heading 150, but your heading bug's, you know, all the way over here? Or what if your flight plan has a discontinuity? Now it should automatically go into heading hold, not heading sell, but then you have to wind the heading bug round and it's not in the right place. It's really just a neatness thing though. It's not going to be a crisis. Any emergency maneuver you're not going to use the autopilot for anyway. So if it's that in particular, if air traffic says immediate left turn or whatever, then you probably wouldn't do it at the heading. Although up here, that's a very unlikely situation. You'd just get an altitude change or a TCAS probably. But we just keep it neat and ready in case we suddenly need it. So you don't have to start winding it around the wrong way. In particular, let's say it's facing the wrong direction and then you accidentally press heading cell, then the plane might turn the wrong way, that sort of thing. But in general, it doesn't matter. You're just flying along an LNAV. It's not really doing much. Yeah. There we go. Turning towards Kilimanjaro. How cool. So yeah, good question. But that's about it. There we go. Lauren B is enjoying Toto. Viria says, always annoying when pilots rest the hand mic on that tiller and you end up snapping the cord when taxiing onto the runway. Yeah, I haven't seen that. I have to say, the hand mic is a very... Oh, it's getting a bit confused there. Oh, it's because there are 2 waypoints. The hand mic is not... I don't see it used very often. But I think American carriers tend to use it quite a lot. So I can see why, yeah, you'd hang it up here, yeah. Yeah, I don't really use it. I'd use the headset if I was talking to traffic control normally. So here we go. Quite a bit of terrain actually. Yeah. Mark says, if he plays Toto, I'm unsubscribing. There we go. I haven't done it. Wouldn't be allowed. Top of descent for Dougal. Fantastic. Dougal slowing down in front of us. We've got TS on below. Let's have a look. Yeah. I think we're all nicely spaced, so this should work out well. Peter says, don't know how many years you've been pilot for, but what is for you the biggest change in airports as an improvement compared to when you started? Whoa, that's a good question. That is a good question. In airports, what's the biggest change? Really good question. I'll have to get back to you on that one. What's changed in airports? Air holding's definitely reduced with the system of slowing aircraft down early, holding aircraft on stand, and that's used at lots of different airports. Also the RNAV stars that have reduced the holding risk, so you have a full start and then you just get taken off it straight in, although that can be tricky in its own way. Oh really, that's a really good question. I don't have to think of a proper answer. Better coffee. Ground handling technologies, yeah, I mean, since I've been flying, we've always had this sort of stand guidance thing. It usually depends on the airport more than the fact that time has passed. Some airports move with time and some don't. Now what is this we're flying over? This is cool. We have done some streams. We didn't we fly around the Ngoro crater? But that's not here obviously. Is it? Mount Meru. Wow. I'm pretty sure I did a video in the Ngoro crater, which was absolutely stunning in Flight Sim 2020. Lava Tower, look at this. Oh, Mount Kibo. That's Kilimanjaro. Must be different parts to it, I suppose. Uhuru Peak? Wow. Really cool. Jasper asks, what if you want to turn the aircraft the long way round, as it were? Well, in that case, you would, you'd put it in heading select as it is, where it's facing. The trick is, put it in heading select first, and then turn the dial, and then it will go in that direction. That's the idea. Look at that. That's awesome. What beautiful mountains. Mount Meru, yeah. Kilimanjaro. This is awesome. Look at the scenery. Okay, both of them. Let's go for a... I don't think we're going to get a camera shot like this, so let's go for the drone. Shame about the lighting. It's a bit too bright, funnily enough. Let's see if we can go for a nice one over this crater. Awesome. 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 Love it. Seems a little bit strong. There we go. I'm getting lots of screenshots here. I'll post some of these on the Discord later if you're interested. Do join our Discord. Yeah, it's very bright. Beautiful. How cool is this? Wow. And I guess we've lost Mount Meru underneath us. Yep. These are the moments, and this is like one of the best things about this job. Like, you'll just be sat there looking at this and you just won't believe it's your job, you know. You're just flying past this stuff. Peter 538 says, well worth the wait, excellent route choice. Yeah, it's sheer coincidence that we're flying right over these. I just did the route that looked most realistic, but yeah. Evening, Peter DR, good to see you. Peter says, good evening, Captain. Sorry to be so late, I just came home after doing a gig with a band. Glad to see you. No problem at all. I hope you had a great day, and thanks for joining us now. Yeah, it's been a while since the last live stream, but I promised long haul, and here it is. And like I say, we don't mess around. We've been here the whole time. Not even an hour break so far. Look at that. Excellent. Excellent, love it. Oh, that's cool. Turning right over it. Ah! Awesome. Just keeping it in view for even longer. This has worked out nicely. I'm impressed. Dr. Dilkington asks, do pilots still tend to wear and invest in a Swiss mechanical watch like the old days, or has it fallen out of fashion? Yeah, rare. It's not very common. It's not uncommon, but it's not like most pilots have a Swiss mechanical watch. Out of interest, here's something you might see every now and then. Oh, there we go, look at that. If you're on the cruise, especially around mountains terrain, and you suddenly see this, you don't need to worry. It is possible, and I've had to do it as well, to deploy the speed brakes in the cruise. It's from an overspeed, something you talk about if you're encountering turbulence. There you go. You do that. They'd be quite slow, so you deploy them. On the Airbus, you can deploy them quite quickly, but then let's say you just push the speed brake lever in, they would actually go like this, super slowly back in. Whereas the Boeing, it's very responsive, so you can just move them directly, and you really feel it. They're very effective. If you just go bang on the speed brakes, you get that, and the whole plane sinks. You wouldn't go to full like that. But yeah, it's a noticeable thing. Look how much lost us that much speed, and the engines are at full power trying to keep us here. Yeah, because these airplanes, they fly through some mountainous terrain, and it can lead to turbulence and overspeed. So having that option available, they're very effective. But Airbus pilots who come onto the Boeing, a common thing we do is you have to move the speed brake to here, and then you have to deploy it. And a common thing is to just deploy it like this, which you can do on the Airbus because it smoothly puts them out. Whereas on the Boeing, it just dumps them out immediately, and it feels like it's like a whole load of weight has been added to the airplane. It suddenly goes doof, like sinks down. It's amazing, very, very effective. Captain, I certainly have been playing since the morning, indeed. KO says, I'm an in real life GA pilot, and I do wear a Swiss mechanical GMT watch. Excellent, yeah. Yeah, like I say, and there are airline pilots that do it, but it's not, you'll see a lot of, the classic these days, a lot of Apple watches. Lauren Reed says, that particular arrival routing might specifically be to get a view of Kilimanjaro. Wouldn't be surprised, especially if it were an Air Tanzania route. The mountain is such a big national icon. Yeah, quite. I think is it on their tail? Air Tanzania tail? Oh, they have a great livery, a really great livery, but no, it is a giraffe. Yeah. And then their tagline, there it is, the wings of Kilimanjaro. That's what they've written underneath it. I suppose that they have a big A logo, which sort of implies Kilimanjaro, maybe. I'm looking at a model of one here. I must not add a model 787 Air Tanzania to my collection. I'm closing that tab before I get any ideas. Sorry. Camera's moving around too much. Thanks very much, Roll on Summertime. Appreciate it. Peter says, is the stereotype true? Do ex-military pilots fly more sporty? Sometimes I feel my pilot is doing a vertical takeoff. No. No, you can't fly more sporty. You saw the takeoff on this. I overpitched slightly, but aside from that, there's a technique. You fly the technique and the SOPs and the speeds. It's just how it is. It might feel sporty some days. There might have been a reason for a more powerful takeoff, or there might have been a tailwind or a headwind or a change of wind that caused it to suddenly have to go up quicker, things like that. But the reality is, pilots will just fly the procedure. You haven't got the room. It's not a toy. So we just don't get that choice to fly it in a certain way, really. You just operate it inside the SOPs, and normally, like I say, the autopilot's doing it anyway. Yeah. Right, I want a wing view to show the inboard aileron. Here we go. So this aileron's going to come up. I don't think the roll spoilers will. Remember, at these speeds, this outboard aileron is locked out, so that is just still, and it's all being done by these inboard flaperons. So these are ailerons that also work as the flaps as they come down. Thank you for the subscription. But also, in the cruise, these can deploy asymmetrically, confusingly, whilst the ailerons just stay locked out. Because using that aileron's a long way out there. This is 65 metres. That's 30 odd metres out from where I'm sitting. So if that moves, what it does is it just ends up bending. The whole wing just bends, and it's just not very efficient, not good for the structure. So these inboard ones are used. Now Airbus don't need this. They have their ailerons split into two parts usually, and the outboard part doesn't work. At a high speed, it just locks out, and then the inboard part is used in the cruise, because you don't need much. Look how tiny amounts this is moving to produce these turns. Look, almost nothing. But it's quite a big control surface. Because it's far in, it needs to be quite a big surface area. What it also does is, in turbulence, it can be used to smooth out the ride, and I do think this is a nice feature on both the 777 and the 78, where and you can see it on the flight deck. You'll be sat here, and if we go to flight controls, you'll see it on this page. The one of these, and it might just be one, will just pop up or down as needed to keep the airplane flying smoothly while the ailerons stay locked out. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting. I also think these don't sit central in the cruise. I think they're locked out in a slightly weird position. But anyway, the other thing you find occasionally on the 777 is that it doesn't sit straight. So let's say before takeoff you put 0 aileron trim, which by the way the only way to see is this sticker on the yoke, if you can believe that, but there it is. There is no aileron trim on the 78, and there's the rudder trim at 0, so you check both of those. But you wouldn't believe it, but let's put some rudder trim in. You can sometimes be sat there. Let's see if this represents it. No. Interesting. I wonder why. I'm putting loads of rudder trim in here. And the rudder is not currently being controlled by the autopilot. This is the difference with the 787. The rudder channel is not engaged. The autopilot is not controlling the rudder like it does on the 320. The yaw damper is, but the rudder itself is free, right? It's just there. So if I put rudder trim in, it does apply to the rudder. And what happens is the aeroplane will be out of trim, right? But what it would do to counteract that, you can see it's flying uncoordinated. So it would actually have put some aileron in. So I put right rudder on, and the airplane has dropped the left wing slightly. And you can just about see it actually. There you go. This inboard aileron is at neutral, and this one is down. But this is a bit extreme. I think it should be more than that. I think it would look more extreme in this situation. But yeah, so actually, out of interest, let's just put more rudder trim in. Just trying to make it show up. There, so this one's dropping, this right flaperon. So if we go back to that view, there you go. It's holding that wing up because the rudder is making us fly at a funny angle. Now you can barely see the rudder because at these speeds it's a very powerful surface. But yeah, it's I will get to the point I was trying to make, I promise. So some 777s, you'll be flying along
with no trim on the rudder. Let's just try and neutralise that. Does that work? Cancel? No, we'll cancel it like that. Just driving back. And you'll have an aileron in. Now this isn't showing up today, the way the PMG has it set up. But what would happen is you'll be flying along and you'll have zero rudder trim, but you'll be in the cruise and you'll see the aileron. This yoke won't be centered. It'll be sitting slightly off central. And then you'll go into the flight control page and you'll see that these aren't central, just like they were back then. And then what you have to do is actually put a little bit, just a small bit of rudder trim. Tiny bit. I'm talking like maybe not even 1 unit, that much. Just a tiny bit. And then you'll see that the yoke is back at neutral. And that seems to be better than having a slight aileron input, to have a slight rudder input in terms of efficiency of the airplane, which would make sense, right? Because in an engine failure case, it's all about the rudder and not the aileron. But anyway, my point is, unlike the 7A, which is all controlled and trimmed out by the fly-by-wire system, the 777 isn't, and that rudder's not engaged, so it can be that you have to do that. It's quite a strange phenomenon. Anyway, there you go. There goes the first officer's calling out again. Hello. She's still feeling she wants more attention. The yoke is lowered. Thank you. Yes. Great spots. Let's run the rudder trim. Because you're right, because the ailerons were running. Because you can see the control had moved on here. So I'm going to run out a load of rudder trim. I know this is a very strange point that might not make much sense. There we go. So you'll sit down and in the cruise you'll see it like this. Thank you. Thanks for that one. Good shout. So that's what you'll see. And then you'll put in rudder trim to get rid of it. And that seems to be the more efficient way of doing it. Because otherwise you'll have this situation where the ailerons, the flaperons are running differently. But notice this one's down, but this one's neutral. They aren't connected directly. They're all done through the computers. The computer's figuring all this stuff out for you. But yeah, seeing that is quite annoying. So yeah, it's better to have it at 0. Anyway, enough of that. Peter, thank you so much, Peter, for the Peter538 for the €11.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. Let me run that one again. I was busy chatting on top of it. Thank you very much, Peter. Peter says, thanks for all the great answers and entertainment today with love from the Netherlands. Thank you very much, Peter. Really glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for coming along. And yeah, great to have you here. Thank you so much. That very generous super chat. Really, really appreciate it. Very kind. Ronald sometimes says, congratulations on 100k. Thank you very much. So yeah, the 777 is a fly-by-wire system like the 7A. So you'd think that wouldn't be the case, but, and here's the reset MCP altitude as we approach top of climb. But indeed, this is a feature that's just true. I fly them and sometimes this yoke is sitting slightly off neutral. You can put in a bit of rudder trim and it goes to neutral, and it seems to be better. I've done flights where we haven't done that and there's a tiny bit of aileron in the whole way. And yeah, it's not great. Like whether it overburns or not is a hard question to answer, but there we go. Right, now I would put in the MSAs. I don't think we have any terrain now because we are going to be descending out over the coastline. So we can actually, unbelievably, actually let's just start with 10,000 feet as is our standard on this channel. That's sort of like our own SOP. 10,000 feet in, passing top of the descent, it should start down. We've done the descent checklist ages ago, probably a little too early actually. We were well ahead of the game here. And now you see the speeds very close to what we selected earlier, so that's a good assurance. And there's the vertical scale coming in. And another thing the airplane will do is quite often hit top of descent like this. It will go to idle. And it's so slow to remove the thrust. There's the profile. These trickle back and then it gets itself high. And then it will ask you for more drag. Thank you again, Peter, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Baku says, congrats on 100k. You're my favourite channel for educational content. I hope you'll be around for many more years. Thank you very much, Baku. I absolutely intend to be. Here you go, drag required. What did I say? We did everything right there, but it still needed drag required. I'm going to leave it alone for a little bit. Idle VNAV path. Now, the Boeing will not allow the speed to creep too far. It will just drop into VNAV speed and come off the profile. So look, it's a bit high. It's getting fast. It will just, yeah, drag itself up. So we might need to use a speed brake. Also, what was its planned descent speed? Must have been pretty fast. 314 knots. Yeah, that's pretty fast. But I can't say I mind today. Hold mode, there you go. So now I talked earlier,
I now have control over the throttles, just like you do in the real aircraft, because in hold mode, they are, and it goes forcing it back to idle. In hold mode, they are just loose. Hold means you can move them around yourself. Why it's called hold, I don't know. People say hold as in hold onto the thrust levers. I'm not entirely convinced that's true. There we go. And already we need speed brakes. See, it's gone hold VNAV speed. It means it's given up. It is not going to try and maintain that vertical profile now. It has abandoned it, and it's saying it's up to you. So it would now just come back to the target speed and just get higher and higher. This is something the Airbus wouldn't do. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this part of it. But down we go. Speed brakes out. Very, very common sight on the long-haul Boeings. Luckily, the speed brakes are phenomenally effective. I don't know why. Whatever Boeing did with them is very good. Look, if you go full, you get those 4 panels. Oh, I've done it again. Must stop doing this. There you go. I think it's partly due to having that inboard set there as well. Right, I'm not sure why it's just pulled up. Let's have a look. Hold, we know path. Oh yeah, it's regained the path. There you go. And now it's slightly slow. That's what it did there. Igloo Bruce has almost made it the whole way. The kids want to go to breakfast. Have a great day, and friends. 3 and friends. Congrats again on 100k. I'll watch the landing later. Thanks very much, Igloo Foo. You have a great breakfast. Enjoy it, and thank you so much for getting up so early to come along. Fantastic. What commitment. And you've made it so far through. I am super impressed. 10 hours we're at now. 10 hours. Well done. Okay, as I came on and off the stream, lots of interesting info. Thanks a lot. You're very, very welcome. I think I'm going to have to stop answering questions fairly soon because I do sort of need to focus on the approach. Otherwise, after a long day like this, it could be a bit of a I might miss something. Andy H1302 says descending towards the birthplace of the late great Mr. Freddie Mercury. There we go. Yes, someone did say Freddie Mercury. I did not know that. I should have known that. Now I've heard. Now you say it, it rings a bell. Let's have a look on that map. Let's see how we're all doing. So Dougal is on final approach, or about to be on final approach, and we are following in. And then there's 25 Whiskey Foxtrot just behind us. Fantastic. Well done, everyone. This is great. So I need to bring up my replay software because that is going to be the first thing I get. And of course, it's not showing up. Search. I don't know why this happens. Searching the web, it's doing anything other than giving me a program that I use every time I turn on my computer. Unbelievable. Okay. Goodness me, I've managed to fight my way through to the application. Good. Okay. PTN0107, thank you so much for your $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. How wonderful it is to see you at 100k. It's been a while, but great to see this channel and the community going strong. What a wild ride. Congrats and happy holidays to you, your family, and the FO. Thank you so much, PTN. Happy holidays to you. Thank you so much for coming along and supporting the channel. Really, really appreciate it. That's very, very generous of you. And yeah, happy holidays to you. Thank you so much. Glad you enjoyed it.
What was I telling you about the first officer's newfound voice? Hello. I don't know if you can hear that when she does that, but yeah, it's a very loud sound. She's discovered it recently, and it's her new trick because it gets a guaranteed response from us, of course. Right, heading out over the sea. The sun is going down as promised. 19,000 feet, still looking good, still on the profile and being our path. Nick says, it's been a great day, really enjoyed it. Fantastic. That's what I was hoping. A cold, wintry day to spend on a Sunday on a stream, chatting about aeroplanes. Drag required, yeah, of course. Now remember, in the Boeing, our next checklist is going to be as we set QNH, and then we need to actually open the speed window before we start putting flap out. It's not like the Airbus. You don't want to leave it doing it automatically. It doesn't work very well. So we will do that accordingly. And remember, we need to remember our waypoints, so let's just pull the charts up. Oh, I hate that app. It's sort of causing the whole sim to freeze like that. Very unnerving for me. So, Gadbu, 13 miles, I want to be flap 5 speed, gear down flap 20 at 7 miles. That's the plan. So, Gadbu is our configuring point, which is right after Eggpet. So, all going to happen quickly from here on in. We are very, very close. Because it says, do you have Siamese cat? I do indeed. Yeah, hence the noise. That's the noise they make, isn't it? Dara says, started watching a flight in Ireland, continuing to watch in Germany. Excellent. Absolutely love it. Has the first officer tried to come to work either in sim or IRL? She sits on the suitcase sometimes if I'm going to work, and she is prone to a bit of joining us in the sim. Yeah. Although today she only did about 10 minutes. She's not used to streaming anymore, so she's sort of she doesn't really recognise it. So she instead sits on the landing and shouts at me. Her preference. Bit of speed brake needed here. As we coast out, love it. Beautifully calm down there. Just want to keep ahead of the plane. Don't want to give it a chance to get dragged too far off. But yeah, like I say, on the long haul Boeing, that's very common. Just using the speed brake to get the speed back. In the short haul Airbus, it's more likely to try and use flaps, certainly. It just seems to be a sort of difference between the two. – 12,000 feet, we're getting there. One last weather. Refresh. Oh, that's pretty old. Is that all we get? Has the airport closed now? Oh well, it was 0705, 27 degrees, 1010. There's no terrain out here now. We're visual. I think we're happy to descend down to our platform, which unbelievably 2,000 feet. Set the QNH 1010, set both sides, we've got the minimums in. Time for the approach checklist. Altimeters 1010 set, that is approach checklist complete. And now it's slowing down at 10,000 feet automatically, which is a good call here. Zanzibar is obviously, as an island right off the coast of Tanzania, it has a lot of traffic, right? A lot of small aircraft in and out, some of which will be doing VFR flights as they transfer passengers between Zanzibar and Dar es Salaam over in Tanzania. So it's a good idea to get the speed back. Here's the beautiful beaches. You can start to see them loading in where the resorts are. You know, it's a stunning place. Slowing down. This is where it will probably get high as well. Thanks for the subscription. The little wheel by the altimeter here is the angle of attack, funnily enough. Yeah. So it's often normal, actually. I don't use it much. On the 787, the flight path vector, or the bird as we call it on the Airbus, which shows your actual move through the air, So although our pitch is up here at just below 2.5 degrees, we're actually going through the air at maybe 1 degree below, descending about 1 degree, is that? Yeah, maybe a little more, 1.5. And the difference between those two numbers works out as 2.8 effectively. That's the angle of attack. That's the angle between the relative air and the nose of the aircraft. So you don't want that number to go too high. Yeah, nice headwind actually. It makes sense to land on 1.8 at the moment because that's going to come around to 0.7. It will back to be a slight tailwind, but yeah, good for now. Good for the approach. Thanks, a bit dude. Thanks for the message. Yeah, I'll have a look at Discord after the stream. Nick says, does the FO get under your feet when you are leaving to go on duty? They know. They do know, and she can do, yeah. If she sees the uniform and the suitcase, then the FO, my cat, will yeah, get under your feet. 10,000 feet, landing lights on. Should have already had the passengers sitting down, really. It takes longer on a long haul plane. You can't leave it this late. This would be a problem. You'd need to speak to the cabin crew. Probably go holding if you did it this late on a plane this size. But yeah, no, my cat, she does. Yeah, she will get in the way on purpose, roll around under your feet on the stairs, things like that, which is quite challenging when you're holding a suitcase. So you have to be careful. So we're on the QNH. That's all good. We've done the checklist. FMC message. Drag required. No surprise there. If you are watching and enjoying, do please leave a like while you're here. It makes a huge, huge difference to the channel. Really, really appreciate it. Good. Yeah, look at this lighting. It's just fantastic. These soft shadows. I know I keep talking about it, but hey, I'm going to repeat myself over 10 hours at some point. Well, 8.5. It's about 8 hours 40 we've been going. So this is going to work out at about a 9-hour flight. Yeah, as expected. Which I think is legitimate long haul. And here's all these other islands that make up Zanzibar. You see, it's not just this big one. Now, it's not loading in all the textures properly down there, is it? Here we go. We are going out over the beaches. That's cool. And then we're going to make a big right turn here over this beach. Zoom in on the scales. Here we go. Right turn round. Bring the heading bug round. We're just 23 miles from touchdown now. Can you believe it? Cabin ready. Excellent news. Thanks for the subscription, Craig. And there's those beaches. So the passengers on the right side of the airplane right now can be enjoying the thought of their upcoming holiday. I should not have closed the charts at that point in the flight. Look at it struggling. Ah, this app is too intensive. It actually runs the fans up on my processor. The whole simulator isn't, but the Navigraph is making it struggle. I don't know why it's not loading. That's a bit of a shame. But there we go. We'll make do. Right, it's time to slow things down. So I'm going to open the speed window, come back to the up speed. Like I say, you want to start taking control of this yourself. Hold VNAV speed. So we're coming off the profile now. So I'm going to encourage the airplane to slow down with a bit of speed brake. We don't want to get caught out here at this late stage. And we're drifting above the profile. So let's take flap 1. Speed's good. It's flap 1. Go up to 265 knots. And that's the speed VNAV path. Because as soon as you go into flap, the flap pack forces itself into VNAV path, which is what we want. So that's good news. I'm going to start the recorder now, because I'll forget otherwise. Dougal's landed. Excellent, Dougal. Well done. And Dougal says, great approach. Yeah, this was cool. I'm glad we did the 1.8, actually. I didn't know we'd get to see the beaches. So I'm just using the speed brakes now, just to trickle the speed back. And as you can see, we have some slats out. So we're on profile, 5,000 feet. This is looking good. 16 miles out, coming back to 200 knots. And we said at Gadbu we want to be flap 5, so I think we can just, how far away is that? 6 miles. Let's just run it out now, so I can keep
talking. Key part of this channel, I keep talking. So flat 5. Come back to the 5 speed now. There it is. Speed brakes are away. Awesome. 4,000 feet out, 14 miles, looking good on the height. Makes sense. Expecting the radio altimeter to come alive at about 2,500 feet. It's pretty much sea level here, isn't it? Kratos says, came here just in time for the landing after buttering the bread at Paris. Well done. Excellent. Yeah, this is where the lighting's just so good. Although this is where the Boeings have a problem. The Airbus sunshade you can use all the way through to landing and it fits really well here and could block that out. The Boeing ones you're not allowed to. You've got to take them off at this point. So as useful as that is, and you see it does work well. This is a good effect. Sadly, you have to take it off at this point. So yeah, a bit of a shame. Right, we're going to say we're clear for the approach. I'm going to arm the localizer. Let's put 2,000 back in the window. The localizer. Let's broadcast. A bit late now, but yeah, I think everyone here knows what we're doing as they're all watching. But Zanzibar traffic, speedbird 100 kilo, turning final 12 miles to land runway 18. Actually, we don't need to do the heading bug, it will do it automatically. There we go as we enter lock mode. That's good. 11 miles out, reasonable. And we're on the glide slope. With flap 5, I'm going to arm the approach. You see, the airplane's VNAV path has been very, very good today. And it's done a nice continuous descent. I'm impressed. That's worked out really nicely. So with flap 5, 3,000 feet, 11 miles out on the glide slope, which makes sense. Because that's actually 3,300, so that's about 10 miles out, which is 10.6. Now, here's the trick. I said about 7 miles to configure. Is that still valid? Well, it's a crosswind, not really a tailwind. We've got the speed under control. I actually think 7 miles will still be okay. I mean, it's only in 2 miles from now. But yeah, so I think we'll stick with that. You've got to keep assessing your plan. Is it still valid? Has the wind changed? Is it hotter? Is the airplane not slowing down like we thought? Are we higher than we thought we'd be? In this case, we're not, but we are slightly fast, right? The engines are at idle, and it's just not slowing down much. We're sitting at 183. So you could consider dropping them early, but I actually think we'll be all right today. Average Emirates enjoy says, I swear if I can add, I'll be touching down. I hope you don't. I don't have any control over the adverts. Here's a town. I'm not sure if that's Stone Town. But there's radio altimeter, as predicted, 2,500, where we wanted 7 miles. Time for gear down. This is where you really hope the gear does come down after sitting in the wheel well getting cold all this way. But it does, of course. Very, very reliable. Flat 20. Speed back to the 20 speeds. And you can on the Boeings use the speed brake if you need to, but for now I'm just going to put it into the armed position. Speed brake armed. There we go, gears out. And we're already back at the flat 20 speed. So now let's go to flat 30. And wind the speed back. Nice and calm. No point stressing ourselves out on this approach when there's no one else around. Zanzibar traffic, speedbird 100 kilo, final to land, runway 18. Right, here we go then. Landing, vacation to the right to come back to the terminal over there. Land 3, roll up flare has armed, and it's time for the landing checklists. Landing checklist is complete. Checklist complete. It's all sensed and correct. Lovely. We are recording. Now this is a true feeling you get on flap 30s, where the nose sort of drops up and down like this. Or I get the sensation on the 300 sometimes of the nose just getting lower and lower in the final part of the approach. I think it does come in slightly lower nose than the flap 25 landings, but there we go.
1,000.
So we are stable at 1,000 feet. We've got this approach. We've got plenty of fuel, 11 tons as expected to arrive with, so that's all looking good. You do want to take out the autopilot by 500 feet, otherwise the airplane will start to do a wing down technique. It applies right rudder, left aileron. I have a crosswind video to show you that. So by 500 rad out, you need to take out the autopilot. The real aircraft does it quite smoothly, but the PNW does it quite aggressively.
So there we go. Beautiful. What an approach. Right, autopilot off. I don't want it doing that on us unnecessarily. Should be nicely in trim. Now, of course, flight simulators, we know flight simulators sense of PAPIs and glide slopes is a little bit wonky, but we have a crosswind from the left as expected.
Approaching minimums.
So we just keep it coming down on the glide. And here you go. Here's that sort of lowering the nose sensation, but not too much. Keep it 2 whites, 2 reds.
200.
A little bit low there. So I'm not convinced about that glide slope entirely. Keeping it steady.
50. 30.
30, flare.
20.
Right rudder,
10.
into wind aileron, hold the flare, hold the flare. There's touchdown. Holding the nose up, getting the reverses out. We're going max reverse, holding the nose, holding the nose. Don't let it crash down. There it is. Now the reverse is taking the strain. Using right rudder here to keep it straight down the runway. And as we get through to 60 knots, I'm not going to take it. Don't be tempted by a 90-degree turn like that. You'll never make it. 60 knots, reverse to idle. That would get the brakes nice and cool. And now the tricky part, taking out the auto brake. So we're just going to use manual brakes until it disengages for us, which it has, disarm. And there we go. Welcome to Zanzibar. After 10 hours and 17 minutes of stream, we have made it. We're going to roll out to the end and then make our right turn back. So how was that? Yeah. That was a proper, you could feel that crosswind. I know the windsock's pretty flat, but you could definitely feel it. We have a replay coming. We will look at that, of course. But for now, let's taxi in and park up at the gate. Yeah, it's a bit confusing. Oh, by the way, yeah, 34 knots. We need to get the speed under control. We need to be at taxi speed. So we could do a backtrack on the runway, but we have a colleague coming in after us. And I think we're going to fit on these... Ooh, are we going to fit on these taxiways? I think we'll make it work. Otherwise our colleague might be going around after 10 hours and they won't appreciate it. But this is pretty tight with those the way they've got these signs done. So I'm going to get rid of the spoilers, but I'm going to leave everything else alone. So that, yeah, we won't do a backtrack. That would upset them. Zanzibar traffic, speed by 100 kilo, runway 18 vacated. Have fun. So yeah, we had good fun there. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did watch for the landing, then do please leave a like if you enjoyed it. Makes a big difference to the channel. And subscribe if you did enjoy as well, please. That'd be really great. So now let's just see. You see how this maneuvering is. Chris Watkinson, thank you so much for the £10 super chat. Really appreciate it. Chris says, well done. Amazing flight and landing. Thank you very much. Yeah, bit of a float, but Flight Simulator has this issue with the glide slope and the PAPIs. They all just sort of go a bit skew-if. And in an aircraft like this, without a strong headwind, you see how quickly things change around you. It's quite something. So we'll have the replay to come up very shortly. You can enjoy that, of course. Elisa's Maggie, thank you so much. Very kind for the $20 super chat. Really appreciate it. Elisa Maggie says, some beer dollars to celebrate 100k and the long stream. Have a great one. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Yeah, thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Chris. And thank you, Sander R7 for 20 knock. Really, really kind as well. Someone else watched the whole stream. Yeah, thank you so much for coming along. I don't know how those of you who've been here the whole time have done it. Thank you. You're going to be hearing my voice probably for the rest of the evening. So hopefully you can go and watch something else and or get a break from it. But thank you so much for coming along and being a part of the channel. And thank you for these super chats. Thank you, Elitis. Thank you, Sander. Thank you, Chris. Very, very, very kind indeed. Yeah, thank you so much for the support. As I say, thank you all to everyone who's watched the channel over the last 5 years. It means the world to me. It's the only reason I do it is that people come and interact and enjoy it. You know, I wouldn't do it otherwise for the sake of it. I do it because we can all enjoy it and talk aviation, and I absolutely love it. So thank you so much, all of you, for coming along and being a part of it with me, because that's why the channel's where it is. You know, it's you, it's not me that's here. You know. Nick, thanks so much for your £5 super chat. Nick says, brilliant, thanks. You're very welcome, Nick. Thanks for coming along and supporting us and being a part of it as well. So kind. Oh dear, Navigraph is absolutely hammering my computer. So let's go park. I'm not sure if Dougal's still parked there. It looks like Dougal might be. I can't believe it. I was so worried about this stream that the simulator would crash just in time, you know, that it would just not load properly. Oh, we've gone to the wrong airport here. I've also had my streaming thing has been crashing as well. I can't believe we made it through that. We had trouble with the with the hardware at the start. Yeah, we'll just take any stand up here next to Dougal. Where's our colleague? I thought the flaps were going to run out during the cruise. Awesome. But this is, you know, this is day to day, bread and butter for these airplanes. This machine could have done that for 14 hours. It's going to spend 2 on the ground and off it goes again. Give it a bit of oil, bit of fuel, top up the water tanks, empty the toilet tanks, and off it goes. It's ready to go. It's amazing. It really is an amazing thing. Thanks, Jasper. Thanks for coming along. See you next time. Richard V, thank you so much. Great to see you again. Richard says, great stream. Thanks for everything. You're very welcome. Thank you for everything. Thanks for coming along. Andy says, it was good to see a nice long stream again. Enjoyed it. Thank you, Andy. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for being here for so much of it. Really, really appreciated. Ryan says, I want to say thanks for all the content over the years. It was a huge motivation for me on my own aviation journey to the point I have my first type rating next month. Cheers. I mean, that's just so amazing to hear. Thank you so much. Yeah, brilliant. That's why I do this, and it's just so great to hear that other people enjoy it. I think we'll take this stand here. It looks like the next clear one. It is a taxi off stand, so we're not going to manage that. But there we go. Get it nice and deep and do the turn. Remember, we have rear wheel steering, so look at that. Done it a little bit tight, but this stand just doesn't fit this aircraft. Our colleagues coming in. There they go. How cool is this? 777 parking up or taxiing behind us, landing behind us. Beautiful. Well done. Thank you for flying along. That's the Speedbird 25 Whiskey Foxtrot, flown the whole way with us. What an absolute treat. So thank you very much for coming along, keeping us company on this flight. It does make a difference knowing that there's someone flying along with you. Absolutely awesome. I'm so glad we got to see the landing. So thank you for flying along. Absolutely brilliant. Right, what we'll do... Great landing from your colleagues, says Average Emirates Enjoy. Yes, indeed. See... Gonzalez says, thanks for the stream. Lurking, but still enjoying. Excellent. Thanks for joining us all day as well. Really brilliant. Almost as the pilots and engineers that make it all possible. So keep us out. Indeed, lots of work goes into keeping these airplanes doing it. It isn't magic. It is work from people, engineers, designers, and everyone else who puts their effort into it. Right, I think it's time. I'm going to disconnect from VATSIM. We're all on the ground now, so disconnect. Thank you so much to do and our colleague there who flew along in the 25 Whiskey Foxtrot. Disconnect. And let's have the replay. Why not? Put it right on final. Let's disengage the park brake. And we'll go to replay. So I thought this landing was fine. We got a little bit in and out with the Pappies and the ILS at the end there, thanks to I'm going to blame Microsoft Flight Simulator. You just got to keep it steady. I think that's pretty much what we did. Zoom forward. So yeah, you know, we got here in the right place. I think this was fine. Flat 30, but like I say, still just sits about 1 degree pitch due to that landing attitude modifier. Into the flare, a little bit of the long flare, certainly. Oh yeah, you get the dust effect in 2024. See there, that was a bit of an over flare. There's the rudder, just getting the nose down the runway, dipping that wing, and that worked nicely, and it just settled just as you want it to. Yeah, just a little bit long, as is often the way on my streams. It's to do with yeah. Oh, there you go. It just puts it down. But yeah, let's look at that again. It is the key to smooth landings in the triple, and lots of airplanes. But I'll just show you that again. It's just getting that drift off, and then giving it a bit of into-wind aileron. It wasn't crosswindy enough that we needed to sit upwind, but there you go. So watch it, nose comes up, and then you'll see it here. There's the right rudder, nose coming to the right, nose coming to the right. Now we're pointing down the runway, and now the gear can do its job nicely because it's pointing in the right direction. If you don't do that, it just rattles on, and up it comes. And as the nose drops, the rest of the spoilers can deploy. it delays that till the nose is already low enough. That's a feature. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. I'm going to treat myself to one last quick view, and then we'll do the full-on goodbye and replay. But there we go. Look at that. Awesome. What view should we have? Let's have this view, and then we'll do an engine view for the final replay. You can see that aileron comes up. This is designed by the landing attitude modifier to keep you having to have the nose in the right place for a flat 30 landing. Hear that yellow hydraulic pump come on? It's not a yellow hydraulic pump, but that demand pump, and then into the flare, and down we go. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. And the inboard ailerons obviously go up. They just deploy up to remove lift. Yeah. Right, let's pick the right view. That seems pretty good. Should we go with that one? Jump inside. 1,200 feet. Let's get back a little bit more. I don't want to miss the landing in the replay. So we go here. And there we go. Right, I'm going to say the final goodbye for today then. So 10.5 hours later. Thank you all so much for coming along. Peter says, Captain, thanks for the stream. I wish you a Merry Christmas and happy, healthy 2026. Stay safe and have a wonderful real-life flight. Thank you so much. Thank you to you all. Thank you to everyone. Happy holidays. Thank you for coming along. And most of all, thank you for making the channel what it is. This is, you know, been such a privilege. I can't believe we're at 100,000 subscribers. And I can't believe I get to do this stream. You know, what a treat. And I've absolutely loved it. I've loved it today. We will, of course, be trying to get more streams going in the future. But there will be plenty of videos as well. As I always say, videos, guides, live streams, all of that stuff will be coming on the channel. New flight sim stuff as we get it and can showcase it on the channel. I love doing that for you all. And then, of course, more streams coming when we can. Because I always miss these when I get to do them. I realise why I enjoy them so much. We've done 10.5 hours today, and I really haven't felt it at all. We did all of that. We didn't even take an hour break in total, and it's just been an absolute treat to talk to you all. And that's thanks to how great, welcoming, and what a nice community you all are. So thank you so much for coming along. Thank you for the moderators who've looked after us. It is absolutely crucial. I couldn't do this without the moderators who keep us safe on the chat and look after us. So thank you to them so much for looking after us for all these years. Thank you to everyone watching. Thank you to those of you who've chatted. Thank you for those who've just stayed and watched it all. If you can leave a like on the way out, it makes a huge difference to the channel. Would really appreciate it. Thank you to those who very kindly donated and super chatted as well to the channel. It's very kind. So thank you to them as well. And that's it. I'm going to go and enjoy my dinner. I hope you all have a fantastic evening. Happy holidays if I don't get a chance to fly with you all before then. But yeah, thank you so much. We'll see you again in another video or live stream soon. Thank you so much for watching. Bye bye.